Konoha, unable to learn ninjutsu, I had to develop it myself. Chapter 1 Physical skills can't save the ninja world. Young man, believe in yourself, even if you don't know ninjutsu, you can still become an amazing ninja. Come on, let's continue to challenge the limit. If you can't complete it, how about standing upside down 50 times? Kyunyi looked at the enthusiastic Kai with his eyes empty, and couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. He understood that Kai meant well. However, as a time traveler, he knew the upper limit of physical skills alone. Strong, but limited. Is the 8 gates of the ninja great? But it is only a moment of brilliance, like fireworks, which are fleeting in the ninja world. Chiba does not want to become a firework, and he is the same age as Xiaoli. If he only practices physical skills, he will only be at Xiaoli's level no matter how hard he tries. First of all, his chakra control ability is extremely strong. Then he found that he lacked the talent for abilities such as nature change and illusion, and he could not even learn the simplest 3-body technique. What level is Xiaoli? Opening 6 gates in the decisive battle, except for cheering and cheering, there is really nothing more to do. He can only watch the master fight desperately, and he can only stand by helplessly. After groping for a while, Chiba found the benefits of the light ball. According to those teachers and Kai, many senior ninjas may not be as good as him in this regard. 2 years ago, he traveled to the Naruto world and found that there was a light ball in his consciousness. However, Kai looked at Chiba with disappointment on his face. But he had no choice. Chiba did not want to go through this. Learn things very quickly. Kyunyi, your talent for ninjutsu and genjutsu is poor, so are you going to give up even taijutsu? He also has strong control over his body and muscles. He knows Kyunyi and Xiaoli, and is willing to train and practice with them because they both work hard and don't care about other people's eyes and opinions. As for the third, he suspects that all this is related to the mysterious light ball. In addition, in the past 2 years, Kyunyi found that the light ball seemed to be gradually strengthening as he studied and researched. He believed that Li was absolutely desperate at that moment. Therefore, he knew very well that there was no future in practicing taijutsu alone. Secondly, he had a high talent for taijutsu. I'm sorry, Teacher Kai. So, he had to come up with some ideas. But after 2 years of persistence, he was about to give up now. His determination was not firm enough. Teacher Kai, I'm not giving up, but I'm thinking of other ways out. Xiaoli and I just can't complete the nature change, but we both have chakra, and I have strong control skills. I can completely develop a technique that doesn't require nature change. Kyunyi got up and continued to run, panting while telling Kai and Xiaoli his ideas. No need to make hand seals, nature changes, concentrate chakra, it must have strong destructive power. But like this, Kyunyi said, stretching out his right hand, and a concentrated chakra ball condensed in his palm. It is not a raise-non, but chakra concentrated to the point of having destructive power. Kai glanced at it, and then a look of astonishment appeared on his face. This is raise-non? No, it is not a raise-non, but a simple chakra aggregation ball. We often pass by the river when we run. I have been thinking these days that if we can make it rotate continuously like a whirlpool on the basis of concentrating chakra, the destructive power will definitely be stronger. Kyunyi continued. That's right. Since he traveled through time 2 years ago, he tried to replicate the method in the comics to practice the raise-non. In order to use it rationally, Kyunyi did not directly use the balloon practice method in the comics, but used the same principle to practice secretly for 2 years and slowly mastered its skills. After saying that, he began to urge the chakra to rotate. The rotating chakra made the inside of the chakra ball like a tornado, but the outside always maintained a perfect shape. Kai was silent for a few seconds and said, "Have you ever thought of adding more directions of rotation?" Huh? Yes. Why didn't I think of it? Kyunyi woke up from a dream and tried it immediately, but soon, the chakra ball dissipated. He was not discouraged and prepared to try again. As a result, Kai said in a heavy tone, "Kid, you actually have this technique a long time ago. It is an A-level difficulty ninjutsu called Raise Non." "What? Already have it?" Qinyi was astonished. "Yes, the Raise Non of the 4th generation of the Aoamina is the same." Kai nodded. Xiaoli did not speak on the side. From his expression, he did not quite understand, but was obviously shocked. "This. Don't worry, sometimes it is normal for ideas and ninjutsu to coincide. If you have better talent for nature change and illusion, you may become an amazing ninja." Kai sighed. Even if he has no talent for ninjutsu, this child did not give up, but thought of using attributeless chakra to develop ninjutsu. Such thinking and intelligence. It's a pity. "It's nothing, Teacher Kai," the Six-Path Sage closed a door for me and opened a window. I should be grateful. Moreover, I believe that even without nature change, I can still become very strong," Qinyi said firmly. At this time, Xiaoli said with envy and excitement, "Although Qinyi Jun does not know ninjutsu, it is amazing that he can research such a technique by himself. We need to learn physical skills, and we also need to learn attributeless ninjutsu, and use the two together." Qinyi continued. "You are talking about ninjutsu?" Guy reminded him. He thought about it, and a smile appeared on his face. "Let's go, anyway, physical skills are still the basis, keep training." "Yes." The three continued their hard training, but they each had their own ideas, so that although they continued to train hard later, the atmosphere was a bit quiet. Until dusk, the three of them dispersed. Qinyi returned to the residence assigned by the village, recalling today's scene in his mind. Of course, his ideas are not just ninjutsu, but as a civilian, the knowledge he can reasonably access is very limited. If he talks about supernatural powers, natural energy, and fairy arts, I'm afraid it won't be noticed by the upper level, but the attention of the Umbu and Danzo, who might even have to go in for tea. I'm sorry, Teacher Kai, but I really have no other way. Ayuro. He is 12 this year, and will graduate in a few months. In a few years, the 4th Ninja World War will come. There is not much time left. Of course. He has not fallen behind in the training of ninjutsu. After returning home, Chiba began to condense chakra, condensing and concentrating chakra outside the body. Currently, he can make chakra threads and use them to control objects such as kunao and shuriken, but this is not the effect he wants to achieve. The chakra is almost exhausted, and he took out his notebook. The strength is not enough to penetrate objects, and we need to find a way to refine and concentrate it. The most effective one at present is still the Raise Non. I can't integrate the nature changes of the Raise Non, but there is still room for further improvement. Thinking about it, he drew 2 lines behind the Raise Non. One line says release speed. The other line says compression and increment. Then he has to find a way to better integrate into his own combat system, and not to maintain the Raise Non and rush forward foolishly like Naruto did in the early stage. Chapter 2: A Different Genius. What is a genius? In Kai's opinion, the Uchiha people are not geniuses, they just have a better background and learning environment. In comparison, it is much more difficult for civilians to become genius ninjas. Therefore, he admires Jiraiya and the 4th Hokage. And now, 3rd generation, although that child can't learn nature changes and illusions, he has thought of ninjutsu similar to Raise Non by himself. He is a different genius. Kai was in the office, reporting to the 3rd generation excitedly. The 3rd generation held an information sheet in his hand, took a sip of cigarette, and then said, "How is his physical skills?" The control and talent of body muscles and strength are stronger than Xiaoli Ayuro. But Ayuro is. The 3rd generation thought for a long time, but finally made no decision. The others replied weakly. In today's throwing test, Chiba and Tenten tied for 1st place, and the others need to work harder. 1st place in physical skills. The information sheet shows the evaluation from the ninja school. No doubt. Top chakra control ability. Chiba is a complete genius. The third generation fell silent. He wanted to meet this alternative genius. He could think of the raise non by himself, which shows that he has strong creativity. Yajiyo Chiba. Third generation. First place in Kunao throwing. Let me see after I see him. Kai said what he observed. I originally planned to wait until they graduated and take them to my team, but now it seems that it is a waste for me to take him with me. Only in ninjutsu, he can't even learn the three-body technique. He can easily dispel illusions, but he can't learn any illusions either. He is the best in academic performance. Tenten clenched her hands, but still sighed helplessly. Since this guy's grades improved by leaps and bounds a year ago, she has gradually changed from first in throwing to tied for first, and now she has gradually gotten used to it. But the other party is not only good at kunao throwing. In addition to ninjutsu and illusion, he is simply all-round. All the teachers in the ninja school give a thumbs up when talking about him, and then sigh. She also feels sorry for Chiba, but this guy himself never seems to care. Chiba-kun, do you want to practice throwing together? Okay, sorry, it may have to wait. Chiba was about to practice with Tenten, but he saw the teacher waving at him from a distance, as if he had something to ask him to come over, so he had to say goodbye to Tenten and trot over. His teacher was called Mizuki. Apart from what happened later, Mizuki's teaching level in kunao throwing and basic ninjutsu was still good, and his overall strength was indeed just so-so. Teacher Mizuki, you're looking for me. Not me, the Hokage came to inspect today and specifically asked to see you. You should go to the meeting room now. Yes. Chiba's eyes lit up. It's done. Teacher Kai, thank you so much. He was very excited. It must be Kai who worked. In the blink of an eye, Chiba had disappeared. Envy. As expected of Chiba-kun, even the third Hokage wants to see him. Alas, this is a genius. Genius? Still can't learn ninjutsu. Xiaoli glanced at it, shook his head slightly, and got up to run. Genius? These people don't understand how much effort Kyunyi has put in. They only see the surface brilliance, and then use the word genius to wipe out all the sweat. Outside the meeting room, Kyunyi knocked on the door gently. Lord Hokage. Ahem, the door is not locked, come in. Yes. He walked in, and the third generation was holding a stack of information, looking at it with great interest. After Kyunyi came in, he smiled and said, I looked at the records. In the past 2 years, in addition to training, you often go to the library to read books. Yes, I don't have a talent for ninjutsu, so I want to create a ninjutsu that can be used without changing the nature, but the more I think about it, the more I find that it takes a very high knowledge reserve to develop ninjutsu. That's right, no ninjutsu can be achieved overnight. The third generation nodded approvingly. It was during this period that Chiba's grades improved comprehensively. He knew. There are many children in the ninja school who think that academic subjects are not important. Because of this, people like Chiba are even more precious. Unfortunately. How come such a good child can't learn to change his nature? He shook his head, sighed, and said, I heard from Kai that the fourth generation has a unique skill. Well, it's not a self-invention. It seems to overlap with the fourth generation. And I only thought of vortex enhancement before, not multiple turbulence. Chiba demonstrated step by step, just like he did to Might Guy yesterday. The third generation observed from the side and said with a smile, the idea and process are different from Minato's. He didn't know this technique beforehand. If it's not self-created, what is it? Don't be modest. Just treat me as a teacher today. Yes. Any other ideas? I think there is also a lot of room for development in chakra form change and density compression. Compared with ninjutsu, it has the advantage of not needing to make hand seals, and the power combined with physical skills is not weak. Kyunyi talked freely. This level is an interview. Whether it can be accomplished depends on now. The third generation nodded in approval, but soon, he smiled and said, this kind of ninjutsu was also developed by the predecessors, but later no one studied it. The reason is very simple. Compared with non-attribute ninjutsu, adding property changes is obviously stronger. Kyunyi was silent. He couldn't refute. Including Rei's non, it is also an imperfect ninjutsu. The ultimate effect envisioned by Minato should be integrated with chakra property changes. People like you and Xiaoli are actually a minority. For most people, ninjutsu is the most convenient and simple. That's true, but I just don't know how to do it. Kyunyi did not deny it. That's right, you just don't know how to do it, otherwise you wouldn't think about it. Many techniques are only thought of when facing difficulties. The third generation laughed a few times, then narrowed his eyes. Kai is not good at ninjutsu. You show the Rei's non in front of him. There should be some requirements, right? I can't learn more in the ninja school. I want to graduate early and go to the medical department to learn medical knowledge. Chiba said seriously. Do you want to learn medical ninjutsu? No, I just want to know more about the structure of the human body. The medical department and the hospital are the best places. Of course, if possible, I also want to learn chakra scalpel. Chiba did not hide his intention. No need, as a student of Konoha Ninja School, he can just bring it up directly. Concealment will only make himself suspicious. Early graduation has been cancelled for many years. You just need to graduate and go to the medical department to study. You don't need to graduate early. You just need to do special learning. The third generation pondered for a moment, so, give a comprehensive assessment of the official genin except for ninjutsu. If you pass it, I agree. Thank you very much. Chiba stood up and bowed. Although he needs to take an exam, he believes in his ability. What he is afraid of is that the school teacher is so rigid that he doesn't give any chances. Chapter 3 Early Exam, I want to study medicine. The genin level exam, of course, tests not only the 3 body techniques and cultural knowledge, but also the interpretation and choice of responsibilities and situations in the mission. The cultural knowledge is also tested in depth. In addition, there are physical skills and actual combat, which is a bit special. Kyunyi thought that the third generation would probably find a Chunin teacher to test, but in fact he split a shadow clone. Let me test your strength. As long as you can force me to use abilities other than physical skills, I will consider you successful. The third generation took out the pipe, but thought that this was a school. He did not light it, but took it in his hand and knocked it lightly on the table. Don't you need to go outside? It doesn't matter, you can do it here. The third generation smiled slightly. Kyunyi bowed lightly to show that he understood, and then he and the third generation clone formed a seal of opposition at the same time. Then, in an instant, the third generation was slightly startled. The third generation clone immediately noticed. Bang! His chakra gathered on his fist, and then he punched forward. The third generation clone did not use ninjutsu, but blocked it with his bare hands with the help of chakra. After several rounds of fighting, the clone could not take it down for a while with physical skills alone. Dong dong! His eyes lit up, and he pulled out kunao with both hands to cut the silk threads. He cut off 3 of them, and the rest were controlled by Kyunyi to avoid, and he approached the third generation clone in a chaotic but orderly manner. The third generation was secretly shocked. This kid has such a strong control. Not only can he accurately control the chakra explosion without hurting himself, but he can also quickly condense the Rei's non with one hand. These kunao are tied with tiny chakra threads. The moment he blocked, these chakras exploded towards his position. The third generation clone turned into a piece of wood, with 2 kunao inserted on it. He used the substitute technique. But the next moment, Chiba leaned forward and attacked again, but at the same time, his right hand was secretly charging the raise-non. At the moment of the left-hand attack, he controlled the raise-non with his right hand and shot it at the third generation. Although he was old, his speed, strength and physical fitness had declined a lot compared to his peak period, but if we only talk about physical skills, he still had the strength of an elite genin at least. This kid can perform such physical skills, might guy really didn't lie. What a terrible talent. It's just a shadow clone anyway, no need to worry. This kind of control ability is not even possessed by many jonin. The clones opened their bows to the left and right to block the attack, and then instantly moved behind Chiba and kicked him in the lower body, but at this moment, Chiba also quickly moved away, and his speed was almost the same as the third generation clone. At the moment the clone retreated, Chiba threw 4 or 5 kunao. The silk thread can also be used in actual combat, not bad, quite good. The third generation's eyes were bright. As a ninjutsu doctor, he knew that Chiba had done in-depth research on chakra threads. His threads were thinner and tougher, and it was difficult for ordinary ninjas to detect them at the first time. Secondly, it was also very clever to manipulate the threads to avoid attacks. Now it was just a kunao. What if the kunao was connected with a detonating tag? Based on the several skills and physical skills that Chiba showed, he already recognized Chiba's ability. He was fully capable of being a genin, and even exceeded it by a lot. Genius. Although he couldn't learn to change his nature, as Chiba said, there was also a lot of room for exploration in form change. Third generation master, what about me? You succeeded. In the future, you only need to write a study report every week and submit it to the medical class and ninja school. You don't need to come to the ninja school for class anymore. The third generation smiled slightly. He didn't plan to let go of graduating early, but it was allowed to take advantage of this. Thank you very much. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. It was more critical for him to enter the medical class to study. One is that health training requires medical knowledge, and the other is that creating many ninjutsu requires sufficient understanding of body structure and muscles. For example, if you don't understand the strange power technique, you will rashly copy and try it. That is not development but suicide. You have won my recognition with your own ability, so there is no need to thank me. Thank yourself. The third generation nodded slightly with a smile on his face. How did you think of practicing chakra thread? I didn't want to practice chakra thread at first. Kinyi explained his thoughts. Condensing chakra to the degree that it can smash objects, and then integrating it into physical skills for combat? No wonder this kid wants to learn chakra scalpel. A stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. The third generation understood Chiba's plan. He wanted to learn from similar techniques to make up for the shortcomings of his own techniques. The idea was very clear. He felt a little complicated. In Chiba, the third generation vaguely saw the student he was once proud of, but now, that guy has become a rebel ninja of Konoha. He was silent for a long time, and finally waved his hand with a lack of interest, signaling Chiba to leave. Chiba didn't know what the third generation was thinking. So, he just bowed lightly and left the classroom. Outside the classroom, he breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the third generation's clone, it would be a lie to say that there was no pressure. In the previous battle, he could have met the third generation's requirements more easily. For example, launching a faster raise-non. He had already completed most of this optimization yesterday. With his own chakra control ability, he could release the raise-non within 2 breaths. But if that was all, it would be a waste of the opportunity he had painstakingly created. Chiba needed to show himself more comprehensively to attract the attention of the third generation and give himself a chance to get the third generation's books later, rather than simply showing his strength. Even in the world of Naruto, for civilians, the value of books and scrolls is still far higher than money. He returned to the classroom as if nothing had happened, still listening to the class seriously. The teacher didn't seem to know the specific situation and didn't announce it in class. After school, he ran around the village as usual. After a while. Did Hokage go to your school? Yes, he found me and allowed me to study in the medical class. Kunyi did not hide anything and said seriously, Teacher Kai, thank you very much, I will never forget your kindness. Ha ha ha, why thank you, this is your own ability. Kai laughed, then realized something was wrong. No, why are you going to the medical class to study? Learn medical ninjutsu. I can't even master normal nature changes, and I don't think I can learn medical ninjutsu. It's just to learn more and more comprehensive knowledge. Hi. Kai was confused. Why did you go to the medical class if you can't learn it? Unable to understand. Then, he scratched his head and laughed, forget it, I don't understand what you said. You are a smart person and don't need me to remind you. Come on, the passionate youth is burning, let's go find Xiaoli together. The two ran in the sun, one in front and one behind. Chapter 4. Can this kind of thing be fascinating? Konoha Ninja School. Suzuki-kun, you. Where's Irika? Teacher, he hasn't come yet, maybe in the office. Sakura was stunned and answered instinctively. Suzuki's expression was too scary. It was the first time she saw Suzuki with such an expression. Bang! Suzuki slammed the door and ran to the office. What's going on? Damn, wide forehead, did you pester Suzuki all day and make him angry? Ah? So soon? He didn't want to take it at first because it was too discouraging, but Suzuki insisted on taking the test in the office, so he might as well take it and let everyone take the test and recognize the gap between them and Yaji Uchiba. Ah! Impossible! Ino came back from the back door to get water. Naruto ran in a hurry. I'm afraid it's true. Sakura's mouth twitched, this guy really makes people don't know how to complain. The whole place was silent, and soon, only the rustling sound of writing remained. Irika closed his eyes and rested, not caring whether they would cheat or not. Shikamaru sighed silently, and then said weakly, it's because of that senior named Yaji Uchiba. There are rumors that he graduated early and will go to the medical class to study. Hasn't the early graduation been stopped? Ah, I heard that the Hokage came to the school in person yesterday. A few seconds later, Irika brought Suzuki to the classroom, and Suzuki went back to sit down. Irika began to divide the test papers. These are two different things. When Ino saw her put down her pen, she immediately used the heart-turning technique to switch to copying. Irika collected the papers one by one, then brought them up, sat down and started to correct them. Yes, they are all taking the exam. Hey, Teacher Irika is here. Let them answer the questions well. Many people scratched their heads, even Shikamaru and his family members did the same. What? How is it possible? Inobo, don't slander me. They couldn't possibly get full marks. Sakura was stunned for a long time. After a long time, Irika opened his eyes, collect the papers. After a long time, he smiled slightly, the best scorer is Harano Sakura, 80 points, followed by Uchiha Suzuki, 76 points, as for the others, either failed or knew how their scores came about. Irika looked around and sighed, okay, I believe you know, yes, Yaji Uchiba did graduate early, but the questions he did were not graduation questions, but questions for formal genin or even shinin. Hey, have you heard? There is a senior student who graduated early. What was it before? End of class early. The whole class was silent. Sakura angrily counterattacked. The third generation came in person? It's too difficult. Sakura kept thinking. She was not sure about some questions. She was not very good at judging and analyzing battle scenes, but she finished it in the end. He quickly went back to sit down to avoid being punished again. Time passed by, and cold sweat oozed from many people's foreheads. Another reason for closing his eyes was that these people's cheating methods were too clumsy, and he was afraid that he would open his eyes and couldn't help but slam the table. Smartness does not mean being studious. Okay, now the test papers will be distributed, and you can answer the questions. Shikamaru replied indifferently. Inyazuka Kiba and Ino shouted at the same time, and even Koji, who cared the least about these things, turned his head. This way, they might be more motivated and work harder. No one dared to refute. Harano Sakura looked at Suzuki and saw that he wanted to speak unwillingly, so she asked first, "Teacher, can I pass with 80 points?" Hehe, Chiba-san got full marks. Irika smiled. In addition, I heard from Hokage that the second round of the test he gave was to force his clone to use abilities other than physical skills. Doesn't that guy know ninjutsu? Harano Sakura's doubt came out. Suzuki clenched his hands. Clone. Even if it was just a shadow clone, it was still a clone of the Hokage. How difficult it was to force the other party to use abilities other than physical skills, but the guy who couldn't learn ninjutsu actually did it. Damn it! What have I been doing all these years? He realized his stupidity. After so many years in school, he was complacent with a little achievement, while the other party had already jumped out of the ninja school and took a step forward than them. Even if they were separated by a year. The others had nothing to say. The same thing was happening in Niji's class. If everyone had the idea of a euro I can do it too before, then after hearing the keywords such as Chunin questions and full marks, they no longer had any extra thoughts. Hokage said that as long as you can do it, he will allow you to skip class and study or exercise. Hokage-sama is really, well, although I don't know the details, starting today, you can come here during the day to study with the medical class. Kitayama Ou looked a little strange after reading the document. Graduate early? The third generation specially came up with such a system, and this child is really strange. By the way, what do you want to learn? Medical knowledge. Chiba now knows nothing about medical knowledge, and rashly proposed to observe the operation. I'm afraid Kitayama Ou will protest to Hokage-sama immediately. He doesn't want to offend this teacher. Yes, theory is the basis for learning all ninjutsu. You are not like many children who are ambitious and want to learn ninjutsu as soon as they come in. Kitayama Ou nodded approvingly. She pushed her glasses, turned and walked into her office, and then came out with a book. This is a book of basic medical theory knowledge. You can take it back and have a look. Although you may not be able to truly learn medical ninjutsu, it is always right to learn more knowledge. Chiba took it. The author's name was clearly written on it, Tsunade. He bowed deeply to express his gratitude. The medical class was about to end, so Chiba didn't need to stay here. He ran and read the book, and felt that the knowledge in the book was indescribable. Boring? Not true. Boring because you can't understand or learn, but thanks to the effect of the light ball, Chiba's learning ability is very strong, and he can quickly master it even if he is multitasking. Every time he reads a book, he feels like he is cleansed. Because of this, he can spend a long time in the library. Unfortunately, the school doesn't have many books, so he finished reading them quickly, and now Chiba has experienced the joy of learning again. Bang! Turning a corner, he bumped into someone. Sorry, I was too engrossed and didn't see clearly. Chiba didn't care about the pain and quickly stood up to apologize. A ninja with silver hair, a forehead guard and a mask on his face stood in front of him, looking at him with empty eyes, holding a book in his hand. Young man, you are not reading a great book, are you? It is worthy of being the work of one of the three ninjas, it is easy to understand and well written. One of the three ninjas? Could it be that? Kakashi's single eye widened instantly, and he observed the cover of the book from a different angle with great interest, then his head unconsciously leaned forward, his expression was quite puzzled and shocked. Medical Foundation. Author Tsunade. Good fellow. Can you be so fascinated by this kind of thing? I thought it was in the same series as mine, you are really a talent. He wanted to complain, but when he looked up, he noticed Chiba's dress. The other party should be only 12 years old. At this age, it is indeed not the time to buy another adult's work. I am too dirty. Kakashi reflected deeply, but nodded and praised, not bad, study hard, you will definitely become a great ninja in the future, but don't be too obsessed with reading while running. Yes. Chibiye stood up, took the book and apologized again, then continued to run and read. Kakashi tilted his head and watched him run away, even the mask could not hide his great doubts. Is there really someone in the ninja world who is so obsessed with learning? I have seen it. Hey Kakashi, I didn't expect to meet you here, let's have a youthful and passionate duel. I want to study, next time. Kakashi ignored him as much as possible. Kai looked at Chiba who ran away, and then looked down at the book in his hand. What are you talking about studying with a book of intimate paradise? It's a waste of youth and blood, let's duel. Chapter 5 Improved Bingliang Pill. Chiba was not clear about the situation of the ninja school. However, a week later, when he went back to hand in the report, Tian Tian mentioned this to him. The school organized an exam for them and the students 1 year lower that day. The third generation has said that as long as someone can get full marks and pass the second round, he will let the other party graduate early and participate in learning. In fact, no one can do it, including Niji. So, everything was quiet. Chiba returned to the medical class. Teacher, I have also finished reading the basics of pharmacology. I want to read more in-depth ones. So soon? Chiba didn't care. Chiba thought about it and quickly remembered it. With this child's talent, he can definitely become an outstanding medical ninja. What is this? Half an hour later, she was amazed and a little regretful. She looked Chiba up and down, a little unconvinced. You didn't read it all at once. Kitayama Ou was stunned for a moment. Kitayama Ou turned around, then flipped out a book of anatomy. After thinking about it, she took out a box from the drawer and took out a scroll from it. Chiba finished reading it. It would be great if he could learn ninjutsu. You are so arrogant. Humph. Let me test you. Kinyi told Kitayama Ou about his idea. Kitayama Ou smiled and didn't care. But on the surface, he encouraged him to try boldly and allowed him to look through the books in the office at will. Kinyi was surprised and took the scroll to look at it carefully. Although it is also anatomy, it is indeed different from the previous life. That child is making a soldier's grain pill for the first time. You keep an eye on it. If you encounter any problems, you can help. It is good, but it is abused and expensive. It should be further subdivided. Bai Cao took a look. Kitayama Ou took over the basics of pharmacology, then raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, put down the basics of pharmacology, and picked up the book Basics of Medicine. Although there are pharmacological assisted treatments, most of them are based on medical ninjutsu, and the surgical process is the same, so the knowledge and surgical procedures are also different from the previous life. The recipe for making Bingliang pills. Starting next week, read books and study while trying to make Bingliang pills. The light ball took away his ability to learn ninjutsu, but it also gave him stronger abilities. And I don't know if it was an illusion, the light ball seemed to have become smaller. Put 2 books on the table, then randomly open a page and start checking knowledge points. Kitayasu smiled. On the 4th day, he entered the laboratory. The Bingliang pills are very simple now. Thank you, teacher. I remember them all. The formula is not difficult and can be remembered quickly. Yes. However, he has some new ideas about Bingliang pills. After answering one by one, Kitayasu's eyes widened slightly, and his expression was surprised. Then he chaotically extracted the knowledge from the 2 books, not in order at all, but it was not difficult for Kinyi. You are open-minded. Okay, I'll find something suitable. 100 herbs. So, for the next 3 days, he has been dealing with books such as Bingliangwan and pharmacology. Kitayasu thought. Master Kitayasu, what's up? Sometimes you don't need to restore a lot of physical energy in a short period of time, but sometimes you need to restore a lot of physical energy quickly. It can satisfy hunger and restore physical energy, with multiple functions in one. After reading 3 books, he had a general understanding of Konoha's medical care. Around 12 years old, a very young child. It would not be uncommon a few years ago. In wartime, it was common for 12-year-olds to become Chunin, but it was different in peacetime. Is he Yajiyo Chiba? Bai Cao walked a few steps closer with curiosity, and then said in surprise, Master Kitayasu. What's wrong? Kitayasu was about to guide other juniors who were learning medical ninjutsu, but was stopped by Bai Cao, thinking that something was wrong with Chiba. No, his movements are very standard, but the selected herbs seem to be wrong, as if there is a discrepancy with the formula. Bai Cao is 26 years old this year, 8 years older than Kitayama Ou. Although he is not as good at medical ninjutsu as Kitayama Ou, he is also a leader in the medical class. He is very familiar with medical ninjutsu and Bingliangguan, and can tell the difference. Kitayama Ou frowned, this child is too reckless. Your hands are very steady. Bai Cao praised. Kunyi's every step is perfect, and there is no mistake in the technique and action. The only problem is that the medicinal materials do not seem to be according to the formula. Go and have a look. Kitayama Ou frowned and walked towards Kunyi. Halfway through, Kunyi's done. Pick up this Bingliang pill and put it in your mouth. Wait. Hi. Kunyi turned around and saw Baishengsu and Baiko. He immediately understood what they were here for. Teacher, Baiko Senior. Did you change the formula? Yes, because I'm not familiar with it. I plan to reduce the rapid recovery of physical energy, strengthen the hunger effect and calories, and then compare and improve. He said, and repeated his thoughts. Baishengsu frowned and said, You're too messy. Well, all the materials are non-toxic, so I plan to try it first. He said, without waiting for her to say anything else. He put it in his mouth and took a bite. After tasting it carefully. It's really not perfect. Let me think about it. By the way, it should be that these two are added less. He said, he started to mix again. You. Baishengsu was speechless for a while. Baiko, on the other hand, picked up the bitten Bingliang pill, tore off half and tasted it, and then his eyes lit up. Master Baishen, this Bingliang pill is indeed more filling, and it will not restore a lot of physical energy in the short term. Let me see. Baishengsu tasted it, then felt it carefully and fell into deep thought. Indeed. It has a better effect in filling the stomach. What is the cost? I eliminated the 2 medicinal materials that can quickly restore physical energy, and replaced them with grains and dried meat compressed by chakra. So the cost is less than half of the previous one, but it is not good to not restore physical energy at all, so I should add a little bit. Kunyi answered quickly, but he did not stop operating. Not long after, another Bingliang pill came out. This time it must be right. Try it again. Yeah. Baishengsu took it seriously, broke it into 2 halves, and then broke the other half into 2 parts. There is no way. The previous half was a bit strong in filling the stomach. After tasting it, her eyes lit up. This kind of Bingliang pill. It has a good balance between hunger and recovery, and is indeed better than the previous one. The cost is 50% of the previous one, and then we can adjust the quota and research a Bingliang pill that is specifically for short-term physical recovery and poor at filling the stomach and hunger, and sell that one at a higher price. This way everyone can spend a lot less money. Kunyi said. Kitayasu and Baiko looked at each other with shocked and complicated expressions. This is not difficult, they may not have thought of it. It's just. How long has this kid been learning? It's only been 3 days since he came into contact with Bingliang pills. As a result, he not only mastered the manufacturing method, but also came up with an adjustment plan. And his research was completely based on practicality, so it is indeed more reasonable to divide it into 2 types. It's not difficult, but they just didn't think of it. After a moment of silence, Kitayama Oyu said, Baiko, you help us research and develop a soldier's ration pill that can quickly restore physical energy and reduce satiety. After it is completed, Kyunyi will write a report document, and you can help correct it. Yes. Chapter 6 Light Ball, Bodhi Seed. Common type, emergency type. Very reasonable classification. Are these really all thought up by Kyunyi himself? After reading the report, the third generation was a little unbelievable. Yes, the rest of us are just assisting. Kitayama Oyu nodded. Common type is taken daily during the mission, and emergency type is used to quickly restore physical energy after intense combat, and the effect of filling the stomach is poor, which has less burden on the body. Implement it as soon as possible. The third generation exhaled, and a smile appeared on his face. Kitayama Oyu left in response. Kakashi, what do you think? After a while, a figure emerged. You mean he or this report? Kakashi thought for 2 seconds. Not being able to learn the nature change doesn't mean anything. As for the Hyauryo Kamaru, it is indeed more reasonable after being subdivided. The amount of money lost by ninjas when they perform tasks should be reduced by more than 1/3. In 3 days, from learning to research and mastering, all was completed. This talent is incredible. Moreover, he remembered that the boy went to the medical class to learn ninjutsu and medical knowledge. Both. Anyway, I will help you keep an eye on this child. Before there is a team leader, I will help take care of him, but forget about being a team leader. The third generation did not stop him. Hey, what is this? But they are not in Konoha anymore. Are you interested? How could the third generation not know? Mr. Third Generation, sorry, I want to wait a little longer. Kakashi said, saluted, and then picked up his book and left. He lit his pipe silently. The third generation sighed. The third generation smoked, and his expression could not be seen in the mist. Kakashi looked up. 3 days. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Kakashi was stunned for a second, but finally refused, and he thought he was not suitable to teach the child. I think the most suitable people to teach him are Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama. So, in the eyes of the child, the Hyauryo Maru was probably just a matter of convenience. Even the Hokage had to respect the opinion of an elite jonin like Kakashi, not to mention that Kakashi did not lead the team because of the son of the fourth Hokage. Kyunyi took a break in the hospital at noon, lay down to meditate, and sorted out the previous knowledge. The familiar ball of light automatically emerged in his consciousness, and what surprised him was that the ball of light seemed to be smaller. No. To be precise, it seemed to be condensed, the light shrank, and the surface was uneven, bright and dark at the moment, looking like some kind of strange pattern. Wait! This kind of pattern and shape seemed to have been seen somewhere. Kyunyi was stunned, recalling where on earth have I seen a similar shape? After thinking for a long time, I searched out all the memories of my previous life and finally remembered it. Before I traveled through time, I got a Bodhi seed, and the pattern of the light ball is exactly the same as it. It is that Bodhi. Kyunyi widened his eyes, looking unbelievable, and then he immediately calmed down. Now is not the time to think about the origin. Whether it is a Bodhi seed or a light ball, this thing is undoubtedly the foundation of his foothold in the ninja world. There must be a reason for the current changes. How could he rest? He sat up with a pen and paper in his hand, thinking and writing unconsciously. After a few minutes, dong! Kyunyi directly poked the tip of the pen into the paper. Haoliangwan. I modified the Haoliangwan a few days ago, and today I wrote the report and submitted it. It is very likely that it has been announced now. I want to learn, become enlightened, and then pass on what I have learned to others, so that the Bodhi seeds can change and give me feedback. But what did I get? The light ball manifested the Bodhi seeds, and I must have gained some benefits. Kyunyi tested it. Then, he was basically sure that the feedback he got this time should be the perception ability, not ordinary perception ability. In addition to chakra, it seems that he can also sense some gazes. For example, there is someone staring at him now. Kyunyi did not look over immediately, but took the opportunity to get up and change the book to take a glance. The other party was very fast, and he vaguely saw the edge of the glasses and silver hair. Double Yakushi? Kyunyi thought for a moment and matched the suspect. There was no one else except him. It was not surprising. My teacher was Mizuki, so it was normal for Do Yakushi to pay attention to him. No need to alarm the enemy. Who knows, maybe we can cooperate in the future. He walked silently to Kitayama Oyu's office. The door was not closed, but Kitayama Oyu was sleeping. Kyunyi quietly walked in, changed a book and was about to leave, but he glanced at her. Mr. Kitayama. It's normal for adults to read something colorful, but you should at least close the door. He turned around silently. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a scream behind him. Then there was the sound of I 1/2 oi 1/2 oi 1/2 at I 1/2 at tidying up the books. Before Kyunyi turned around, she explained with a stutter, Ahem, Chien, Kyunyi came to borrow a book. Have you finished reading the previous book? Yes, well, I'm going to read some neurological books. Kyunyi nodded. Kitayama Oyu blushed slightly and nodded, very good, then if it's too noisy outside, you can read it here. No, by the way, teacher, can I learn chakra scalpel in advance? This technique is quite forget it, you take it. Kitayama Oyu wanted to say that it was an A-level ninjutsu, which was extremely difficult, but when he thought about it, the other party seemed to have learned the Raise-nan of the 4th generation, and he thought of it himself. People are so annoying. Thank you, teacher. Sure enough. When people are in a state of social death, the probability of their requests being accepted is often higher. Kyunyi read it once and returned it immediately. When Kyunyi left, Kitayama Oyu buried his head and shouted silently. That kid must have seen it. I hope he doesn't know what book this is. Otherwise it's really. There is no dignity left for a teacher. Kyunyi left the office, reading a book while making hand seals and trying to perform chakra scalpel. The first time, failed. Baiko, who had been secretly observing since he left the office, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Fortunately, it was not that the second time, success. He stood up silently and decided to change his position to rest out of sight, out of mind. Chiba was completely unaware and was trying the effect of the scalpel with interest. It was indeed a B-level ninjutsu. It was not easy to master it at once. No wonder few people used it to fight. After all, for normal people, it is difficult to maintain it. To maintain its effect in a fierce battle, the control of chakra is extremely high. Those who can do this often have more efficient means of attack, such as Tsunade's strange power technique and Cho's puppet technique. People like Kabuto are pure exceptions. But for Chiba, this is a good technique. He thought about it and began to try to transform it, compressing the chakra, and finally making it as wide as a dagger. In actual combat, it doesn't seem to be that useful, but in terms of mobilizing chakra with hand seals, it did give me inspiration for condensing chakra needles. Chapter 7 Chakra Needles, Leading Surgery. After the perception is enhanced, the condition of chakra is clearer. Words like this. Hai, Jo, Yin, Zi. Kyunyi slowed down the speed of hand seals, and after each hand seal, the chakra in his body was mobilized, and then he successfully used the chakra scalpel again. There was no difficulty. But then, he dispersed the chakra and began to change the hand seals. Replaced 2 of the seals. Then, with a little help from chakra control. After a hand seal, a needle-like chakra aggregate appeared in Kyunyi's palm, and the high-density chakra formed a nearly substantial state. Sure enough, these few hand seals can assist help chakra condense, make my chakra gathering easier. Of course, still needs strong chakra control, otherwise it still can't be done. Kitayama Oyu has forgotten about the intimate paradise. Even though it is not a war period now and there are not many wounded, training, learning and surgery still occupy most of her time, where is the extra energy to entangle those things? Kyunyi got up and walked to the office. Effect, can touch real objects, lethality to be verified. Optimization direction, refinement, increase quantity, toughness, reduce difficulty. At present, it is not a ninjutsu that can be popularized. As a newcomer and an ungraduated child who does not know medical ninjutsu, he wants to participate in the operation, and he must have the consent and supervision of teacher Kitayama Oyu. Seeing Kyunyi coming in, she couldn't help but recall the embarrassing scene in her mind. Chakra needle, difficulty A+. But the medical class is too busy. Didn't you just learn the chakra scalpel? Fuck. He tried it with a kunao. We have to try it in practice. After a moment of silence, Chiba spoke first. Teacher, I just tried to integrate the chakra scalpel into the technique I have been studying before. The chakra scalpel is widely used in surgery, but not every surgery can use it. For example, when the tendons and bones are damaged, it is difficult for the chakra scalpel to accurately cut the damaged fascia. Kitayasu looked at him blankly, with an expression of "Are you kidding me?" on his face. But it doesn't mean it's useless. Chiba thought for a moment, opened his notebook and started to take notes. Dang! It was easily blocked. But the chakra needle can. It's open, right? Her mentality changed slightly. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "What technique?" "I call it the chakra needle." Kyunyi quickly formed a seal, then stretched out his right hand, and a chakra needle condensed into shape. I strengthened its shape change, so it has a materialization effect. This technique. Kitayama Oyu widened her eyes. Although she had not been working in the medical class for a long time, she had accumulated a lot of medical experience over the years, and naturally saw the use of this technique at a glance. She immediately thought of an operation. Turning around, flipping through it, and then took out a medical record. "Teacher, what is this medical record?" "Maribashi Kasuk." The existence of the so-called genin, but actually the elite jonin. Could it be that this senior Kasuk had a serious fracture of his left leg on the battlefield? Although it was bandaged in time, there were too many broken bones. The medical class after Tsunade left was not able to treat him at all, and he was amputated in the end. Kitayama Oyu sighed, "If there were seniors who knew your technique at that time, there might be a certain chance to cure him. Is there a similar operation? I want to try to participate. Such an operation will happen every once in a while. I1/2 CZE superscript 1 SASAE I1/4 I1/2. Kyunyi didn't wait too long. The next day, Kitayama Oyu took him to the operating room. Of course. This time he didn't let him operate, but just let him go in to see, adapt to the environment and situation of the operation, and avoid being nervous and flustered. But in fact, many people opposed it. For example, Han Feng. He was the squad leader of the medical class, one level higher than Kitayama Oyu, but Kitayama Oyu brought up the title of Hokage, so he had to agree to let Kyunyi follow him to learn. After several operations, his perception of Kyunyi improved a lot. Although he was very embarrassed, at least he had the proper respect for life, and his hands and feet were very quick. By the second operation, he could help with some small things without affecting their operations. Half a month later, the operation that Kyunyi had been waiting for came. A Chunin of the Nara clan, also a member of the Umbu, was hit by the enemy's detonating tag during a mission, and the bones of his left hand were shattered. Due to the explosion, there were various impurities in his skin and even flesh. The operation is extremely difficult. With such a degree of shattering. Surgery at the same time, otherwise it will be too late. Kitayasu said. She looked at Chiba, hesitant to speak. Teacher, let me help. You. Han Feng frowned. Chiba is a genius, but after all, he has never really participated. If such a dangerous patient cannot be cured, it will be a big blow to this child. He thought for a moment and said, "It's too difficult. You should help maintain the technique. I want to help remove the dirt and correct the broken bones." "Okay, I'll help you." Before Han Feng could speak, Kitayama Ou made up her mind, but was also stared at by Han Feng. Kitayama Ou didn't explain much, because she had discussed the technique with these people, and everyone's conclusions were similar. A technique with great potential. Kyunyi was assigned to the thigh. He didn't care and quickly started the operation. Seal and perform the technique. The chakra needle appeared in his hand. Han Feng was silent for a moment, then started the operation. The other party was seriously injured and there was not much time left. With his energy and concentration, Kyunyi found that he seemed to be able to feel the location of the impurities more clearly. With his steady hands and chakra, he removed some of them in a short while. Time passed by, and soon he had moved from his feet to his left waist. The chakra needle in his right hand and the chakra in his left hand did not seem to stop. Han Feng and Kitayama Su were stunned. What a fast move! They observed it for a while and were even more shocked. This. The left hand was the chakra scalpel that he had told them about, while the right hand maintained a technique closer to the extraction of fine wounds. The difference was that Kyunyi simply sucked the chakra to draw out the debris that was picked out. There was silence in the field. Everyone looked at each other and then silently made way. Unconsciously, this operation had become Kyunyi's leading one. The chakra needle shuttled between the bone fragments in the left hand, cutting and removing the flesh and debris in it. The others helped to piece the fragments together. After a long time, all the bones were pieced together. Under the healing of medical ninjutsu, the broken bones gradually adhered and recovered, and the wounds that were previously picked by the needle also recovered quickly. "Okay, kid, take a rest, and leave it to us next." Ah! Kyunyi recovered from his trance after hearing this, and then felt dizzy. The most serious part of his body is on the left side. You have already removed most of it. We can handle the rest. Besides, you don't have enough chakra. Han Feng said in a gentle voice. If he treated Chiba gently before because Chiba was a genius, now it is out of respect. It's a pity that he can't learn medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, this child might become another Tsunade-sama. Chapter 8 Teaching Ninjutsu, 3 Patterns. What? Let a child lead the operation, what do they think? Outside the operating room, Koharu Yudatan was furious. Don't worry, there is no better way now, right? The third generation smoked a cigarette, paused for a few seconds and said, although he can be treated directly, he was injured in order to seize information. If possible, at least ensure that his daily life will not be affected. But he is a genius. The third generation said decisively, and then silently threw out a scroll. Koharu Yudatan took it, and after taking a look, she was stunned. She was also a medical ninja, but she was busy with business recently and did not participate in the hospital and medical team's affairs, but it did not mean that she did not understand. How is he? Kitayama Ou thought of this because of Chiba. It can be used with suction to pick out debris, and naturally it can also pierce wounds in internal organs and other parts, and be used in conjunction with the technique of extracting fine wounds. Kitayama Ou whispered, and then she said shamefully, we were just assistants in this operation. It was all thanks to him that the broken bones were glued back one by one. If we also knew this technique, it would not be so difficult. Yes, this technique is very necessary to promote, not only in today's operation, but also in other fields. It may also have a good effect, such as cooperating with the technique of extracting fine wounds. This technique is obviously an advanced version of the chakra scalpel. As Koharu Yudatan was thinking, the back door of the operating room opened. So, chakra needles need to be promoted. The third generation interrupted her salute. Compared with these red tape, Geniuses like Chiba are more important. And if Tsunade, even if she has the ability to complete such a delicate operation, she will collapse after halfway due to the limitation of physical strength and chakra. Forget it. I'm exhausted from my chakra. Although I took the Bingliang pill, I can't make up for it with my energy. As soon as Koharu Yudatan thought of this, she shook her head secretly. If it was Tsunade, she could complete the treatment even without this ninjutsu, and it was unfair to compare that child with Tsunade. Kitayasu came out with Chiba on his back. When he saw the third generation and Koharu Yudatan, he was stunned for a second, and then he hurriedly saluted, Hokage, Yudatan. It's a pity. It's better to be nicer later. Anyway, the child had to go up. It is competent for more delicate surgical occasions. The learning difficulty of A+ is enough to discourage most ninjas in the current medical class. Koharu Yudatan believes that she can do it, but she also knows that she hasn't been on the operating table for a long time. She is old. Koharu Yudatan has been thinking and didn't interrupt. The third generation asked a few questions, and seeing Chiba, who was so tired that he fell asleep, he waved his hand and asked her to take Chiba to rest. Koharu, how is it? Hiruzen, his talent is very good, and I can vaguely see the shadows of Tsunade and Orochimaru, but I am a little worried. Yuta and Koharu frowned. Maybe, but I am old and don't have many chances. I want to try again. Come in, why are you here? Chiba-kun, I heard you were unconscious, are you okay? Tian was running out of breath. Behind him, Xiaoli quietly poked his head out and saw that the two of them quickly shrank back. Qinyi laughed dumbly, of course I'm fine, I just ran out of chakra, I just need to rest for a while. By the way, have you been doing well in class recently? Fortunately, after knowing that we can finish the course early, everyone is very diligent. It is said that the truant kings in the lower grades rarely skip classes now. Tian said this and suddenly raised his index finger. Oh yes, except for that guy named Uzumaki Naruto, he still skips classes, and more frequently than before. At this time, Xiaoli quietly poked his head out. Tian scored second in the class, just a little behind Niji. Hehe, I'm going to exercise. Hey. You want to kill me? Tian was furious, but Xiaoli ran away after saying that. Qinyi got up from the bed in the lounge, took out the notebook, opened one of the pages and handed it to her. Tian lowered her head, a little puzzled. Chakra thread, a byproduct of studying ninjutsu. We don't know puppetry, but it seems very good to use it to manipulate hidden weapons such as kunao and shuriken. It's too precious, I can't have it. Tian understood its value. Its difficulty is at least B level, and many Chunin may not have the opportunity to learn it. Ninjutsu is developed to make people stronger, otherwise it is meaningless. Your hidden weapon attainments are very good, but it's just a hidden weapon. You can't do anything when you meet some enemies. Qinyi said seriously. How is it possible? Don't underestimate people, my hidden weapons are not just like those in school. Tian curled her lips. She felt that her throwing performance was definitely harmed by the upper limit of the school's curriculum. If the difficulty was higher, she would definitely not be tied for first place for 2 years. What if I encounter a powerful wind escape? Ordinary wind escape is impossible. Okay, I know your good intentions, but I can't take it for no reason. Tian said persistently. Qinyi thought about it, his eyes lit up and said, I remember your family also sells knives, right? I want to practice swords recently, why don't you help me pick a good sword? Okay, then, thank you, if you don't know swordsmanship, come to me. Tian began to read the notes seriously. She has a strong personality, at least much stronger than Sakura, who says she wants to rely on herself, but actually asks Naruto for help when she has difficulties. If it's Haruno Sakura, Qinyi doesn't care about her. After reading it, Tian fell into deep thought, and then said, according to your notes, you want to condense chakra into weapons, and release multiple at the same time? It can't be simply said to be a weapon, but a needle that can be perfectly controlled. It can be in any form I want, and it can be condensed in the instant of attack without the need for hand seals. This is my ultimate pursuit. Qunyi explained. Tian Tian nodded, and understood why Qunyi came to the medical class. In terms of chakra control, the medical class is the strongest. In addition, she vaguely felt that Qunyi's idea was not that simple, and this so-called needle must have a more terrible use. In the end, she didn't ask more, but just copied it down cherished, ready to go back and study slowly. Not everyone has a learning ability as fast as Qunyi. In fact, Qunyi's idea is not that complicated. The reason why it is a needle is that it is sharp and has little loss, and the other is that it can be used in many techniques, such as the random body rush. In addition, he came to another purpose of studying in the hospital is to explore the acupuncture points. Without the Byakugan, it is naturally impossible to see the acupuncture points, so Qunyi plans to observe and explore some common acupuncture points through learning and daily contact. By then, the effect of the chakra needle will not only be treatment. Qunyi visualized the Bodhi seed. Not much change. If you insist, there are 3 more pattern-like grooves on the surface that are not short, one deep and long, the second short, and the third long but very shallow. If it is not a consciousness body that is closely related to himself, Qunyi would not be able to detect it at all. 3 corresponding to the 2 techniques and the Bingliang pills I sent out? Chapter 9. The third generation is interested in me? The deeper ones are chakra needles. The shallower ones? Chakra threads? The short ones should be the Bingliang pills. The different depths should be due to influence, and spreading wisdom and knowledge can give the Bodhi seeds nutrients to grow slowly. The 2 gullies are proof of this. Qunyi breathed a sigh of relief. After figuring out the rules, the direction in front of him became much clearer in an instant. He thought about it and began to analyze the 2 techniques that have been spread out so far. From the perspective of ninjutsu, the chakra needles must have great potential, but the corresponding difficulty is also extremely high. The difficulty of A+ has discouraged countless ninjas, and even if it can be simplified, it is still a difficulty. The latter is definitely less influential than the former. After all, the Sand Village has long been used to control ninja tools and puppets with chakra threads, but this also means that it is not difficult and has a strong popularity. Haha, awake? According to this analysis, the chakra thread is currently suitable for large-scale promotion, but I don't know how many patterns I need to accumulate to make Bodhi transform again. Using chakra like yesterday is still a small amount after all. Under normal circumstances, my own chakra is enough. If I want to sleep peacefully, I have to rely on Bodhi who travels with me. Forget it, there is no rush for the time being. The physical skills cannot be put down. Qunyi stood up, stretched his waist, and then stretched his muscles and bones a little. He thought again and had a second goal. As for the spirit, he woke up refreshed, and for a while, he couldn't feel whether he had made any progress. Whether it is ninja tool manipulation or puppetry, there are examples of Sand Village, which are quite simple to imitate, while Konoha is blank in this area. He thought that 2 patterns would at least benefit him, but after trying it carefully, it seemed that there was not much change in his body. Try chakra thread first, this thing is simple. Busy. The Jonin may not like it, but the ninjas below the Jonin are definitely happy that Konoha has such a ninjutsu. Fortunately, I don't have to go to class now, otherwise even I can't do so many things at the same time. But I'll try the chakra amount later, and I can still find out some. I still have to figure it out. Puppetry techniques. Chiba knew very well that both physical techniques and ninjutsu had their limits. Even if he was lucky enough to learn senjutsu in the future, it would be extremely difficult to face Madara and Kagaya at Satsuki. Chiba sighed silently. He still had to study medical knowledge. After all, he was just getting started now, at least that's how he thought. The human spirit was the most amazing. Only the Yamanaka clan in Konoha was more spiritual about it, but the Yamanaka clan was a secret technique, and there was no such knowledge in Konoha's collection of books. Huh? Chiba was startled. This voice. Why is he here too? Hokage-sama. Ahem, I just came to see you. Thanks to your rescue, the kid from the Nara family is out of danger now. Shikaku and I happened to come to the hospital to see you, so we came to see if you woke up. The third generation explained. Kinyi looked in the direction of the voice and found that there was another person standing behind Sandai. He walked out after Sandai finished speaking and said, if it weren't for you, Zhui would definitely not be able to become a ninja. The Nara family is grateful. Don't do this, Lord Shikaku. I'm just doing my best. Kinyi hurriedly stopped him. Shikaku said nothing, bowed solemnly, and then nodded to Sandai and said, Lord Hokage, I'll go see Zhui first. Go. Sandai nodded. Kinyi watched him leave, and then felt a little strange. They must have seen Nara's Zhui, right? So. Does Sandai have something to say to him alone? He thought for a moment and asked, Hokage, was that senior Chunin rescued? Well, he barely saved his hand. Although his physical skills will be affected in the future, fortunately he is from the Nara clan and does not rely so much on physical skills. He has no problem being a ninja. The third generation smiled. That's good. Kinyi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to rescue him, otherwise it would be a waste of time. Facts have proved that the detonating talisman in reality is really powerful. Not only can rope tree not block it, but elite Chunin will also suffer the same consequences. Severe injuries are minor. Han Fang told me that the successful rescue of I1/2 CZEOEE superscript 1/3/4 EAEOE I1/2 this time was entirely due to your ninjutsu. If you are willing to submit it to the village cannot fail to express its opinion. Seeing that Kinyi did not make any requests, the third generation brought up the topic himself. What do you want? I heard that you have a lot of books. I want to borrow a few. Kinyi has been eyeing the third generation's collection of books for a long time. I asked Kai to pass the message before, just to get in touch with the third generation and see if I can enter the third generation's private library to read books. Now that the opportunity has finally come, how can I miss it? There is no need to hide this request. Being sneaky will only make people suspicious. The third generation smiled and nodded repeatedly, saying, okay, you can come to the Hokage building to read books at any time in the future, but you can also take a look at some scrolls of ninjutsu. Although the talent for nature change is poor, you can still learn it after grinding. Yes, thank you for your advice. Kinyi knew that the third generation meant well, but the fact that he didn't know ninjutsu had nothing to do with his talent, but the Bodhi seed in his head. He didn't know what that thing was, but he just hoped to find the answer in the future. But what the third generation said made sense. He couldn't learn nature change, but many ninjutsu could be applied to other ninjutsu, and he didn't have to stick to ninjutsu without attributes. In short, he was determined to read the third generation old man's book. If you encounter something you don't understand while reading, you can also come to my office to ask me. Don't be too polite. Although I am old and my memory is not good, I know a little bit. After that, the third generation said a few more words before leaving. Kinyi always felt that the third generation seemed to be interested in him. He thought about it and it was normal. He would not meet anyone better with his talent in recent years. It was normal for the third generation to have ideas. Kinyi thought for a moment and shook his head. He was too lazy to think about the third generation. It was the right thing to take care of himself first. I have been lying down for a day. I won't read today. I will have a good rest and go out for a run after dinner. It was noon now, and he could also go to the hospital cafeteria for a meal. Many people greeted him on the road. After asking around, Kinyi knew that he was famous in the hospital. He was on the operating table at the age of 12, and he was the chief surgeon. Many people in the hospital had privately compared him with Tsunade-sama, which made him somewhat ashamed. After all, Tsunade knows all the tricks, while he can only hold his hands steady and use his knife accurately. Therefore, he was able to succeed yesterday even though he still didn't know much about medical knowledge, not to mention that he didn't know any medical ninjutsu. Kyunyi explained it several times, but later he was too lazy to say it again. It seems, whether in the past life or in the ninja world, workplace gossip is inevitable. He was secretly dissatisfied. During the meal, Kyunyi happened to meet Kitayama Ou, and told him about his request for leave today, and the other party readily agreed. After eating, he went out for a walk and exercise. After lying down for a long time, he was almost rusty. Going out for exercise was so refreshing. Chapter 10. Are you considering working in a hospital? After running for an afternoon, Kyunyi felt like he was alive again. Not only that, he felt that his energy should be much stronger than before. It must not be the effect of chakra exhaustion. Bodhi seeds. Good stuff. Kyunyi was secretly happy. However, after walking for a while, he looked up and was stunned for a moment. On the wall of the ninja school, 3 heads sticking out. Chiba looked up and just met their eyes. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Koji. Chiba nodded. Chiba was puzzled. Naruto smiled. Based on his appearance and tone of voice, he vaguely guessed Chiba's identity. Isn't it said that the study atmosphere in the ninja school is very good now, and everyone is studying hard? Me? A kind person who can't bear to see you go astray. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, and then carefully turned out. Chiba controlled the 3 people separately, and then controlled them to climb up the wall. Naruto turned around and glared at him angrily, but Chiba smiled brightly. If you don't study at this age, you will be in trouble. Naruto looked Chiba up and down. You skipped class? Naruto looked at Chiba strangely. Shikamaru said boredly while holding a piece of grass in his mouth. We all skipped classes, but this guy acted like he was more noble and kept preaching. Shikamaru raised his index finger, signaling Chiba to be quiet. Ah, that's it. I tried for a while, but it was too tiring, and it would be more troublesome to finish the course early. I thought about it and felt that it would be good to stay for a while longer. Huh? Who are you? Hey, let's go, I'll take you to play. Huh, is that necessary? Aren't you skipping classes too? As he spoke, several chakra threads shot out. Koji remained silent and ate on the side. Pa! With a snap of his fingers, they fell from the top of the wall. Naruto wanted to climb out to seek revenge, but was held down by Shikamaru. Koji also wanted to go out to seek revenge, but seeing that Shikamaru had no intention of leaving, he stopped. From childhood to adulthood, he had never suffered any loss by hanging out with Shikamaru. We are not opponents, let's go back quickly, the patrol teacher must have heard the noise. Damn it! Don't let me meet him in school. Naruto was indignant. You can't beat him even if you meet him. Shikamaru shrank his body and complained as he went back to the classroom, his chakra threads are very strong. The 3 of us couldn't break free just now. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the Yajiyo Chiba who graduated early. Oh, him. Chisai thought for a moment and continued to stuff his food. He really couldn't beat him. What's wrong with Yajiyo Chiba? I just want to go out and teach him a lesson. Naruto jumped over the wall angrily. Shikamaru covered his face speechlessly. Chisai was stunned for a moment and looked at him, as if asking for advice. Ignore him, let's run. Shikamaru said, speeding up his running speed. Not long after, he sneaked back to the classroom and saw Naruto walking into a trap at the school gate. Sad. Tell him not to send him off, but he didn't listen. Chiba sat at the school gate and talked cordially with the teachers. Good boy, I heard that you are the main surgeon in the hospital. It's all rumors. I'm just an assistant. How can I do surgery? Kyunyi shook his head modestly. Hey, I think you can do it. The ninjas in the sand village can't use chakra threads as well as you. Try to develop puppetry and see what the sand village can do. Puppetry? What's powerful is the technology of making puppets, not chakra threads or manipulation techniques. The former requires decades of accumulation and experimentation. Unless Konoha can get the technology of the sand village, he can improve it into his own. Otherwise, it will be a thankless task. Of course. These teachers just said it casually. They admired Kyunyi's skills and talents more. They didn't talk much on weekdays. They were just looking for topics when there was nothing to talk about. Kyunyi chatted for a few words and left the ninja school, leaving Naruto standing in the wind. Kyunyi, Mr. Hanfang asked you to go there after you come. Yes. Kyunyi nodded and turned to walk towards Hanfang's office. He knocked on the door gently. Come in. After opening the door, Kyunyi was stunned for a second. In addition to Hanfang, there was also an old lady who looked quite kind, but how did she look in this outfit? His old witch Tatsune. He was shocked, but he remained calm and bowed to the two of them. Kyunyi, come and sit down. This is the village consultant and a very skilled medical ninja. Hanfang introduced him quickly. Tatsune Koharu smiled and said, No, I haven't participated in treatment for many years. I have forgotten many skills. I can only give some random instructions, which are not up to standard. Maybe it's because technical work is easy to be seen through, but medical ninjutsu is quite rational. Kyunyi commented in his heart. You are too modest. Okay, let's talk business first, kid. I called you here to ask if you are interested in becoming a specially hired ninja for the hospital. Koharu Yudatan smiled. Specially hired ninja. Chiba was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. Yes, because you don't know medical ninjutsu, but I observed yesterday that your chakra control is very strong. If you cultivate it, you will definitely be very good at surgery. Many surgeries require the cooperation of such experts. Han Fang explained. He used to regard Chiba as a student with a little talent, but after yesterday, he realized that he still underestimated the child's comprehension and ability. With the child's comprehension and ability, it won't take long for him to be able to handle the chakra scalpel. He has practiced the surgical procedures with chakra needles so skillfully that many veterans may not be as good as him. No need, I'm just a student. I still have books to read from teacher Kitayama. Chiba said. It won't delay you, and Kitayama, well, has been busy with her studies recently, so she may not have much time to take care of you. Giving you the status of a specially hired ninja is just right for you to participate in the whole process. Han Fang tactfully expressed that Kitayama was hit hard and planned to continue learning to strengthen his abilities. Chiba is not stupid. The use of chakra needles has been proven, and some medical ninjas must learn it in the future. We can't ask him to come every time there is an operation. He is still just a child. Even if Chiba is willing to come, the medical ninjas will be embarrassed. He thought for a while and said, if it is because of the chakra needles, I tried it during my break yesterday. Adding 15 seals should make the technique more stable and simple, and more suitable for medical treatment. Really? Han Fang's breathing was rapid. Yudatan Koharu was not too calm. It took years for other people to develop ninjutsu. This kid has only been a few days, and he has perfected the chakra needle. Well, that's it. Chiba slowly made hand seals. His initial version had 5 seals, and the simple version he figured out yesterday had 20 seals. He thought of this because he was inspired by the water dragon bullet technique. For the same ninjutsu, the second generation Hokage only needed 4, while Zabuza and his friends had to make 44 seals. It can be seen that the number of seals can also affect the difficulty of ninjutsu. So, he went back and tried various things. Chapter 11 What of Versailles? Kuritan Koharu listened to it once, read Chiba's handwritten notes on the spot again, and tried it. It really worked. She was a little unbelievable. Is there really such a smart child in the world? Chiba, how did you do it? Han Feng was dumbfounded. Nothing. I have a strong sense, so I tried each seal one by one, and roughly wrote down the effect of each seal added to this technique, and then divided them into pairs. Han Feng was at a loss. Perception? This. Obviously. With this ability to get close, he can kill the opponent with a single knife, so why do he need to use chakra needles to interrupt and seal? Isn't it just taking off pants to fart? Yuditen Koharu also figured it out. What he said just now was really irrational. From the seal that Yuditen Koharu just made, he could roughly sense the trajectory of the chakra flowing in the meridians after it was refined. If he wanted to attack Yuditen Koharu just now, he could use the condensed chakra needle to pierce the approximate location of the meridians. Yuditen Koharu was a little surprised and said, "You still have the ability to perceive." Kyunyi shook his head. "No, I still hope to be a ninja. I came to the hospital just to learn about medical and human body related knowledge. I don't plan to be a professional medical ninja. The efficiency is too low." Yuditen Koharu was silent. What a Versailles! Within half a step, he could sense the general fluctuation. Perception ability is not a cabbage. He and Koharu Yuditen looked at each other and sighed together. Can chakra be sensed? Han Feng sighed regretfully. Indeed, it is a flaw that this child does not know medical ninjutsu. But just like that, it is far from a success in Chiba's eyes. Not very strong. Not very strong. The range is average, and it is difficult to sense other people's chakra fluctuations, but my own is clearer. Koharu Yuditen tried several times silently, with success and failure, but mostly success, which verified the feasibility of this method, and was inevitably a little excited. "Child, you are a genius, stay in the hospital." What Chiba did not mention is, in addition, forcing the other party to stay just because of the superb chakra knife and chakra needle is a huge loss for the ninja field in Konoha. Being a medical ninja is really a waste of talent. It has indeed lowered the difficulty, but it is still rated A, and even if someone in the medical class learns it, few are as steady as you. How about this? You should still be a specially hired ninja. It's just right for you to use this identity to participate in what you want to do during this period of time. Han Feng said gently. As for the salary, we will distribute it at half of the normal medical ninja, whether you are in the hospital or not. Koharu Yuditen said. Thank you, Mr. Consultant, Mr. Han Feng. Ki was delighted. We won't be tired if we talk about salary. With Bodhi, he does have a stronger talent than ordinary people, but as a non-ninja and an orphan in the war, his income is only some subsidies from the village. Life can only be said to be not bad, but it is far from enough to buy ninja tools and materials for ninjutsu experiments. It's not clear how much the income is, but it's better than talking about ideals. After talking about ninjutsu, Yutane Koharu continued to draw for a while, and only let Chiba leave when he was thirsty. Chiba endured it for the sake of income. After leaving the office, he went to Kitayama OU. Sure enough, Kitayama OU was also studying chakra needles. Seeing him coming, he blushed a little, perhaps because he felt embarrassed to secretly practice ninjutsu with his students. Chiba saw through it but didn't say it, but exchanged the improved version for the ninjutsu scroll A the technique of extracting fine diseases. The words of the third generation reminded him. Even if he could not learn some ninjutsu, some of the principles could be borrowed, such as the technique of extracting fine diseases. He could not learn the effects of extracting toxins and pathogens, but he could borrow the function of absorption to cooperate with chakra to absorb blood or the opponent's chakra. Of course, this is just a preliminary idea. If it is to be realized, there is still a long way to go. Without the teacher's arrangement, Kyunyi didn't know what to do for a while. He took a book and read it while walking around, and he was free in the medical class. Until the afternoon, there was an operation, and he followed it. The ninjas in the medical class did not refuse. The so-called specially hired ninja is just a position. Kyunyi still doesn't even have a ninja forehead protector. He estimated that he would have to go through a ninja exam again. He didn't plan to stay for long, so it didn't matter. With this identity, Kyunyi successfully participated in many operations and follow-up tracking of diseases. However, within a day, another item was added to Kyunyi's daily plan: swordsmanship. He had previously exchanged his chakra thread skills and experience for a sword sold by Tianatian's family. Tiantian was very trustworthy. When he went back to tell Tiantian about the matter, Tianatian's father immediately sent the sword to Kyunyi's family and also taught him swordsmanship. Tianatian's swordsmanship was not very strong, just some basic skills. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. What Kyunyi needs now is the basics. After a few months, the sensation caused by Kyunyi's main surgeon at the age of 12 gradually calmed down, and he often appeared in the hospital, unlike before when he was chased and asked about wherever he went. During this period, Kyunyi took the opportunity to learn a lot of medical knowledge and human body structure, and had a lot of insights into muscles and chakra meridians. Recently, he began to study medicinal soups for strengthening the body. It's just that the effect of the prescription is always a little worse. Chiba inquired for a long time, and finally heard a direction from Kitayama Oyu. The Nara clan is best at pharmacology, and most of Konoha's earliest pharmacology knowledge came from the Nara clan. Coincidentally, he had saved Nara Shui before, and had met Shikaku and Shikamaru. Although he was not very happy with the latter, he was not a stranger at least. Shikamaru. You are still more than a year away from graduation. Have you ever thought about working hard to graduate early and study in other departments? Shikaku rarely had time to talk to his son. Shikamaru propped his cheek with one hand, looking listless. He did not answer the question immediately, but was silent for 2 seconds before saying, at the beginning. With your intelligence, you can definitely do it. Too troublesome. Shikamaru sighed. It's good to graduate early, but when I think about the pile of schoolwork after graduating early, there may be more assessments, homework, and reports, so I don't want to graduate early. Shikaku was speechless. Other children saw the glory of graduating early and thought that they would have more time to play after leaving school, but this child saw more work and pressure after graduation. Too smart may not be a good thing. He pondered for a moment and was about to persuade again, but suddenly he felt something and smiled and said, "Didn't you ask Yajayo Chiba before?" Ah! Shikamaru was a little strange. After being forced back to school by the other party that day, he went home and asked once, why did Shikaku suddenly mention him? You have a chance to see him today. Chapter 12. It's a pity that he is not my son. Lord Shikaku, I am Yajayo Chiba. I am sorry for coming to visit you without a visiting card. Chiba bowed lightly. Shikaku smiled and waved his hand. Nothing, I wanted to invite you to my house before, but you were still recuperating at that time, and the hospital was busy, so I didn't want to delay your time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to bother you. After a while of politeness, Chiba was welcomed into the courtyard. Hello, senior, I'm Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru still looked listless. When he saw Chiba, he greeted him without too much anger of meeting an enemy. With his intelligence and character, he had thought about these things long ago. Shikamaru, hehe, you may not know that I submitted the ninja tool control technique to you some time ago. Now the ninja tool control technique has been promoted in the Chunin level. Shikaku was the first to pass on the message. Shikamaru, who was standing by, heard it and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he soon realized it. Kyunyi nodded in agreement. Kyunyi's heart moved. It is not realistic to ask for such secret knowledge. Kyunyi disagreed. The chakra thread that day could even control the three of them, not to mention the mere ninja tools. I am afraid that the other party's ultimate goal is not to control the ninja tools, but to puppetry, right? Shikamaru thought. That's true, but the chakra thread alone can't do anything, and my power is very limited. We need everyone to contribute our wisdom together, so that Konoha can be stronger. Shikamaru listened on the side, without any intention of interrupting, but just looked at Kyunyi with some interest, wanting to hear how he answered. Shikaku didn't avoid Shikamaru, and looked at Kyunyi seriously. Although the benefits will be divided, there are also many benefits, think about it yourself. Nothing, just a sea-level ninjutsu. Of course a thought's the best. Thank you very much for your help. You told me without hiding it because you believe in my character. Why don't I take the lead and help you contact the Akimichi family? If they are willing to participate, we can study a better one together. If not, we can work together. Shikaku narrowed his eyes, and then smiled and said, this medicine is of great benefit to all ninjas, especially the Akimichi clan, and they have a secret medicine involving knowledge of stimulating the physical body. Well, I can't hide it from Lord Shikaku. I heard that the earliest basic knowledge of pharmacology came from the Nara clan, so there is an incomplete prescription. I want to ask you for advice. Yes. Shikaku shook his head gently. Many people have created advanced ninjutsu, but only a few can learn it. For example, how many people have learned the raise-non that you and the fourth generation thought of together? He was about to say more. Shikaku meant that the Akimichi clan understood this better, but he still had some friendship with the Nara clan, but he had no friendship with the Akimichi clan at all. Shikaku smiled and nodded, then chatted with him for a few more words, and finally looked back and said, I heard that you have been studying muscles, body, and pharmacology recently. Do you want to buy special herbs or books from me? Kyunyi said, and roughly explained his ideas and current medicine selection. This means. Kyunyi agreed immediately. Shikaku was afraid that he would think too much because of the benefits, but in fact, Kyunyi's interests were completely different from what Shikaku thought. He only wanted name. Shikaku smiled and nodded, and chatted with Kyunyi for a few more words. After that, Kyunyi smelled the fragrance and said goodbye tactfully. Shikaku looked at the back and sighed softly. Father, is it a pity that he can't learn ninjutsu and genjutsu? Shikamaru asked when he saw this. Shikaku glanced at him, then said unhappily, he is so smart at such a young age, why should I feel sorry for him? I feel sorry that he is not my son. Although he did not mention any names, it was extremely insulting. Shikamaru slandered in his heart. Child, there are many smart people in the world. Don't wait until you encounter difficulties to regret that you didn't work harder before. Let's go, let's not talk about this, let's eat. The Akimichi clan, I forgot about them. The three-color secret medicine is really strong with their clan. Even if you can't learn all of them, knowing part of them can develop drugs that stimulate the body, physical strength, and chakra. Stimulant drugs will consume lifespan and foundation, but if you have lost your life, it is meaningless to talk about lifespan and foundation. Life is more important than anything else, and these drugs can save lives at critical moments. If you can get in touch with the Akimichi clan, you will have two kinds of medicine at once. I didn't expect to get a pleasant surprise during a visit. Kyunyi couldn't help but smile as he ran. At this time, he could hear the sound of running from behind, and then he felt a familiar breath. Rock Lee. He slowed down. Qian Kyunyi, wait for me. Lee, is the get out of class over? Yeah, alas, they have been studying hard every day recently, and I can't learn at all. I have to continue to exercise after working hard for a few days. Little Lee sighed, and looking at his expression, it was obvious that he was depressed recently. Kyunyi couldn't help but smile, and then persuaded him seriously, why are you competing with them? I graduated early because I had a need. You left school, but you still exercise every day? If you don't know how to combine work and rest, you might even tire yourself out. Is that so? Didn't teacher Kai beat you? I did. Xiaoli is very honest. He is not smart, but he is often influenced by the atmosphere in school. Kai and Kyunyi both said so, and he felt that there seemed to be some truth in it, and gradually he stopped thinking about it. So, as expected, I still have to exercise with Kyunyi to feel it. My youthful blood is boiling again. Kyunyi, let's duel. Run 500 laps. Whoever can't hold on first loses, and then stand upside down for 100 laps. Hehe. Kyunyi was too lazy to pay attention, but instead sped up. Wait. By the way, where is Teacher Kai? Normally, Xiaoli would exercise with Might Guy. Xiaoli said, you are on a mission. Okay, I just happened to meet you. I have a research recently and I just need someone to cooperate. Are you interested in participating? Me? Xiaoli was a little bit unbelievable, his thick eyebrows raised, obviously a little excited. Chiba's favorite is still Might Guy. The stronger the physical skills, the more you can experience the gains brought by the reasonable use of muscle strength, and you can also find out your own shortcomings, and Xiaoli is a pure practitioner. Ask him how to punch and kick, he will definitely perform perfectly. If you ask the principle of the force of this punch, how to integrate chakra to make the power of a punch reach the extreme, he will understand. Sure enough. An hour later, Xiaoli looked confused, and the more he listened, the more dizzy he became. Forget it, just do it like me, try and compare whether it is better than before. Kyunyi said and started punching. One blow. Crack. The huge tree trunk made a sharp crack. Chapter 13 Young man, let's have a passionate duel. Xiaoli was stunned and shocked. This what kind of fist? How do you do it? Perfectly utilize strength, and then combine it with chakra blessing. This is what Kyunyi wants to teach. 8 gates, to put it simply, is to develop the chakra in the body to bless the physical strength. If the physical body is strong enough, it can offset some side effects, and if it is not strong enough, it will naturally be disabled if not dead. He does not understand the 8 gates, but the principle is similar and can be used as a reference. So powerful. Xiaoli's tone is excited, but there is a bit of loss in his eyes. Difficult. He shook his head secretly. The power and effect are not as good as the real strange power technique, but the power is quite good when used with physical skills, but the side effects are closer to Lianhua, and the muscles will be damaged after using it for a short period of time. If the physical strength is lower than a certain level, this physical technique cannot be learned. I haven't taught anyone else yet, so I don't know if this set is suitable for different people. It needs to be taught by others. Since school, among his classmates, only Chiba doesn't look down on him. At first, they were in the same boat, but later Xiaoli understood that they were different. Li, you don't know ninjutsu and genjutsu like me, but you actually have chakra, otherwise you can't climb trees and step on water, so you can't just tap into your physical strength, you should also use chakra. Bang! The tree trunk he had been using for training burst directly from the fist. It turns out that he can also use chakra to become very strong. Yes. Chiba was thoughtful, used chakra to check, and then took out a pen and paper to write another paragraph. Chiba said he was cooperating with the experiment, but in fact he was more of a teacher. He is not smart. Want to optimize? Try to do what I say, and I'll observe from the side. Kai and Xiaoli are good in everything, but this emotion is simply not known how to complain, it comes out when it comes. Kyunyi covered his face and was speechless. It really worked. Remember this feeling. Xiaoli was silent. Medical class, this kind of physical skill should be used as a killer move. Not only fists can be used. If you can comprehend it, theoretically every point in the body that can exert force can be used. It's done. At this moment, he cried, and he cried again. Let's go, follow me. By the way, how is your hand? Wow, thank you, Kyunyi, but Kyunyi said seriously. And now? Yes. If you don't want to learn because of some factors, then there is no need. Your ninjutsu is to rely on your own efforts to prove that you can also become an excellent ninja, right? Hand? Gouda. It hurts? Xiaoli was very excited. On the way back, Qinyi was thinking about how to optimize it. Xiaoli is just not smart, but not stupid. Xiaoli was silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. Qinyi said lightly. Xiaoli shouted, and then began to practice. However, he was not afraid of pain. He refined chakra and punched again and again. Qinyi observed with his perception and corrected his way of exerting force little by little. Xiaoli had not felt it before, but when his excitement subsided, he immediately felt the pain. Xiaoli looked at his fist in amazement. Finally, he referred to Lotus and Super Strength for this technique. In general, it seems to be a poor version of both. Where to go? The extreme state has a price. Even Super Strength has extremely high requirements for learners. Shizun has been with Tsunade for many years, but she has not been able to learn Super Strength. It is not that Tsunade does not want to teach, but Shizun does not have the conditions to learn. Forget it, this is it for now. Qinyi has no better way. Perhaps knowing Tsunade and knowing the full version of Super Strength can further optimize the effects and side effects of Chakra Blessing, but it seems to be a delusion at present, so it can only be put aside. Xiaoli refused to go to the hospital, thinking that he would be fine after a rest. In the end, it's all about money. He was about to persuade again. Bang! A kick came from the side. Xiaoli had no time to react, and was kicked out directly. A figure appeared. Li, you have been a little slack during my absence. Qinyi was speechless for a moment. No one could react to a sneak attack like yours. But Xiaoli. Teacher Kai, I'm sorry, I will definitely work harder. That's right, that's it. Might Guy was full of fighting spirit. Then, he looked to the side, stunned for a moment and said, Qinyi, aren't you in the hospital recently? How come you have time to train? Teacher Kai, I'm just going to study, not to be a medical ninja. I've learned almost everything, so I can't fall behind in physical skills. Qinyi smiled helplessly. Why do some people always think they want to be medical ninjas? He doesn't know medical ninjutsu. But, well, I've heard outside that you have great skills, and many medical ninjas are not as good as you. It would be a waste if you don't use this skill to save people. Kai was a little entangled. From a personal perspective, he thought it was right for Qinyi to come back and continue to practice, but from an overall perspective, he felt that when a medical ninja performs surgery to save people, it can help many ninjas avoid the pain of amputation. Qinyi smiled and said, Teacher Kai, I am a specially hired ninja now, and the technique is not difficult. If there is such an operation, it will not be too late to participate. He basically allocated his own time. I see, then let's have a passionate duel. Hi. Qinyi looked confused, somewhat doubting that he had heard wrong, and sensed the surroundings. Kakashi is not here. Teacher, Kakashi-senpai is not here. Yes, I challenge you. Might Guy rubbed his fingers on the cracked tree trunk. Although he did not see the two people fight in person, as a master of physical skills, it is not difficult to reverse the force from the traces. Just by looking at the two cracks, he knew how powerful this punch was. He really couldn't help wanting to fight. Then please teach me, Teacher Kai. Young man, you must go all out. Kai said seriously. Qinyi thought about it and nodded slightly. Originally, he wanted to show this physical skill in front of Might Guy, but he asked Xiaoli to test it because Might Guy was not there. Now that Might Guy is back from the mission, it is naturally best to find him. He bowed slightly, and then made a seal of opposition. The next moment, bang! Instant body skill, a punch swung horizontally. Might Guy did not dodge or evade, and hit him. After the fists collided, Qinyi was forced to step back to relieve the force, while Might Guy did not move at all. Kyunyi was not surprised. Thanks to the Bodhi seeds and years of study and training, he can now easily control most of the body's strength, close to the open door state. This state can be maintained forever. But no matter what, there is a limit, that is physical strength. Even with the blessing of physical skills, it is still not as good as your physical strength. Kyunyi sighed. In terms of physical skills alone, Might Guy is really strong. How old are you? It's terrifying to have this strength. Might Guy shook his hands. He took the punch hard, even he couldn't bear it. Come again. Sorry, I didn't notice the duplicate of yesterday's chapter. I will try to make up for it today. Chapter 14 Umbu? Not interested. Kyunyi didn't rest. After saying a few words, the next moment, he moved forward with the instant body technique. Might Guy suppressed his own speed and kept it at a similar level to Chiba. The two of them punched and kicked each other, that was really fighting. Might Guy disappeared instantly. Kyunyi knew it was not good, and instantly changed his route, kicking backward with a whip kick. Boom! A muffled sound. A small pit was smashed on the ground. Might Guy raised his eyebrows. Legs can also be used? Might Guy, he roared, and then kicked at me. One cut, one body. Although the power was different, most people couldn't resist it. Fortunately, it was only chakra that hit him. He controlled his body in the middle, and before Chiba could come over, he turned over and jumped onto the tree trunk, using the force to counter-attack. Some tricks. He vaguely remembered Tsunade's physical skills. It was because Might Guy was thick-skinned that he was not afraid at all, but became more and more excited as he fought. Teacher Kai, what if you hurt Chiba? Burn, youth. His. Kakashi was thinking when he saw two chakra needles in Chiba's hand. Chiba's eyes became serious. When Chiba taught before, he said that if the technique was practiced well, the whole body could be used as long as it could exert force. Now he has seen it. The shoulders and elbows are all weapons. Might Guy's pose was perfect, but he didn't move for a long time. High-density chakra condensation, called a needle, but it is as sharp as a chakra scalpel. Not only that, the kid seems to have some kind of precise perception ability. Bang! Might Guy was knocked out. Xiaoli was watching from the side, his blood boiling. If he had mastered the 8 gates of no injury at this moment, he would probably open the 8 gates to add to the fun. Ha 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 ha, I just couldn't help it. This speed is totally different from the previous one. A copy ninja who heard the sound and rushed out to save people. Kai, this guy, is too reckless. How can he use such a degree against a child? And the force is stronger than fists. The physical skills created by Chiba seem to have a bit of the shadow of that thing. He was distracted, dodging and observing at the same time. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a ball of chakras suddenly appeared on the fist swung by this kid. Might Guy stood up, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes trembled. It hurts? Good boy, come at the critical moment and trick him. But in front of Xiaoli, he didn't want to show his weakness. He showed his thumbs up and said, Li, you have seen it too. As long as you study hard, even physical skills have a bright future. You can also become an excellent ninja. Yes, Teacher Kai. Xiaoli had no doubts. Might Guy endured the severe pain with every step he took. He knew that his leg muscles were cut. Hey, isn't this my eternal rival Kakashi? Let's have a passionate handstand challenge. Whoever gets to Konoha Hospital first wins. Might Guy said, and stood upside down. Well, much more comfortable. Kakashi looked blankly, not knowing how to comment for a while. Don't force yourself if you're injured. It's really embarrassing to be too excited to fight with a disciple and get injured accidentally. He has some reason in his heart. Solution. But why are you pulling me? Kakashi pretended not to hear and was a passerby reading a book silently. Kakashi, you are worthy of being my opponent. Teacher Kai, I will accompany you. Okay, let's go. Might Guy ran upside down in a weird posture. Chiba could only remain silent. This. Sure enough, such culture is still a little too early for me. What is the name of your technique? No name yet. It's a very interesting technique. I think it should be imitating Tsunade's secret technique. Chakra blessing combined with muscle strength use. No wonder you want to go to the medical class to learn. Kakashi is not Might Guy. Might Guy's focus is very strange. He may not be vague about big things, but he can't grasp the key points of small things. He has always wondered why Chiba went to the medical class. Now let's look. On the one hand, it's the chakra scalpel, and on the other hand, it's the technique just now. Without the observation and learning in the hospital during this period, he would never have been able to complete it. And in the end, Might Guy got excited and didn't hold back his strength and speed. His response was also perfect. Just when Chiba successfully counterattacked, he thought of a person in his mind. Orochimaru. Equally talented. Yes, but I haven't seen Lady Tsunade, and I don't know how she uses the technique. I just heard about it, and I figured out this technique by half guessing and half thinking. Chiba did not deny it. Kakashi's nickname is the Copy Ninja. He has mastered thousands of ninjutsu. How can he not see the doorway of this technique? Are you interested in joining the Umbu? Umbu. Chiba was stunned. Has Kakashi not resigned yet? Well, you should have heard of the Assassination Tactics Special Force. Kakashi nodded. Kinyi frowned, thought for a long time, and shook his head. To be honest, I am interested, but not now. Umbu is a place that requires fighting, and I am still in the stage of accumulating knowledge. Kakashi was silent, and looked at Kinyi with one eye. If ordinary people heard the invitation from Umbu, they would have been excited to join, but this kid. He is only 12 years old and has not graduated yet. He was not excited at all when he heard such an invitation, but felt that it affected his own study plan. I was not so calm back then. Too rational. He has a comprehensive plan, and it has been planned step by step. Kakashi was silent. Thinking again and again, he finally scratched his head awkwardly. Okay, if you have any questions, you can come to me. Well, if you can meet, it doesn't matter if you can't meet. Wait. Senior Kakashi, you said that. I just have a question I want to ask. Go ahead. Kakashi tilted his head, not expecting the question to come so quickly. After thinking for a while, he assured himself, if I knew. I heard that you are very good at swordsmanship. The Iron Country is mostly composed of samurai. Is their swordsmanship different from yours? Chiba didn't know much about the Iron Country. Except for Mifune's moves, there is no other knowledge. As a former captain of the Umbu, Kakashi naturally knows these things very well. Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, they are born as samurai. Chakra in their hands is a tool to enhance strength and speed, not the core. My father and I are equally good at swordsmanship. In addition, the Uchiha family's swordsmanship is centered on ninjutsu. After giving several examples in a row, he stopped and looked at Chiba. You asked this, are you thinking about swordsmanship? Well, I heard that the Iron Country doesn't practice ninjutsu, but specializes in swordsmanship, so I'm curious. The Iron Country's swordsmanship is derived from the samurai era. Kakashi briefly talked about it, and he really knew everything. Some of it Chiba knew, and some of it he didn't know. After listening to it, his horizons were broadened a lot. Chapter 15 Kakashi is still too shameless. By the way, your last name is Yajiu. Yes. Chiba nodded, but I'm just a commoner. Some commoners were also nobles in the samurai era, but they declined in the ninja era. I remember seeing the surname Yajiu in the family book. I guess it was also a samurai family in the past. Maybe. Anyway, there is no sword manual at home. If not, Chiba would not need to find Tian to learn swordsmanship. Well, actually, they are all outdated stuff. Even the Iron Country practices chakra. Is it true that the samurai family is really meaningless? Kakashi said this, but his right hand was ready to move. The conversation was quite boring. He couldn't help but want to take out the book to read, but considering the content of the book was not suitable for children, he suppressed his emotions. The pattern was too different. And what about himself? In the plot, he was calm in front of Naruto and others, and didn't care about other people's opinions at all, as if Konoha had nothing he cared about. This kind of art book for adults. It may also be that he was afraid that he was too smart and saw that this thing was not suitable for children. It's not that he hasn't encountered this situation before. He didn't care before, but he couldn't be calm in front of Chiba. After all, they were also reading books while walking, and Chiba was holding medical books and ninjutsu records. He secretly read Kitayama-O's collection. To be honest, the content was not too explosive. There were a lot of Jiraiya's private goods in it. He had a lot of such books in his head. Although he is not a ninja, he has good insight and naturally observes everything. He has only one thought in his mind. Kakashi coughed lightly and said, "It's okay. Well, books are just for cultivating sentiments, not a necessity. Let's talk while walking. The third generation mentioned you to me, and I am also quite interested in you." He shook his head secretly and said, "If you want to read a book, you don't have to care about my opinion." Hehe, the third generation is still very concerned about the talents in the village. Nothing, I haven't read Jiraiya's book, but I have heard of it. Kakashi was silent for a few seconds. Kakashi's hands froze, a little embarrassed. "It's just..." Kyunyi was a little surprised. It seems that the third generation thought about asking Kakashi to take him, but Kakashi probably refused, otherwise he would not have sent the invitation to the Umbu just now. He can control his brain, but not his hands. At this time, Kakashi seemed to want to have some face. "Did the third generation mention this to you?" "Forget it." Chiba was secretly slandering Hiruzen Sarutobi's talent training. It cannot be said that there is none, it can only be said that it is purely for show, and has been relying on the old capital of the ninja school system established by Senju Tobirama. However, he recognized the third generation's ninjutsu attainments and accomplishments. As a ninja without any special bloodline or physique, it is already remarkable to be able to reach such a level, but let's forget about educating and taking apprentices. Chiba and Kakashi are not familiar with each other. Even if the third generation is the matchmaker, it is impossible to ask Kakashi to teach ninjutsu and swordsmanship right away. Similarly, Kakashi does not know Chiba, so this time it is more of a casual chat. The two chatted as they walked. As they returned to the village, Chiba looked around and asked the doubts he had in his previous life. "Senior Kakashi, the Sharingan you got should not be able to be closed, right?" I 1/2 pound E superscript 2 ZE. E pound I degree C euro I 1/4 I 1/2. Kakashi was wearing a mask and reading a book, so Chiba couldn't see his expression at all. But Chiba decided to continue. "Your eyes cannot be closed, which means it will put a load on your chakra. So I heard that your chakra has never been much, so using a knife will consume less, right?" This was a question he had when he watched Naruto in his previous life. White Fang's swordsmanship is not weak. Kakashi has been practicing swordsmanship since he was a child. Before developing Chidori, he always used swordsmanship as an important means. Although White Fang is broken now, Chiba does not believe that the Heitake clan and Konoha can't even take out a chakra knife. Although Reikari is a knife in another sense, but don't you know how much chakra you have? Faced with this question, Kakashi couldn't answer for a while. "It's been a long time since I turned the page in the Intimate Paradise." After walking in silence for half a minute, he spoke, the knife may not be suitable for people like me, and this I was left to me by my partner, I want to go on with it. Of course, the main reason is that there are not many people who can make me use up my chakra. After a little depression, Kakashi began to turn the pages and read the book again. Chiba was speechless. Although everyone's job title is Jonin, there is also a gap between elite Jonin. Anyway, today's communication is very pleasant. Kakashi stretched and returned to his previous laziness. I am serious about the invitation from the Umbu, but your choice is also right. Sometimes it is not a good thing to be promoted too quickly, but if you want to join the Umbu, you can always find the Hokage. Yes. Let's go. Kakashi waved his hand, and then walked towards Ichiraku Ramen while reading a book. Chiba bought a few rice balls and then went to the ninja school. Shikamaru sat on the swing at the door. Koji looked around. It's so troublesome. I could have left earlier, but I waited for you for half an hour. Sorry, I forgot the time while chatting with a senior. Chiba said, handing over the remaining rice balls. Koji's eyes lit up, and he didn't say anything polite. After taking them and thanking him, he began to eat a lot of rice. Shikamaru sighed helplessly and took out 2 books from his pocket. Nara Family Drug Research. The other one was not a book, but a notebook. Judging from the signature and content, it should have been copied from the Akimichi clan. A book for you. Thank Lord Shikaka for me. I really don't understand. You can spend more time on ninjutsu and training. Why do you do these? Shikamaru leaned on the swing rope, looking puzzled. It's not difficult for me to research these medicines, but they can greatly speed up the efficiency of exercise. Why don't you research them? And if they are researched, I'm not the only one who will benefit. Chiba shrugged and said, you haven't experienced it, it's normal not to understand. When you face helplessness and despair one day, you will know the reason. Shikamaru was stunned for a moment, but didn't say anything in the end. Instead, he jumped off the swing and left silently. On the way home, he saw Naruto exercising. Never experienced it? He looked at Naruto, then looked back in the direction of Chiba, looking thoughtful. Shikamaru, you've been distracted lately. I don't understand. Nothing, maybe he and Dad are right. I left Koji and went home for dinner. Shikamaru was listless. Chapter 16 I'm not interested in money. The next day, medical class. Kitayama Ou went to work with a book in his hand. He thought he was the first one, but when he arrived, he found that the lights in the boys' locker room were on and wisps of mist were floating from the bottom. Moreover, the mist had a strange smell. She hesitated for a moment and decided to open the door to see what was going on. Good guy. As soon as she opened the door, a strong smell of medicine came out, choking her to cough repeatedly. It took a long time to get used to the pungent smell. The diffuse mist made it pitch dark in the room. After she made sure that the mist was not poisonous, she carefully poked her head in. Who's here? No one? Kitayama Ou carefully explored step by step, and walked to the bathroom inside the dressing room. She finally found the source of the fog. Kitayama Ou was a little annoyed. She thought Chiba was unconscious, so she ran over in a hurry, but kicked a small pile and fell into the bathtub. Splash! Fu. Although Kitayama Ou is a special jonin, as a medical ninja, she has not fought or practiced physical skills for a long time, which is not enough for temporary adjustment. Plop! After a sound, there was a scream of ouch. Her face suddenly turned red. Kitayama Ou glanced, then turned and left silently. Kitayama Ou's head emerged from the water and spit repeatedly. Chiba covered her stomach and climbed out of the bathtub. Just now she was so worried that she didn't care about her feet. As a result, the child was fine and looked full of energy. On the contrary, after falling in, she was forced to drink a sip. Now her throat was bitter. After coughing a few times, she gasped violently. The wet upper body clothes were exquisite, like two small watermelons. Fortunately, the abdomen was attacked and did not deviate downwards, otherwise the little Chiba who had just started to gain momentum would suffer a heavy blow. The next moment. Chiba, you ouch! Teacher, I'm doing an experiment. Kinyi also noticed the embarrassment and quietly pulled down the towel to cover his weak spot. Why don't you go out first? In the bathtub of the bathroom, a handsome boy was lying on his back in the water. The bathtub was filled with some unknown drug, which dyed the water black. Fortunately, the fog was thick and the situation could not be seen clearly. You! What are you doing? I thought the fan was gone. Who is it? Good guy. Taking a bath here. She sat outside and turned on the exhaust fan, and the fog in the room gradually became thinner. But she looked down and hurried out without waiting for Kinyi to come out. As a result, as soon as she opened the door, she turned her head and saw Baiko staring at her blankly in the corridor. Senior Baishan. Kinyi is doing an experiment, anyway, you will know when you see it. Kitayama Ou fled back to the locker room. Baiko hesitated for a moment, walked to the locker room, and opened the door to smell all kinds of smells. As a medical ninja, he believed that he had experienced many battles, but he couldn't bear the ravages of the smell for a while, and hurriedly closed the door. After a few minutes, Kinyi came out and said embarrassedly, "There is no continuous hot water supply at home, so I thought of doing experiments here yesterday." You did experiments all night? Kitayama Ou was shocked, and then annoyed, "Don't want to die. And who does experiments like you, playing with your own body? What if there is an accident?" No, I determined it before the first version. It is basically beneficial to the body, but the effect is not very significant. The ones added in the revised version yesterday will at most affect the medicinal properties, and will not turn it into poison. Kinyi explained. Kitayasu would not listen. Which drug is not found out through repeated experiments? This kid has a good character and has no intention of using other people for experiments. But he is too careless to use himself as an experimental material. Teacher, I know I was wrong. No, I was wrong. Kitayasu was so angry that he laughed. This is not the first time that Kinyi has been reckless. The same was true for the Bingliang pills before. He finished it quietly in private and let her know after it was completed. Yes, I know I was wrong, and I will definitely change it next time. Bah, you dare to do it again next time. Kitayasu took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. As for the ugly appearance of falling into the bathtub before, she didn't care so much at this moment. There was silence in the office for a while. Okay, I know you are a genius, but geniuses can't do this. What if you are poisoned? Who will save you at night? Kitayama Ou said slowly. Kinyi nodded repeatedly without rebuttal. The girl calmed down, and the protruding clothes stopped fluctuating. Okay, let's put this matter aside. What experiment are you doing? Kitayama Ou was a little curious. This child is very talented. As long as it is not an S-level ninjutsu, no matter how difficult it is, he can learn it several times, and his creativity is excellent. She scolded him because she was worried about Kinyi's safety. If it were an ordinary person, she would have been driven out by her long ago. Medicinal bath. Medicinal bath. Kitayama Ou was at a loss. What is this? To put it simply, it can quickly reduce muscle fatigue and speed up the body's absorption. Medicine, used with bathing. Chiba explained. Although Kitayama Ou is a medical ninja, he has also worked hard to train. After listening to Chiba's explanation, he understands the benefits of medicinal baths. Physical fitness can be improved by taking Bingliang pills. However, muscle and body fatigue were difficult to relieve with medicine before. If Chiba's medicine can really do it, many people will definitely be happy to buy one every day, not to mention the latter, accelerated absorption, which means that the body digests and absorbs energy faster. Medicine specially created for exercise. How about the materials? Kitayama asked again. Kinyi understood what she meant and explained the 5 versions she tried. Versions 1 and 2 have the best effects, but 2 of the herbs are hard to find and difficult to obtain, so the yield is bound to be low. Versions 3 and 4 have poor effects, but the difference between the 2 is not too big. The advantage is that the herbs are common and the 2 solutions are highly substitutable. The last version is slightly better than versions 3 and 4, but the price is twice as expensive. So, for now, it is not a finished product. Kitayama thought for a while and said, let's promote the experiment. Well, if you don't mind sharing some of the profits, the medical class can help with these tests. No problem. Kinyi did not hesitate. Are you sure? Although the materials are cheap and the profits shared are at most 10%, this thing is a consumable. Everyone may buy it in the future, and the accumulated money will definitely be a lot. Kitayama explained the situation clearly. Kinyi nodded, as long as the money is enough, I am not interested in money. Besides, I have to make changes later. If I do everything by myself, how can I have time to practice and study? If I have that time, I can create a ninjutsu. Damn, although you are telling the truth, it still makes people want to beat you up. Kitayama thought to herself. She was silent for a few seconds, and finally said, submit the rough version tomorrow, I will let Baiko and others to experiment. Now, the most important thing for you is to go to bed and have a good rest. Yes. Kinyi left the office and closed the door. He heard the bang-bang sound of books hitting the table from inside. Today's update time will be temporarily adjusted, 1 update in the early morning and 1 update after 11 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 17 Why do you want to compete with Kinyi? 3rd generation, I also want to train him. I invited him to join the Umbu before, but he didn't come to me or you in the past few days. It seems that he doesn't plan to join. Haha, Kakashi, take a look at this. The Sandai narrowed his eyes with joy. What? Kakashi took it. It was not a scroll, but an application document. Application for the project of strengthening medicinal bath. What is this? He looked at it carefully. This. He was indeed very satisfied with Chiba. The child's strength, character, and wisdom surprised him. He was the child he wanted to take as a disciple the most in his life. Kitayasu gave a brief explanation. Now there is a project that requires everyone to do observation experiments for a week. I understand, then I will give the assessment. In terms of talent, Chiba's only lack of talent in nature change and illusion, but in other fields, his talent can be called abnormal, not inferior to the 2nd generation of Hokage. The child tried 5 formulas and submitted the 2 cheapest ones. Although the effect is a little worse, it is cheap. Even a genin can afford it. Kakashi complained in his heart. Kitayama-senpai. If you are worried about Naruto, I don't think it's necessary. 1 year. Teach Chiba to become a qualified chunin, and then he can retire. If Naruto is a hopeless case, he can come back to lead this class. Yet, I doubt what you are hinting at. Why? He was still thinking, and the 3rd generation threw out another one. Although I am old, I can still give you some pointers occasionally. You need to worry more about other aspects. The 3rd generation smiled. At least Chiba is not suitable for Kai's rough education. Bai Cao ran slowly and was squeezed behind. Such a drug. He picked up the application and read it several times. What is the cost? Chiba was born a commoner, so he not only considers the efficacy of the medicine, but also the price. This is the case with the previous Bingliang pills and the current medicinal baths. As long as someone gives him the right guidance, he will not become a person like Orochimaru. Kai is not very good at this. The 3rd generation nodded slightly, then leaned back in his chair, sighed and said, Kakashi, if I were 10 years younger, I would not hesitate and immediately accept him as a disciple. Kakashi was puzzled. Kakashi was a little entangled. Kakashi understood what the third generation meant. The third generation was worried that Chiba would be led astray. I will give you a year so that you don't have to follow the routine. Do you have the confidence to make Chiba a Chunin? It sounds good. What project? Prescription? This is what the third generation is most satisfied with. If it is manufactured, the body will be strengthened much faster than before. Created by Chiba. Everyone gathered around immediately. A medicinal bath prescription project has been approved by the Hokage and is allowed to be launched immediately. This is an experiment. If the test is stable, it can be sold. Relieve fatigue quickly and accelerate body absorption. Everyone has heard of medicinal baths, but most of them are things for nobles and don't really work. They quickly gathered around. After reading it, they looked at each other in surprise. No wonder Chiba has been running to the Nara family recently. It turns out that he is tinkering with this thing. So, the Nara family also has a share in this prescription? It's possible. Although they can only get the soup, this business will definitely be done. They are basically doing experiments and subsequent medicine preparation, and the workload is not large at all. Everyone became enthusiastic all of a sudden. Chiba is too smart, but it's a pity that he doesn't know medical ninjutsu. Who said it wasn't? Comparing people makes people angry. Feng Xiang and Nan Shi said in a low voice. Bai Cao laughed. Compare? You still want to compare? That guy is a copy of the second generation. Comparing with such a person will only make you unhappy, right? He complained in his heart, and then silently copied the formula to experiment. When Qinyi arrived at the hospital, everyone was already busy. The whole medical class laboratory was filled with the smell of medicine, which was even stronger than the locker room that day. Everyone was very enthusiastic. He was very satisfied. In this way, he didn't have to pay too much attention. Qinyi sat down, thinking about what to do next, while visualizing the Bodhi seeds in his mind. 1, 2. Sure enough, there was another pattern. It is still very shallow now, but it is much narrower and longer than the one on the Bingliang pill. So, what is the potential benefit brought by the length? It should be about the same. The potential of this one is comparable to that of the chakra needle, but I don't know what the benefit is. Chiba went to the hospital for a walk, but he didn't have any favorite target, so he went out for a run. In the next few days, his life was quite boring. Reading, exercising, and sleeping, basically 3 points and 1 line, but Chiba found that his classmates were a little studious recently, even Xiaoli began to focus on studying. Is it time for the exam? Just passing by the school, Chiba looked at the time and went in to take a look. Sure enough. The school was silent, everyone was taking the exam seriously, but there were also a few people exercising on the playground below. Tian was among them, but Niji. Chiba looked around and walked over. Tian. Hey, Chiba? Why are you here? Aren't you in the medical class today? Tenten was a little surprised. Before, Chiba submitted a report once a week, but later he became a specially hired ninja, and he was exempted from the report of the ninja school. Except for sports, he basically didn't need to come to school. So, Tenten had a sense of de copyright JAVU that this guy had graduated, and it was really a bit awkward to see him again. He just did sports. Thinking that Xiaoli didn't do much sports these days, I guessed that the exam was approaching. How was the exam? It's okay. Anyway, there's no problem graduating. Tenten smiled. That's good. Where's Niji? Chiba looked around and didn't see Niji. When he was studying, he didn't meet Niji many times, but that guy's grades were only lower than his, so it was impossible for him to still be taking exams. He graduated early like you. You might have been busy at that time so you didn't know about last month's incident. Tian said. Kyunyi thought about it. At that time, he seemed to be concentrating on reading books and studying the recipes of strengthening medicinal baths. No wonder he didn't know. Forget it, that guy has become weird. Every time he mentions you, he clenches his fist and gets angry. Let's not talk about him. What are you doing recently? Are you still in the hospital? Tian mentioned Niji with an expression that was hard to describe. Kyunyi didn't know what to say for a while. Is this an accident? He didn't deliberately target him. Oh. If it weren't for me, Niji would definitely be the first, and now few people remember that he is also a genius. It seems true. He shook his head secretly and didn't think too much. Now I just wander around the hospital and go there when I'm needed. I read books, exercise, and study more. It's quite leisurely. Chapter 18 Moonlight and Ga Xiaoxiu. By the way, do you participate in the distribution like us? Tian walked a few steps and suddenly asked. Kyunyi tilted his head, a little confused. Am I a little special? Don't you think so? Tian felt strange. Whose normal ninja has not graduated yet, and has released a new ninjutsu every now and then. Now, Kyunyi has not made any movement for only 1 or 2 months, and she is a little seriously uncomfortable. She always feels that something is wrong, as if something is missing. It seems that way, but if there is no accident, it should be assigned normally. As for who the teacher is, I really don't know. Kyunyi shook his head. In fact, he had a guess in his mind. Kyunyi came to work normally and saw a long queue in the hospital. The queue stretched from the inside of the hospital to the outside. There were a lot of people and the momentum was very scary. It's too much. It's obviously assigned, why do you have to take the exam? She didn't understand. He thought about it and finally laughed. What's wrong? Kyunyi was about to leave. Nothing, I just thought of something. In a few days, the hospital will sell medicinal baths that are good for strengthening the body. You can go buy some. Did you do that? Speaking of which, if Kakashi leads his own team, won't Naruto's team be replaced next year? No, but you still need to intensify your training recently, and learn the chakra thread to the level of actual combat as soon as possible. I heard that there will be an exam after graduation. His teacher is most likely Hayate Kakashi. But when he turned around, Chiba saw a golden color in the crowd in the throwing area of a euro the training ground in the distance. It was very eye-catching. Chiba nodded lightly, and then made a hush gesture, just tell Xiaoli, don't tell others. There is still an exam? Tian embarrassedly lifted her hair. 3 days later, Chiba received the news. The drug has been approved, and the test results are qualified and can be sold. Many families have received the news in advance, especially Inoshika-jo. Uzumaki Naruto. The exam of the ninja school has basically ended, and the news of the new drug has spread throughout Konoha through the bulletin board. There are 2 sales points. He was not familiar with the people in the school, and there was nothing else to talk about except Tian and Xiaoli, so he really just came to take a look and planned to leave after the visit. Kyunyi reminded. Kyunyi thought to himself. On the morning of the 4th day. This is also in line with the usual style of the Hokage faction. It is hard to say about Tian, it may be Might Guy, but it may also be a team with him. Seeing that he was distracted, Tian thought he had come up with some ideas again, and held his breath and did not say anything. Seeing Kyunyi's confident look, Tian believed it in her heart and nodded heavily. One is Konoha Hospital, and the other is the Nara clan's medicine store. I'm afraid of disturbing the alliance. I won half. This. Tianation's eyes lit up, and she immediately understood why she hadn't seen Kyunyi for a while. Yet, according to the frequency of Kakashi appearing beside her in the past few days. After a while, Kyunyi looked at her strangely. Why do you look like this? If I remember correctly, this year is almost the time when Kakashi officially resigned from the Umbu. He has read some information. In recent years, Kakashi has begun to accept disciples, but the elimination rate is extremely high, and it is still 100% elimination rate. What happened to Naruto, Sasuke, and others has nothing to do with him. It turned out that he went to study potions. Tenshin's face changed immediately after hearing this. Among the students this year, except for Tenten and Niji, the rest are really not outstanding. It is estimated that they will randomly make up the numbers when they are assigned. But... And... He looked up and immediately saw a non-gregarious guy in the crowd. Others are heads on top, but when it comes to him, they become 2 feet. Chiba walked over. Teacher Kai, why are you here too? There are no tasks recently, and I'm free anyway. Come here to line up and see. It would be better if I can buy some. Might Guy chuckled. Chiba whispered, Teacher Kai. Chiba-kun. A cheer suddenly sounded in front. Kyunyi looked up. Looking in the direction of the sound, Tian was standing in front, waving to him. Behind her, a girl shrank back, but judging from her figure and dress, Kyunyi vaguely remembered that she seemed to be a classmate, but, thinking carefully, he could not remember her name. It seemed that she was a girl who liked to sit on the edge. Kyunyi pondered for a moment and whispered to Kai, Teacher Kai, I made this potion, I can help you say hello. No, I'll just line up, this is also a practice, young man. Kai stood upside down, raised his thumbs skillfully, and showed his big white teeth. Since he said so, Kyunyi had no choice but to nod, and then walked forward. When she was next to Tian in front, she was almost in line. Seeing Kyunyi coming over, her face was a little happy. Kyunyi, thank you for reminding me yesterday, otherwise I might have to wait in line longer today. Tian laughed. Nothing, just a casual mention. By the way, who is this? Kyunyi looked behind her. The girl had already hidden behind Tian, and if she moved any further, she would be out of the line. Her name is... I'm so sorry, you may not know me. I'm Yueguang Hesha. I'm very happy to meet you. Once I was late and sat next to you. Sorry, I forgot your name just now. Kyunyi recalled carefully. Once he was late, slipped in from the back door, and sat next to her. This girl seems to be a little socially anxious. Nothing, I've been sitting in the corner, it's normal that no one noticed me. Yueguang Hesha whispered. At this time, Tian looked behind and said, the line is too long. It's almost on the street now. Kyunyi, can you think of a solution? No wonder he called me, it was for this. But it is true that it is so crowded here that it is difficult to exercise. Kyunyi nodded and said, I will go and talk to him, and I will give him a reasonable plan later. Yes, please. Tian put his hands together. Kyunyi waved his hands and said, nothing, it is not good to let everyone line up here, get a number and line up with the ticket, I will talk to the teacher. It is not good to let a bunch of people line up like this. But... Kyunyi, I see, you are that genius boy Yajiu Chiba, so amazing, does this potion really have that effect? A euro. It definitely has that effect. Chiba answered quickly. How much does it cost? How did you come up with it, so young? Are you married? At first, the questions were quite serious, all related to the potion, but later they became more and more outrageous. Chiba's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly ran away. Tenten couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, but she felt a little embarrassed. If it weren't for herself, maybe few people would know Chiba-kun. Hesha was quietly visiting from behind. Chiba ran away and hid in the medical class quickly, and was relieved to see that there were no people here. It's so scary. Fortunately, no one dared to come in the medical class. Regarding the role of Moonlight Hesha, she actually joined temporarily. The initial team was the protagonist, Tenten and Niji, but after thinking about it, I felt that Kai's team was too thin, and Niji and Kakashi don't have a good chemistry, so I created an original character. Because it was changed temporarily, the characterization is not comprehensive. I made some small changes here. The 2 chapters increased the role of Tian Tian, hoping to avoid the problem of being too abrupt and direct. Only the relevant part of the character setting of Kazusa's social phobia before strangers was changed. The chapters involved are 18, 20, 22, and 25 a little bit, basically no impact. The first 3 books are all about the story before Naruto. The 4th book wants to write something about Naruto's era, but I don't want to write about Naruto and his friends completely, so I wrote the story of the previous year. In short, I hope to write a different feeling from before. Chapter 19 3 Women and a Drama. Tisk tisk, a genius like you, if I weren't a few years older than you, I would want to marry you. If it's the teacher, I will definitely agree. Pft, pft, pft. Kitayama you never expected that this kid would answer in a timely manner. His ears turned red after hearing it. He couldn't help but pat Kyunyi's head gently with his hand. The teacher has sent people to secretly ask if there is a better recipe. What do you think? Teacher, you guys take care of it. I won't interfere with these. As long as I don't lose the benefits when the time comes, I'll be fine. Kyunyi smiled slightly. Kitayama you breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly, then I will submit it for you, and the Hokage will decide later. But I have one thing. Kyunyi talked about the queue outside, and then said, they queued outside, which is not good, and it also delays their own time. It's better to distribute tickets according to the serial number and let them buy according to their needs. Kyunyi smiled back, then turned his head to look not far away. Hesha, why are you here? Turning around, she saw a man hiding by the door. She thought for a moment and added, our current production is limited. After a certain number of tickets are issued, we can let others go and avoid queuing again to avoid wasting time. Yes, yes. This time, the medicine was so popular that more people bought it than ever before, not counting the amount that some families secretly took away, otherwise the amount would be even greater. Kitayasu nodded repeatedly. But she thought for a moment, went out and said a few words to the medical ninja in charge of sales, and then quickly arranged for someone to write a note and pass it out, and the long queue at the door was mostly dispersed. Kyunyi quietly poked his head out and saw that the outside was no longer as panicked as before. Well, this is also a way. I'm here to thank you. Yu Guanghesha bowed lightly, her face flushed. Well, we have to limit the purchase, otherwise those with more money will buy more than a dozen at a time, and there will not be enough for the rest. Bought it. Kyunyi shuddered, but quickly realized that this person's voice was childish, and it must not be those uncles and aunts. Kitayasu pondered for a moment and realized the benefit of Kyunyi's method. Hey! Young man, are you married? Do you want me to introduce you to someone? Nothing, we are all joking. After opening the door. So, the previous rules are not applicable. Yes, I'm sorry about what happened just now. Thank me. Kyunyi looked at her strangely. Her last name is Yueguang, and she is probably from the same clan as Yueguang Jiafeng, but this personality. I want to ask you something. Yueguang Hesha bowed. We are all friends and classmates. If you have any questions, just ask. There is no need to be like this. Kyunyi hurriedly held her. I heard that this medicine can strengthen the body, so I came to buy it for my uncle. He is not in good health. In addition, I want to ask if you can check my uncle's symptoms. Yueguang Hesha looked up and looked at Kyunyi carefully. Who is your uncle? Oh, I'm very sorry, I forgot to introduce him. My uncle is Yueguang Jiafeng. He is a special ninja, but his health has always been very poor. She hurriedly apologized. Tian Tian tilted her head and thought for a while, then shook her head gently. She had no impression of the name Yueguang Jiafeng. Kyunyi had seen it before. Yueguang Jiafeng often came to the hospital, so he had seen it when he was walking around. After thinking about it, he said, your uncle's situation is quite special. One is that he is born weak. Although he can it is enough, but it is still lacking. The second one is lung disease. I am not very clear about more details. Yes, yes, yes. Yu Guanghixie's eyes were bright. She knew that Qianye had seen Yu Guangjifeng, and the general situation was very accurate. She asked excitedly, does Qianye have any way? No, and I suggest that he should not use it indiscriminately. He must use it with caution and cooperate with medical observation to make sure there is no damage before using it. After speaking, Qianye explained the pharmacology. Some medicines are beneficial to ordinary people, but people with weak bodies may be harmful. I know, alas, even Qianye can't do it. Well, although I have studied medical knowledge and pharmacology for a while, I am still far from being a real medical ninja. Besides, the symptoms of Jifeng are too complicated. Maybe only Tsunade has a chance to cure it. Seeing her disappointed face, Chiba could not help but point out another person to her. In Naruto, Gekko Heiei did not live to see Tsunade, so it is unknown whether Tsunade can cure him, but congenital diseases are difficult to cure, and even Tsunade can only alleviate them. Gekko and Saya have heard of Tsunade's reputation. But that adult has not returned to Konoha for many years. Even if he can be cured. She sighed silently and was depressed. Tian got some free time and said, does this potion really work? It does. I have a better solution, but those medicinal materials are rare, and some are too expensive. There is no mass production for the time being. You bought the one with the best cost-effectiveness. Chiba explained. It's amazing. If it were me, it would be great to think of one. Tian sighed. Yue Guanghixie didn't say anything, just watched quietly. I'm going to exercise. Alas, I thought I could wait for the assignment after the exam, but I didn't expect there would be an exam. I have to prepare well. It's a good time to try the effect of the medicine. Tian mentioned 2 medicinal materials. Qinyi nodded gently. No matter how good the medicine is, it is only auxiliary. It mainly depends on your own efforts. Otherwise, no matter how good the medicine is, it will be useless. After Tian left, Yue Guanghixie said, Qinyi, we are friends, right? So, please give me more advice in the future. Okay. To be honest, Qinyi was a little confused and didn't quite understand the little girl's mental state, but no matter what, it was necessary to maintain sufficient politeness. He didn't take these little episodes to heart. After sending her away, he returned to the medical class and sat down. After reading a book for a while, he thought of the grand scene outside. So many people were affected by the prescription, the Bodhi seed should also be improved, right? When he thought of this, he immediately secretly visualized and checked the Bodhi state. The pattern is much deeper. Why do I feel? Qinyi originally thought that this time he would improve his mental strength, but after careful consideration, he found that it seemed not to be the case, his physical strength seemed to recover faster. No. It seemed that it was not only physical strength, but also energy. He could not help but be overjoyed. Chakra is composed of physical energy and mental energy. There are many ways to restore physical energy, such as taking ration pills and eating, but there is no other way to restore mental strength except rest. Although the gift of Bodhi this time was not a direct enhancement, it was quite important to him. If he continued to improve, he might be comparable to the immortal body one day. Chapter 20 Future Teammates. When Qinyi thought of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. After a long time, he slowly exhaled and calmed down. Now is not the time to get excited. Bodhi seeds are indeed very useful, but if you want to get the benefits, you still have to work hard and never be satisfied with the little benefits in front of you. Thinking of his battle with Kai, Qinyi will not be arrogant. He has to make some calculations when facing Kai who suppresses his strength, let alone a character like Uchiha Madara. He is still too weak. He turned over and went out of the window, carrying the medicine bag he brought home. Exercise. The third generation really doesn't know talk about this. Now it seems that this child is really steady. Even though he has created 2 or 3 ninjutsu and prescriptions, he is not proud and still maintains an enterprising spirit. However, the child is too smart. I have already given him the right to read all the books as a reward, and now he has created and offered a medicinal bath for strengthening the body. The third generation had a headache. The third generation told the truth. For Chiba, money and other things are really not interesting. However, Kakashi thought about it and said, he is learning swordsmanship recently. Hokage-sama can show him the swordsmanship notes of the second generation. He will definitely be very happy. Kakashi, you should have heard about the medicinal bath recipe, right? With the prescription in hand, the medical team and hospital behind him, and the alliance with the Nara family and the Akimichi family, this business is stable and profitable. What does this have to do with him? Kakashi was puzzled. If nothing is rewarded, it is really unreasonable. Who would be willing to hand over the secret technique in the future? But this child is not even a genin, so there is no way to promote him. The current situation is not like before. Wars are frequent and geniuses are everywhere. For a genius like Chiba, what he is most worried about is that this child will succeed at a young age. With it's really rare. What should be the reward? Kakashi nodded. He went to take a look today. Seeing the long queue, he gave up the idea of a euro buying one and went for a normal stroll and exercise. Oh! He is also interested in swordsmanship. After thinking again and again, he decided to call Kakashi over. The third generation Hokage who was secretly observing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, I have 2 copies of what you want. I asked you to come here mainly because I have a headache about the reward. I don't think money or anything like that can make him excited. I really have a headache. I heard about it, but it's a pity that I can't buy it. Although he mastered the art of telescope, it was not a surveillance after all. It was impossible for him to do nothing all day and just stare at what Chiba did every day. It was mostly just a glance, and almost looked at other places. Hearing what Kakashi said, he immediately said, if Chiba is interested, it doesn't matter if he is given swordsmanship. I see, I understand. The third generation pondered for a moment, then laughed and patted his head. I am old, and my brain is not as fast as that of young people. I should indeed give him notes. Giving him mature swordsmanship will limit Chiba's creative ideas. Yes, that's what I mean. Kakashi nodded. If it were an ordinary person, it would be best to give him swordsmanship such as the 3-moon dance, but Chiba could come up with the prototype of the raise-non by his own ability, which shows his high intelligence. As long as the foundation is solid enough and the theory is known, Chiba can naturally develop the most suitable swordsmanship. It happens that the class division will happen in 2 days. You can help take it over and take a look at it yourself. Don't waste your swordsmanship. The third generation thought about it, asked someone to get the second generation's sword notes, and then Kakashi took them away. Kakashi nodded and took them. By the way, take the 2 packets of herbs with you. They are not very useful to an old guy like me, but they are indeed useful to you. If you don't need them, you can give them to the next students. Hokage, although I agree to give it a try, if they fail my assessment, I will still let them go back to school to repeat it. Kakashi said seriously. This is a matter of principle. The third generation has no objection. He let Kakashi take over because he knew Kakashi was smart and principled, and hoped that Kakashi could teach Chiba well, otherwise he would not have spent so much effort. 2 days, not long, not short. The effect of the medicine package was soon verified, so the place where Chiba lived was crowded the next day. The medicine in the hospital was hard to buy, so everyone wanted to buy a house from Chiba. Chiba could not afford to offend and could only hide. Fortunately, as a quasi-ninja, concealing his breath is a required course, and he has learned it well. At least those who surrounded him did not find him running away from the window. Just landed. Chiba-kun, you woo. Don't make a sound, go go go. Kyunyi quickly covered Yue Guanghesha's mouth. Yue Guanghesha pointed at herself repeatedly, indicating that she would not shout loudly again, and was released, but she still couldn't help laughing in a low voice. Kyunyi was speechless and took her away from home. However, when they met yesterday, she still looked timid. Why did she start squatting by her window today? Her courage has improved too fast. He looked at Yue Guanghesha strangely. Kyunyi, I have no ill intentions. I just heard that you were surrounded here, so I wanted to come and see you. Nothing, by the way, what did you mean by asking for more advice yesterday? Kyunyi looked her up and down. I forgot to tell you yesterday, I originally had other arrangements, but the day before yesterday my father said that I might be in the same group with you, so I can get used to it, so. Yue Guanghesha pinched the corner of her clothes. I see. Kyunyi understood that Yue Guanghesha came to buy medicine and ask questions yesterday, but mainly wanted to get to know her. This poor chatting skill. Forget it, it's better not to expose it. Kyunyi looked at her and said, it's still a while before the division, you actually know the news of the division. Really, I don't know. My father didn't tell me who the team leader is. He just said that the Hokage attaches great importance to you. Since you are going to be in the division, don't be too unfamiliar, so I'm sorry. Yue Guanghesha bowed again and apologized repeatedly. Nothing, it's nice to meet you. Let's go, this is not the place to talk. After talking about it, Kyunyi didn't care much. He waved his hand and thought for a moment, then he was too lazy to think about it. He would train to strengthen his own strength first. I'm going to train. Do you want to join me? He jumped down from the tree and walked to the place where he usually trained. Yes. Tsukiyako and SA followed behind. After running for a while, they met Tenten. Tenten didn't want to go with Chiba, but when she saw Tsukiyako and SA, there was one more person in the sports team. Lockley wanted to join, but after watching for a while, he couldn't stand the dull atmosphere between Tenten and Tsukiyako and SA, so he secretly changed his way. Chapter 21 Our teacher is not reliable either. When Chiba returned to the classroom, many people looked at him immediately. Everyone hadn't seen him for a long time. Except for Tenten, Xiaoli, and a few others, the others were a little unfamiliar and didn't dare to come up and talk. One was unfamiliar. The other was. Even Hyaga Niji had to admit that even though everyone was still just a quasi-genin about to graduate, Chiba's status was actually different from theirs. Tsukiyako Guanghesha returned to the classroom and huddled in the corner again without making a sound. She lowered her head in the crowd, like a social phobic patient. Kyunyi wanted to laugh when she saw him, and then she sat down calmly, waiting for the class division. Not long after, the teacher came in and gave some encouragement, and then a senior ninja came in and began to take away the subordinates assigned to him. Unknowingly, there were only 6 people left in the classroom. Xiaoli, Hyaga Niji, and a female ninja named Maya. Kyunyi was thinking in his heart. Oh, I'm late. Xiaoli stood up excitedly. Kyunyi, hehe, although you can't be my subordinate, your teacher is also very powerful, just a little worse than me, just like today's duel, he lost to me again. Yo, Li, and 2 young and passionate boys, follow me. Teacher Kai, take care. Kyunyi responded politely. Although Mr. Kai's behavior is unexpected, he is very strong. No one in Konoha is better than him in physical skills. Moonlight and SA stopped looking at Tenten and looked at Chiba curiously. Chiba, do you know Might Guy? Tenten shrugged and said listlessly, why hasn't our teacher come yet? Tenten clenched his fist excitedly. Tenten suddenly realized, but he didn't think much of the Kappa-like Jonin in his heart, and even felt sorry for Niji. After all, Niji was a genius, but he ended up following such an unreliable Jonin. Xiao Li's teacher must be Might Guy. If his team leader is the suspected Heitake Kakashi, is it possible that the two of them met outside? Or something blocked their way? Kakashi pondered for a moment, continued to move forward, and then appeared in Chiba's constant guessing. Kakashi complained in his heart. However, at the same time, he was secretly surprised. Although Might Guy leaked the secret, it was obvious that Chiba might have discovered his whereabouts and breath. In the corridor, Kakashi, who was walking slowly towards the classroom with a book in his hand, paused for a moment. Chiba smiled and said, "Maybe he got lost." Bang! With a loud noise, a figure stood on the stage. In this way, these three people are really a comprehensive configuration. This kid is really not cute at all. Ninkai had a blank expression on his face, and he didn't know whether he was satisfied or not. He just stood up and walked out silently, while Xiaoli followed Might Guy and talked enthusiastically. Might Guy smiled and pointed at Niji and Maya. Chiba lowered his head and covered his face. "As expected of you, the way you debuted is surprising." He was still thinking secretly, and the next moment, Might Guy showed his big white teeth, with a proud face. "Let's go, Sister Chiao Tuomu persuade Umbrella." Qinyi saw their expressions and knew that they didn't know much about Might Guy, and it was easy for them to underestimate him because of his weird behavior and appearance. Perception ability? He was thoughtful. Yukioka and Sha didn't say anything, but obviously, she was also curious about who her team leader was. She tilted her head. "Why is this person also in their team?" Qinyi briefly explained. "Of course, it may also be that the old lady encountered difficulties and went to help out of enthusiasm. I can't learn ninjutsu and illusion. When I was exercising before, I met Kai, a senior ninja. Later, he gave me a lot of guidance and recommended me." Yukioka and Sha smiled. "Great. But Teacher Kai, Ayuro, really in the same team with Chiba-kun?" Ayuro. Tenten and Gecko Kazusa exchanged glances, instantly sharing the same hatred for the enemy Ayuro. This jonin is so bad, being late can be so justified, without any sense of shame. Chiba smiled and said, "Ayuro Lord Kakashi Ayuro. Ayuro Lord, no need. The other two may not know me. My name is Heitake Kakashi. I am your team leader for now. It is hard to say what will happen in the future. So follow me first Ayuro." Heitake Kakashi was still reading a book while he was talking. Then, in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the spot. "Ayuro, follow me." Chiba followed him instantly. Tian and Yue Guang Heshin never thought they would come so soon. Fortunately, they were both strong. Although their speed and reaction were not as fast as Chiba, they still kept up with the pace quickly. Soon, they came to the rooftop. Kakashi sat on the edge of the rooftop, holding the intimate paradise in his hand, without a trace of image. Obviously, after being exposed by Chiba before, he no longer cared too much about things, such as face. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. When the three of them arrived, Kakashi tilted his head and looked at it with one eye, then nodded slightly and said, "Not bad, the speed is quite fast. Sit down, sit anywhere, we don't have class today, just chat casually." "Yes," the three said in unison. "Well, introduce yourself first, hobbies and so on." After Kakashi finished speaking, he looked at Tian, "You go first." "My name is Tian, I like divination and research, and I hate sour plums." Tenten answered naturally. "Divination, research? Not bad, next one." "My name is Gecko Kazusa, I like swordsmanship, fighting, protecting everyone in battle, and I hate being denied." "You mean fighting, right?" Chiba glanced sideways. "Not bad, very motivated." Kakashi smiling, then looking at Chiba. "Yajiu Chiba, likes research, making everyone stronger, hates losing." Kakashi was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. "Teacher, what about you?" My name is Hatake Kakashi, my hobbies can't be told, and the things I hate are kept secret. Kakashi only showed one eye, but everyone knew that this guy must be smiling. Chiba was used to it. He had known that Kakashi would not tell the truth. But the intimate paradise is always in hand, and there is no need to say hobbies. Well, anyway, we all know each other. Gather in the Death Forest tomorrow morning. Don't eat breakfast, otherwise you will be miserable. Kakashi said seriously. Yes. Disband. Kakashi left instantly. After he disappeared, Tian couldn't help but complain, what? It seems that our teacher is not very reliable. So he is a good friend of Senior Kai. Moonlight and Sha said lightly. Kyunyi smiled slightly and didn't say much. Tianation's heart moved and asked, Kyunyi, do you know something? Well, our teacher is very famous. I can't tell you the details, but you must have heard of his name, the copy ninja, the first technician of Konoha. It turned out to be him. Tian, Yue Guang, and Sha were all solemn. Kakashi and the others hadn't heard of it, but the copy ninja was well known. All ninjas in Konoha had heard of it more or less. Kyunyi nodded. Tomorrow will definitely be an exam. He doesn't want his teammates to underestimate the enemy like Naruto and Sasuke. Chapter 22 Stealing the Bell Again? No life, right? Chapter 22 Stealing the Bell Again? No life, right? How is it? Well, after meeting for the first time, I feel that the team is okay. Although there is no one who is particularly good at attribute ninjutsu and illusion, they are comprehensive enough in other aspects. Kakashi said slowly after pondering for a moment. Might Guy chuckled, I'm asking you how about a duel to see whose disciple is more powerful. I actually thought he would ask seriously. My mistake. Kakashi sighed silently, then silently picked up the intimate paradise, not interested. Then forget it, can my team watch? Too bad. Tsuki and SA jumped down and rested by the tree like the two of them. Chiba and Tenten sat together, while Tsuki and SA squatted in the shade of the tree, staring at the distance. Until noon. He turned his head to look at Kai, then smiled and said, Kai, this is your purpose, right? Kakashi sighed silently, waved his hand, and continued to move forward. Might Guy put his hands together? Kakashi thought for a moment and said, Ningji. Kai expressed his thoughts. No. Besides, it's noon now, and the time you mentioned before is in the morning. Kakashi was stunned. I should have agreed, but... Kyunyi said lightly. Guy was firm and resolute. No, I'll treat you after the exam. Let's go to a barbecue dinner together, please. Kakashi was wearing a mask, so his expression could not be seen clearly. Death Forest number 25 Training Ground. Kakashi walked a few steps and then said, Aren't you afraid that those kids will be hit? Tenten said loudly. A figure came late. Kyunyi felt that he must be laughing now. Damn, this late teacher, I must beat him with a stick later. Okay. Walked a few steps. Kakashi waved his hand, his eyes full of smiles. Sorry, I got up late and came here only now. Well, it seems that you are in good condition. Have you had breakfast? Might Guy rolled his eyes. Guy was rarely serious. Oh, I could have arrived earlier, but I got lost accidentally. Anyway, without further ado, I'll briefly explain the exam rules. Well, that's right. You don't need to worry about Lee in my team. I know his strength and situation very well. Although Maya's talent is average, her physical skills and kunao throwing are pretty good. She is a good supporter. Thank you so much. You are worthy of being my eternal opponent. You moved the time to noon for me. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Without explanation, he just held the book and continued to move forward. But Guy did not hesitate. I lose. Impossible, I believe in my subordinates. Come down, he may not be here in a short time. Might Guy was very moved. Kakashi squinted at him. Go to Death Forest number 25 at noon. Yeah, for some reason, that kid has been trying Chiba as his imaginary enemy, so I want to let him see what Chiba is capable of. Tenten was furious, then looked up. Hesha, come down, we haven't had breakfast yet, we need to save our energy for the exam later. But he also likes to see the kid's impotent rage, but this time it's him and his teammates. Did you see these 2 bells? Kakashi shook the bells, and a crisp jingle sounded. Only 2? Yes, only those who get the bell can become my subordinates, and those who don't get it will go back to school to study for another year and continue to work hard. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Why is it like this? Tenten widened her eyes. This. Too much. She thought the test was just for the teacher to check the strength, but it turned out to be such a rule. Obviously everyone worked hard to graduate from school, but because of a test, they have to go back? Kyunyi raised his eyes. Grabbing the bell, the old tradition of the Hokage faction. No work to do? He secretly complained in his heart. Of course, your team is special. If Kyunyi is willing to sacrifice himself, then I will allow you 2 to pass and let Kyunyi go back to school alone. Kakashi stared at Chiba and shook the bell in his hand. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was self-evident. Don't talk. Chiba remained silent, looking at Tian and Yueguang Hesha. The 2 clenched their fists. After a few seconds, Tian said angrily, don't underestimate me, you guy. Although I am not strong, even if I return to school, I will not sacrifice Chiba-kun. That's right. Yueguang Hesha nodded repeatedly, with anger in his eyes. Kakashi supported his forehead, it's a pity that you refused the only chance to pass. Although you are very ambitious, I will not hold back. By the way, so far no team under my command has passed the test. All of them have returned to school to retake the course. Come on, the distribution of bells and so on, grab them first and then talk about other things. Tian said. Kakashi took out the intimate paradise and said lightly, I'll give you some time to prepare. When I turn the hourglass upside down, it will officially start. Friendly reminder, you'd better have the mentality of killing me, otherwise you will regret it. Disperse. Kyunyi raised his hand and waved. The next moment, the 3 of them disappeared from the spot and gathered again in the distant forest. What should we do? Tian looked at the 2. Just like what Kazusa said, after we get it, we can talk about who will go and who will stay. The opponent is the copy ninja Kakashi. Even if we hold back, the gap in strength between us is still very large, so we must cooperate. Kyunyi said simply. If we cooperate, there will always be a backbone. I listened to Kyunyi-kun. Moonlight Kazusa looked at Kyunyi. Me too. Tenten clenched her kunao. The opponent was a jonin, and it would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous. They didn't know Chiba's specific strength, but he was able to defeat the 3rd-generation clone who only used physical skills, so he must be much stronger than them. Okay, then I'll take the lead, and Tianten will support. Chiba looked at Kazusa, I know the least about you, but I heard that your Moonlight family is good at assassination, so you can find an opportunity to cut in. Yes. Tenten nodded gently. But still be careful not to get too far away, lest you be alone and be broken through first. Tenten added. Okay, should we set traps now? Our level is too low, and general traps are meaningless. It mainly depends on combat coordination. We can make some tree thorn traps to cover retreat. As Chiba spoke one by one, Tian, Yueguang and Shan nodded repeatedly, thinking that what he said made a lot of sense, and they were no longer panicked. They arranged in an orderly manner. Then, wait for Teacher Kakashi to come over, and I will launch the first wave of attacks. Yes. Soon, they hid themselves. At the same time, Kakashi turned the hourglass upside down, holding a book and walking towards the woods. Although his attention was distracted, a jonin was still a jonin, and dealing with a genin would not affect the battle. But, thinking of Chiba's skills, he couldn't help but be more vigilant. That kid is not easy to deal with. Thanks to Ryu Hongchen and Wu Rinai for their rewards. Chapter 23 Kakashi, it seems that letting the water out can't be done. Teacher, why don't they make more traps? Maya asked puzzled. Ninkai, what do you think? Guy looked at Niji. Today, he paid a huge price mainly for Niji, so he wanted to hear Niji's thoughts. It can't be hidden. Ninkai said lightly, as a senior ninja, his insight is definitely above ours. Xiaoli nodded lightly on the side, looking like I am the same. Guy smiled and said, yes, analyzing the situation of both sides and then formulating the most suitable plan is the quality that ninjas should have, but Niji, you only said one side, the other reason is that they can't waste physical strength. Physical strength? So, we have to wait. Intimate paradise. Found. He watched the battlefield silently. Both sides were very patient. Indeed. Tenshin's heart was pounding, but Kinyi didn't make a move, so she had to suppress the idea of a euro taking action. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly. He had found the location of one person, but the breath of the other two had not been found. He really didn't consider this, but normally, he wouldn't save this time because of physical strength, right? They didn't have breakfast, and now their physical energy has been consumed a lot, at most only half of the normal state, so they have to make a choice. The traps are more used to cover retreat, and the purpose is very strong. Kakashi now, not relaxed at all. As long as they start, the other side can counterattack instantly, so there is no chance at all. The rows of tree thorns are mostly on the retreat route. Compared with that, they didn't think so much before fighting with Kai. It should be Tian, right? Kakashi said casually. Ninkai looked carefully with his eyes raised. Yo, you are very patient, but pay attention to the time. If you can't get the bell within a certain period of time, you will lose, so I am not the one who is anxious. Ninkai frowned slightly. This guy, Chiba, is very calm. At this time, Kakashi has begun to wander around. His posture is very casual, as if he doesn't care about Chiba's sneak attack at all. In terms of tactical thinking, he has already lost a move. Love reading, right? Chiba's mouth corners slightly raised. When you see a similar plot, your attention will definitely not be as focused as it is now. Even if you can guard against most attacks, it is better than now. The hidden aura of the Moonlight family should be good. As for Chiba, this kid can't be regarded as a normal genin, otherwise he would not have thought of recruiting Chiba into the Umbu before leaving. Except for Chakra, Yajayu Chiba has reached the standard of Jonin in some areas. To be frank, Chiba can be rated as a special Jonin without any problem. So, the main threat comes from Chiba and Moonlight Kazusa. Tenten is just a bait. He read the book silently, and then observed and guessed the possible hiding places of Chiba and Moonlight Kazusa. The three of them will not be too far away from each other. So, anyway, as long as one is caught, the others will definitely launch attacks accordingly. Kakashi put away the book. If he reads further, it will be an exciting plot. He must stop anyway. The opponent is not an ordinary genin. However, just when he closed the book, swish, 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 Kunao shot out from the dark, and dozens of Kunao quickly surrounded Kakashi under the control of steel wire. It's too messy. Kakashi was shocked. This little girl named Tian doesn't look like an ordinary person. However, if it's just Kunao, it's easy. Kakashi dodged quickly, but soon, he found that things were not that simple. Chakra thread? Double manipulation of Kunao. Dozens of Kunao seemed to come alive, constantly colliding and changing positions to block their own positions. Kakashi's face turned cold and he quickly made a seal. Ninjutsu, wind style, great breakthrough. The wind was howling. The fierce wind raged, and the dust, leaves, and Konoha were all swept in. The dust and leaves blocked the sight, and Kakashi's figure could not be seen at all for a while. Change position. Kyunyi immediately knew that something was wrong and secretly refined chakra. The next moment, bang! A figure emerged from the soil and quickly came to the front. So fast! Kyunyi just reacted and the other party was not far away. Is this the Jonin? Kakashi's eyes were cold, holding a kunao in his hand. Physical technique, shadow dance leaf. Instantly, a figure appeared behind him. But the next moment, bang! So fast! Ninji was a little surprised. Not only Kakashi, but Yajiyo Chiba was also very fast. The strange ninjutsu of the chakra ball was launched in an instant, and he killed the opponent's shadow clone with a backhand. If it were me, even if I had mastered Kaiden, I couldn't block the ninjutsu attack that was generated instantly. So strong! This kid's Raise-non is as scary as the fourth Hokage in terms of speed. Kai couldn't help but become serious. Is this the fourth Hokage's technique? Maya turned around and asked. No, although the result is the same, this technique was created by Chiba-kun based on his own ideas. Little Lee immediately vindicated Chiba. Self-created? Ninji was even more shocked. That guy. Move forward a little, the next step is crucial. Kai jumped to the tree in front. At this moment, Kakashi's body was rushing out of the soil and killing Tenten, and Tenten was jumping from one tree to another, unable to dodge. In an instant, strands of silk flew out and stuck to Tenten, allowing her to avoid Kakashi's direct attack like a puppet. However, Tenten stood there in a daze, without moving. Illusion Chapter, Naraku Kanjutsu. Kakashi deliberately said the name of the technique. Are you still not going to attack? Although you have a limit, you should be nearby. Maybe you will have a good chance if you continue to wait, but even if she dies, you don't care. Kakashi instantly moved to Tenten's side, and most of the chakra threads were cut off by his kunao. Moonlight and SA didn't find the best time, because as Kakashi said, she had to rescue Tenten, otherwise Tenten would die. When the kunao stabbed towards Tian, the knife was like a phantom, silently slashing towards his neck. This is transparent escape technique? Kakashi got goosebumps all over his body, but he soon realized that the opponent did not master the complete transparent escape technique, she only had the ability to completely eliminate the aura. She must have used the transformation technique to hide in the woods just now. He didn't care about Tian, and turned around and kicked the hand of Yueguang Hesha holding the knife. Although Hesha held the knife tightly, the kick was very powerful, and the sword training hand was kicked off. At this time, Kyunyi arrived, and there was more than that. Ding ding ding! Huh? Oops! The illusion was solved by Kyunyi. Kakashi heard the bell and knew it was not good. He chopped off Tianation's hand with his knife, and then instantly took back the bell. The next moment, he used the substitution technique to make a tactical shift. Hiding in the dark, Kakashi's forehead was sweating. These three people really can't be underestimated. It seems that too much water can't be handled. Chapter 24. Did this count? Damn, he took it back. Tian was so angry. She almost got 2 bells. Hehe, you did a good job, but friendly reminder, the hourglass time is running out. Kakashi's sly voice sounded again. This kind of skill of making sounds all around. Silent assassination technique? Your cooperation is okay, but there is an obvious shortcoming, that is. Gala. The branch was cut off. Ah! At first, he thought, like Kakashi, that Chiba had learned how to open the 8 gates. After all, this kid read a lot of books, and he might have created the 8 gates after reading similar records. Teacher Kai, can you do what he did? After careful observation, he knew that he was thinking wrong. Compared to their battle, the exam of their team was just like playing, not at the same level at all. But Yajiu Chiba. Kai still said something for his friend. What? But how could an ordinary civilian achieve this when he had nothing? Okay. How did he get rid of my shadow clone? Could it be? Kai was too messy. No, it's okay, but what about Tenten? It shouldn't be, it's impossible. Destiny shouldn't be like this. How could a civilian change his destiny so quickly in 2 years? His face changed slightly, and he held up his forehead protector. He was the turbulence in destiny, with no rules at all, and completely incomprehensible. Yue Guang Hesha was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, she turned around and saw a figure. She untied the rope by herself. Now help me drag the shadow clone, let's go and save her. No. How is it possible that this guy can put his whole body into the extreme state by controlling his muscles? What a monster! Kakashi couldn't help but complain in his heart. This kid! The next moment, he found in confusion that Qinyi's 8 gates were not opened. He didn't feel any breath. Although Qinyi was tired, from the breath and signs, it was not the method of opening the 8 gates, but the opening of the door that belonged to that kid himself. Bang! A leap came over, and Kakashi was forced to stop. After dodging the substitute technique, Kakashi continued to kill Tenten. Are you okay? The next second. I caught you. But Ningji clenched his hands. Good, so powerful, both sides. After cutting the trap mechanism, Yue Guang and Sha decisively hid. Maya's eyes widened. Tenten fell from the tree. In the air, a tied rope was quickly thrown out to tie up Tenten, but just when Kakashi was about to put an end to Tenten, a row of tree thorn traps flew towards him. Faced with Xiao Li's question, Kai answered very clearly. But it's still a little difficult for them to defeat Kakashi. Kakashi didn't really use his full strength, otherwise Chiba's weakness would be obvious. Chiba hurriedly stopped him. Chiba panted. Of course. It's not bragging, but Kakashi really didn't use his full strength. At least his speed, ninjutsu, and even Sharingan were greatly reserved. If he used his full strength, Chiba's speed would still be slightly inferior. Kakashi is not weak. Teacher Kai, that I 1/2 AE. Yeah, AE Euro CAEAS I 1/2. Haha, pay attention. Guy didn't answer, but laughed it off. One was that he didn't want to hit them. Another, the scene did change dramatically. Kakashi fought back. After all, the 3 Chiba people didn't have breakfast. In a short battle, Tian and Yue Guang Hesha could still keep up with the pace, but now that the time is extended, their physical strength and energy can't keep up. In this way, mistakes will increase. But there are more things that Kakashi and Kai didn't expect. Boom! Bang bang bang! A series of explosions sounded in the forest. On the tree at the edge, Kakashi took a few deep breaths in succession. Good boy! He admitted that he did underestimate Tian. This girl. Too rich. It's just an exam, but she buried 5 detonating tags at a time, and with the chakra thread and kunao manipulation, he had to use the decapitation technique, substitute technique, and instant body technique in his heart to escape urgently. If not, he would be injured now. Don't underestimate me, bastard! Tian shouted, and kunao quickly surrounded him under the control of steel wire and chakra thread, but at this moment, Kakashi had already changed his target. Swoosh! His speed suddenly increased, and he rushed to the tree on the side. The kunao in his hand was like a fang that popped out, and it was like a black light that streaked towards the tree trunk. Dang! The moonlight and the yarn that were lurking and preparing for a sneak attack were forced to swing their swords to resist. But Kakashi was too fast. Save me! Yukao and She retreated quickly, and more than a dozen kunao quickly surrounded them, but it was useless, they couldn't keep up. Only Chiba could keep up with Kakashi's speed, but what made Chiba helpless was that Kakashi's speed at the moment was just about the same as Chiba's limit. That is to say, unless he continued to use the limit state, he could not keep up with Kakashi's movements. And he grabbed Tenten's feet with both hands, and then the beheading technique in his heart. Tenten was dragged underground. Although Chiba rescued her, Yukao and Sha were also in danger. After hesitating for a moment, he accelerated forward, set the remaining 2 traps, and controlled them with chakra threads from a distance. Kakashi didn't seem to notice it until he reached the edge. Yukao and Sha turned around and turned into 3. At this moment, he saw the opportunity, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he chopped down from above. Konoha style, 3 moon dance. A near-perfect angle of attack, but too perfect. The figures in front of him turned into trees. Above, Kakashi threw out a rope and tied up Moonlight and Sha directly and hung them on the tree trunk. First lesson. On the battlefield, some opportunities are often the result of the enemy's misleading. Dang dang. Kakashi had just finished speaking when he heard a strange sound, and then he turned his head and was a little surprised. His bell fell off. When? He was a little surprised, and looked down at the completely cut bell lines. Thinking carefully, there was only one possibility. The chakra thread has the ability to cut. Chiba caught 2 bells. But before he got the bells, the hourglass had already returned to 0. Did it count? I was a little lax at the end, and you found an opportunity immediately, but it seems that the time is up, and the 2 of them are out. Kakashi said with a smile, but your performance has exceeded my expectations, you can become my disciple. What about them? They didn't make it, so of course they have to be eliminated. Oh, then I won't graduate either. We are a team, and I can't pass without them. Otherwise, please consider it again, let them pass, and I graduate a year later. Kinyi smiled indifferently at the end. For me, reading is also good, but they may not be. No. The other 2 said in unison. This is not a price negotiation. Since you don't want to, let's go together. I declare that all of you. No, teacher, let him. Passed. Hi. Chapter 25, It's better to kill 3 warriors with 2 peaches. So, the last question is also a test. Tian Tian, Yue Guang, and Sha were all released, but they were a little curious about Kakashi's last question. Yes, but I think Chiba-kun should have seen through it, right? Kakashi took out the book and returned to his previous laziness. I guessed it a little bit. Chiba nodded. Teacher Kakashi's meaning should be that he hopes we recognize the importance of teamwork, but our teamwork is okay, so he can only do the same old thing over and over again. Cough cough cough. Kakashi coughed repeatedly, and then said with some dissatisfaction, this is a very difficult test, and few can pass it. That's true, but I believe there is no level of death in the test. If you don't want us to pass, you can just raise it at the beginning. Chiba expressed his thoughts. Kinyi said calmly. There is no such thing. According to your test, few teams can form a team, even the legendary Inoshikacho. Hey, you are obviously the same age as us, why can you call kids like you so naturally? Kakashi was still not convinced. Tenten, Gekao and Shad obviously care more about their status as genin. It is indeed not easy to deceive. But if that's the case, there are very few teams, but some teams are already fragmented. It's useless to simply grab the bells. It's better to use drastic measures. So we did pass. You said mine is old, so do you have any better ideas? Kakashi rubbed his hair with a headache, and then said, yes, there are. They just need to vote for each other. If it were me, I would say there are only 2 places, so I need to conduct a timed test. After the test, they will evaluate each other's performance in the battle. The top 2 votes will get the places. Is this kid's idea reversed by the answer? Tenten glared at him. Tenten hesitated for a moment and asked, is it really possible to have such a person? Chiba said with a smile. Tsukiyako and S.A. complained. Tenten and Sakihiko's smiles froze. Okay. Kakashi was silent. I slipped up. Well, everyone hasn't eaten yet, right? To express my apology, the teacher will take you to a barbecue dinner. You can order whatever you want. I'll treat you. Kakashi said with a smile. Really? You're not lying to us this time, are you? Moonlight and Saya looked suspicious. Kakashi's reputation with them was close to negative. The words are totally unbelievable. I don't believe it. You won't ask me to pay later. Tian looked Kakashi up and down. Haha, how could that be? Sometimes you have to have some trust in me as a teacher. By the way, Kai, come out, let's go to eat. Kakashi shouted loudly. Soon, Might Guy appeared from a distance with his team. Xiaoli and Maya were excited and admired, and came over to talk to Chiba, while Hyaga Niji had a complicated expression. He thought Chiba was just a reader and his strength was definitely not as good as his. But now, Ningji looked at Chiba quietly, not knowing what to say for a while, so he just stood aside and watched coldly. Hey, Kakashi, you guy, although I said I would treat them, they have been hungry for a day, it's too much. Don't care about these details. How can I not care, this is all my money. Sure enough, you thought about it from the beginning, I lost to you again. Might Guy was jumping over there. Kakashi had no expression on his face. If he took off his mask, he would definitely have a very indifferent expressionless face. Otherwise, Guy's reaction would be even greater. He understands Might Guy too well. Chiba looked at Xiaoli and Maya, one of them was excited and the other was curious. And Niji? He covered his face, seeming helpless. Teacher Kai is like this, but he is a very good person, and his physical skills are very strong. Although he can't teach soft fist, you don't necessarily have to specialize in soft fist. Hi. Ninkai tilted his head, his expression a little stunned, and then, none of your business. You don't look like someone who would be obsessed with grades. Okay, whatever you want. Chiba smiled slightly, and then slowly followed the pace in front. Teacher Kai is treating, think about what to eat. Ninkai frowned slightly. This guy seems to like preaching very much, and those ninjutsu are handed over at any time, without the idea of a euro hiding them as secrets like those families. It's so strange. He thought about it, but still couldn't understand Chiba's brain circuit. As a result, when he came to his senses, the others had already walked away. Ninkai, follow me. Xiao Li's voice came. I know. Ninkai responded lightly, and then reluctantly followed behind. Office of the Hokage building. Ha, Kakashi, this guy, he also put in a lot of effort in this battle, and in the end his bell was taken away. It's really not easy. The third generation laughed loudly. Hokage, this kind of thing is not so funny, and you should take care of your health. Shikaku scratched his head. Well, ahem, an old man like me really can't laugh too hard. Let's get back to the point. What do you think of these three? The third generation asked seriously. Very strong, Chiba is needless to say, tactics, wisdom and strength are quite strong, except for the lack of mission experience, there is no flaw, Tia Nation's control of ninja tools is very strong. Shikaku said seriously, as for Gecko Hessa, you originally planned to recruit her into the Umbu for training, right? Well, according to Heiat's original plan, it is indeed planned to recruit her into the Umbu for training after a period of time, but I don't quite agree. She is introverted, but she likes to talk to friends and is a child who advocates light. The third generation took a deep puff of cigarette. The Umbu is not suitable for her, so I persuaded Heiat to let her follow Kakashi and Chiba, and let her make her own choice at that time. Isn't this good? Indeed, this child. Shikaku looked at the crystal ball, and the Gecko Hessa a euro chatted with Maya and Tian inside, laughing very happily, completely unlike the usual hiding in the crowd. This child is not suitable for the Umbu. Kakashi had such a hard time facing these 3 children, which shows that their strength has completely reached the standard of genin. No, even some chunin may not be their opponents. In another year, if they add 1 more person to their team of 3, they will be able to form a small team. The 3rd generation's expectation seems quite reasonable. I agree with your proposal. In addition, even if we can't complete the chunin exam this year, I think it's no big deal. Adding another experienced elite chunin will be enough. Oh? Is your evaluation so high? The 3rd generation was a little surprised. Elite chunin, this means. In Shikaku's opinion, the 3 of them can reach the point where they will not drag down the chunin as a whole within a year. I believe in Kakashi and Chiba. Chapter 26. I really can't, you just taught me. The barbecue is delicious. After eating today, I have to lose weight for a month. Ha, ha ha, although this is the case, but it's not an opportunity every day to be treated by a jonin, so I'd better eat as I like. Tian scratched his head. Kyunyi sighed softly, we exercise a lot every day. As long as we don't eat like this every day, it's enough to offset it. There's no need to lose weight specifically. Really? X2. Let's go. Although we passed the exam, our way was not very decent. Kyunyi smiled. Tenten curled her lips and said, I know, I will work hard to train. I'm not saying that you are our weakness. Kakashi teacher mainly attacks you because he can't find Kasa instantly. If he finds me, it will be just right for our battle, so he can only choose you. Kyunyi said seriously, you are the best, right, Hesha? In the 2 years he knew Kyunyi, he watched Kyunyi learn all his physical skills little by little, and then slowly developed his own things. The cost of this meal was far beyond expectations. If he hadn't agreed, he would definitely not pay this money. Okay, let's practice swords together. Yeah, that's right, the 3 of us are all excellent. Where to go? Okay. Kai smiled. Hey. I also contributed, okay. Kai, your disciple seems to have some problems with his mentality. Pay more attention to him later, otherwise it would be a pity to waste his talent. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, it's very stressful to have such a disciple, right? Kakashi was unusually serious. Tenten's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, Wasa, what you said is guts, what can I say, I am invincible with the 1st generation. Moonlight Wasa was furious. Guy didn't bother about the money, and quickly forgot about the unpleasantness when talking about business, and sighed, yeah, let's observe from behind. In the store, Might Guy took out the money and looked at Kakashi with resentment. Watch them train and think about how to teach them. Let's go. Wasa puffed out her chest, with a proud look on her face. Kakashi waved his hand. Teaching such a genius often puts more pressure on teachers. Yet. By the way, while teaching him ninjutsu, don't forget to let him keep training, and don't fall behind in taijutsu, and… what did you say just now? Kakashi, you are indeed my eternal opponent. Moonlight House. It was the first time for Chiba to practice swordplay in such a professional dojo, but he quickly got used to it. Generally speaking, it was not much different from the forest, except that there were some professional props. For example, dummies. But, to be honest, it was not as good as a tree trunk. Why don't you practice? Hesha saw Chiba sitting cross-legged there without any signs of doing anything, and thought he was not used to the environment. Do you want to change places? No, I'm just thinking about how to use the sword better, because I just learned it not long ago and feel that my swordsmanship is very immature. Chiba smiled gently. Hesha tilted her head. Indeed, this guy can use a sword, but he didn't use it during the noon duel with Kakashi. Is it really that ordinary? Great. Finally there is something he is not good at. Moonlight Hesha cheered in her heart. She felt that Chiba was like an ordinary person, so she said happily, tell me, I will teach you. In the past, samurai were very good at IAI/. I tried to practice it a few times, but it didn't feel right. Kyunyi said. Iai/ is indeed a very ancient sword technique. I studied it privately for a while, and I just happened to know it. Yu Guanghe Sha said, throwing a piece of wood. Swish! The knife flashed, and the wood broke into 3 pieces at the moment of retracting the knife. So fast! Tian's eyes lit up. As expected of a kendo family, they are much better than them in swordsmanship. Kyunyi pondered for a moment, and then said thoughtfully, so that's it, Iai/ has a unique force technique, and the one I figured out is a little off. Do you want me to practice it again? No need. Kyunyi smiled, picked up a piece of wood, and then threw it gently. Instantly, a knife came out of its sheath. Swish! A sharp knife sounded. Yue Guanghesha looked closely and saw that Kyunyi's knife had been sheathed, and then with a snap, the wood was chopped into 7 or 8 pieces. She looked down at the wood, looked up at Kyunyi, and instantly had no expression on her face. Is this what you said you can't do? I couldn't do it before, you just taught me. Yue Guanghesha was silent for a long time, then picked up the knife and prepared to leave. It's too depressing. Tian laughed dryly at the side. Kyunyi's learning speed is so fast, she has gotten used to it. It's useless to be fast blindly, you also need strength, which is a disadvantage for women, but if you use chakra and muscles, it may not be impossible to improve. Kyunyi said, pondering carefully, and then threw a kunao. The next second. Swish! With a light sound, the sword fell, and the kunao broke into 2 pieces. Yukiko Hesha turned her head and opened her mouth. This? She didn't speak for a long time, then ran over and hugged Kyunyi's hand. Genius, teach me quickly. It's actually very simple, attach the concentrated and condensed chakra to the surface of the weapon, just like a chakra scalpel, and then use the greatest strength to cut it off. Kyunyi demonstrated slowly. He was also returning the favor. Although Yue Guanghesha only demonstrated the Iai/ once, without her, she would have to take a detour for a while, wasting a lot of time, and the biggest problem with the Yue Guang family's swordsmanship was precisely the lack of lethality. If the lethality was stronger, Yue Guanggale would not have died in Maki's hands. Wait, although I can't concentrate and condense chakra like you, I can barely do it, but how can I do it with the greatest strength? Yu Guanghe Sha asked. Tian also nodded repeatedly. Strength has always been a girl's weakness. That's why there are so many female ninjas who admire Tsunade. It's just to find the strongest point of your muscles and remember it. If you can't combine theory with practice like me, then practice it over and over again with your body to remember it. Kyunyi waved his hand and asked Hesha to cooperate with him to demonstrate the difference between normal slashing and limit strength. Yue Guanghesha thought for a while and said, is this the secret technique that you suddenly accelerated before? She had an impression. In the previous battle with Kakashi, she had been caught by Kakashi, but Kyunyi arrived quickly and blocked Kakashi in a short time. Is it so? I call it the limit state. It's quite difficult. It's hard for you to learn it in a short time. Master the hands first. You two use these 2 limbs more. Kyunyi nodded. Yue Guanghesha and Tian looked at each other, and they were all moved. This technique is definitely at the level of secret technique, but Kyunyi taught them without hesitation, which is really. We will keep it secret. No, it's not a profound skill. You practice first, I'll help you watch. Chapter 27 Hey 8, something happened, I'm leaving first. Cough cough cough. Just when he was practicing hard, a violent cough sounded. If it were someone else, Kyunyi might think that he was too close to Yue Guanghesha, causing others dissatisfaction, but in Yue Guang's house, he wouldn't think too much. Because this person is really hollow. What a bad face. Kyunyi observed carefully and was a little surprised. My goodness, it is a miracle in the ninja world that he can still be a ninja with this physique. I'm afraid Tsunade will be worried when she comes. Uncle, they are my new teammates. His name is Yajiu Qinyi and her name is Tian Tian. I will bring them to practice sword. Yue Guang Hesha smiled. Second generation masters notes. Just help each other. What can you do if you live longer? Swordsmanship notes, you probably won't need them for specific swordsmanship. After Chiba said that, Hayate was obviously stunned for a moment. Moonlight Hayate took out the notebook and handed it to him, adding, if you have any questions, you can come to me. It seems that he really needs it. Moonlight Hayate looked at Yajiu Chiba, smiled on his pale face, and said, are you free? Chiba hurried to catch up. After walking for a while, Moonlight Hayate said, Hokage-sama asked me to show you a notebook sent by second generation master. I was planning to come to you in a while, but I didn't expect that you would be so beautiful. Chiba didn't take credit. Come with me, ahem, Hessa, Tenten, you continue to practice. Moonlight Hayate coughed and turned around. Thank you, you can also refer to what I just said. But I suggest you don't go on missions too often. Your physical condition is already very poor. If you don't go on missions, you may live longer. Moonlight and Hesha stood still. Yes. Yes. Hayate nodded slightly and said, practice seriously and don't let down other people's swordsmanship. Moonlight and Hesha said with difficulty and weakness, by the way, thank you for Hesha's swordsmanship. Hayate's smile was quite open-minded. If he wanted to live longer, he would not have become a ninja in the first place. After all, his body was born weak and was not suitable for being a ninja. If you choose this path, you will not regret it. I will go back and prepare some medicine for you to try. Even if it can't be cured, it should not be a big problem to relieve it. When we find Tsunade-sama, it may not be impossible to cure it. Qinyi persuaded. Of course. He knew that Hayate's illness was very difficult to treat, even Tsunade would find it difficult to cure it, and Tsunade was suffering from hemophobia and had no ability to treat it. But at least this could give him some hope. Besides, it would be a waste to leave such a beautiful wife as a widow. Thank you. The prescription. Moonlight Gale could not refuse, he scratched his head, and had to think about how to repay this favor. When he came to his senses, Qinyi had already opened the notebook and started reading, nodding as he read, as if he had gained a lot. After reading for a long time, he sat there and read and pondered over and over again. The second generation's swordsmanship ideas are very simple. Weird, fast, and accurate. Use illusions and clones to deceive, quickly advance, slash, and accurately hit the opponent's flaws. Qinyi does not know illusions, but the many swordsmanship techniques and ideas mentioned in it are very useful. He pondered for a long time, and finally thought of the direction he wanted to study. Double sword flow. The other double sword may not be a real sword, it can be a chakra sword or a chakra needle, so that the lack of weirdness can be made up. However, such swordsmanship, it seems that there is no value in promotion. Qinyi thought about it and shook his head gently. Whether it has promotion value or not, he has to learn it. He can't learn it just for promotion. The purpose of creating promotional techniques is to become stronger. High difficulty techniques are really suitable for him. Qinyi went out to practice swordsmanship. Hai Feng was about to leave and do his own thing, but at this moment, he couldn't help but have a strong interest in this child. The third generation said that the complete swordsmanship is meaningless to him, so what kind of swordsmanship can he create? Hai Feng watched from the side. At first, he could see that Qinyi was practicing iai/, but later, he gradually some of them are hard to understand. This sword play. Uncle, what is he practicing? I feel it's weird. Moonlight Hesha came over and asked in a low voice. She had given up comparing herself with Qinyi. That guy was not an ordinary person. Comparing with him would simply hit her self-confidence. Moonlight Gale thought for 2 seconds and said, it seems to be a double sword style. Double sword style. Hesha was stunned, then turned her head to take a closer look. It really is. Qinyi's swordplay only attacks one side, and the other hand seems to be doing some kind of coordination. Normally, the double sword style is one attack and one defense, but his style. I can't say it, just one word, weird. Do you understand? Uncle. It should be a kind of assassination swordplay. By the way, Lord Hokage has something to do, you should treat them well. Moonlight Gale fled in panic. He really couldn't understand Chiba's swordsmanship, but he felt that the other party seemed to have his own ideas, so it was better not to comment. If you don't understand, you don't understand. What's there to hide? It's not like we don't know. Hesha curled her lips, ignored the uncle who was trying to save face and ran away, and turned back to the training ground. Seeing Tian, she was slightly relieved. Fortunately, not all the team members were perverts. There was a normal person like her, so she didn't look too stupid. After a day of training, Chiba asked for another training the next day. Tian and Hesha both had bitter faces. There was no way. Being with Chiba was really too discouraging. But Chiba didn't practice every moment. In his spare time, he would point out their shortcomings, especially the techniques of muscle limit state, so they were in pain and happiness. 3 days later. Yo-yo, you are training very hard. Kakashi squatted on the tree with the intimate paradise in his hand. That's right. It's a certain teacher who hasn't appeared recently. I feel like Chiba-kun is almost becoming our teacher. Tian put his hands on his hips and retorted. Ha ha ha, those who are capable should do more work. Do you want to go on the mission? Kakashi said with a smile. Mission? Yes. Of course. Kazusa nodded repeatedly. Chiba didn't care. In the early stage, the mission was probably just to help people fetch water and chop wood. At best, it was to help rich women catch cats. There was no challenge at all. Hehe, will you feel pressure when I choose sea-level missions for you right away? Kakashi said with a smile. No. X3 Chiba didn't want to do odd jobs, but he was very interested in sea-level missions. Such missions generally do not involve actual combat. Even if there are, they are mostly ordinary people or samurai. But if you want to take high-level missions, you must brush up your resume. Moreover, for a new team like them, they must have a backdoor to receive sea-level missions, and they can't ask for more. Then gather at the Hokage building. Yes. 4 figures went to the Hokage building at the same time. Chapter 28 Is stripping ninjutsu so simple? Sea-level mission? Well, Lord Hokage said in advance that your team can take sea-level missions, so please choose. The Chunin in charge of registration put out a list of tasks. Qinyi glanced at it and saw many tasks, such as escorting caravans, escorting documents, etc. Wait. Escort Sakuraba Seidaka to the Fire Temple? Sakuraba seems to be the surname of a noble of the Fire Country, and he is also interested in the Fire Temple. Isn't this just right? Teacher Kakashi, let's choose this. Escort Sakuraba Seidaka. Mission level, C. Qinyi laughed, if we really fight, don't shrink back and dare not use your sword. At least you have to protect the mission target for me. Qinyi was glad. Kakashi saw Chiba's intention. After registering at the door, the 2 girls came alive instantly. The Chunin wanted to persuade him again. The 2 shared the same hatred. This kid wants to go to the Fire Temple? He thought about it, nodded and said, that's it. The 2 girls were in high spirits and excited. Chiba was not the least bit upset, carrying a small bag with 3 books on it. Fortunately, there was no need to help carry the bag. Yu Guang and Sha didn't say anything. Chiba found that when there were many people, she would hide herself. The 4 of them walked slowly to the door. This is what you need to read during the mission. Tenten was excited. That's perfect. Hey, who are you looking down on? You should not be scared. Kakashi nodded again, and the other party had to take off the mission card and hand it to him. Lord Kakashi, this mission requires you to go to Kyoto to pick up Sakuraba Sadatake first. There may be some battles that do not involve ninjas in the middle, so please be cautious. He walked and looked around, not paying any attention to the hustle and bustle around him. In comparison, the girls seemed enthusiastic, as if they were going shopping. I'll take it. During the break, Kakashi was a little curious. This is your first mission, aren't you afraid of the dangers? No, and the mission hasn't actually started yet. If we start to worry now, it means that we are not qualified to take sea-level missions at all. Kyunyi ate a hunger-filling pill and continued reading. Blood and life, he has seen too much during this time in the hospital. Birth, aging, illness and death are too common in the ninja industry, not to mention ordinary samurai. If he really encounters an enemy during the mission, Kyunyi will definitely not show mercy. Of course. It would be best if there were no accidents. Kyunyi read silently, put it down from time to time, and gestured with his hands. Kakashi watched silently from the side, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. At first, he chose to take him for a year because of Kyunyi, but now, he was moved by the three people. They all worked hard. Tian Tian was constantly honing his chakra skills, while Yue Guang and Xia concealed their breath in the dark to observe and be on guard, and at the same time seemed to be secretly practicing some skills. Not to mention Kyunyi. This guy worked too hard, but his talent was also very high. Ninjas of the same era as him were destined to be lucky and miserable. They didn't need to worry about being confused without a guide ahead, there was always a figure in front of them, and the miserable ones were exactly like this. Kakashi observed for a while and said, "You have a normal knife in your right hand and a chakra scalpel in your left hand." As expected of teacher Kakashi. Kyunyi nodded slightly. Moonlight and SA instantly pricked up their ears. Chakra scalpel. Isn't this a medical ninjutsu? The chakra scalpel can indeed be used in actual combat, and it will not be affected by physical ninja tools, so the blade path is different. It can be used for left-handed assassination. It's a good idea. Kakashi was a little surprised. Chiba's thinking is completely different from that of ordinary people, as he can think of fighting with a chakra scalpel and coordinating it with a normal knife. Come on, maybe you can create a completely different set of combat methods. Kakashi said seriously. Tenten and SA were speechless for a while, but after thinking about it, they felt strangely accustomed to it. This kind of thing. It seems to have happened many times, and it is not surprising at all. The initial formation is very simple, but the difficulty is how to maximize the effects of the chakra knife and chakra needle. I wonder if I can add the effect of absorbing chakra on the basis of the two techniques. Chiba expressed his thoughts, even if there is only a little each time, it is also a big weakening for the enemy. Absorbing chakra. Kakashi frowned and began to think. By the way, teacher, you have learned more than 1,000 kinds of ninjutsu. It seems that Tsuchiyakudamu can absorb chakra, right? Chiba asked. Kakashi nodded slightly. He does know this technique. Tsuchiyakudamu's inability to absorb chakra is mainly due to the barrier. Earth escape is a restrictive effect, but it is very unrealistic to integrate the barrier technique into the chakra scalpel or chakra needle. Then is it possible to separate the barrier technique from Tsuchiyakudamu and release the barrier with oneself as the center? Chiba said again. This question, is it too tricky? Kakashi was stunned for a few seconds before saying, this barrier technique is mainly to directly change the nature of the enemy's chakra into what is needed for earth escape ninjutsu, that is, to connect earth escape with the barrier, with oneself as the center, a very dangerous approach. Chiba did not refute. Indeed. Chakra is composed of spiritual energy and physical energy. There must be subtle differences in everyone's chakra. Directly absorbing it will definitely increase the load on oneself, and ultimately it will not be worth the loss. What about a knife or a chakra scalpel? Well, This is theoretically feasible, but the difficulty is too high, right? I'm afraid it's at least S-level difficulty. The chakra scalpel is extremely difficult to use in combat, and if it is integrated into the barrier technique, it is at least S-level difficulty to learn. This is the difficulty of various forbidden techniques, and its effect is relatively useless in Kakashi's opinion. Chiba was quite excited. Difficulty? My chakra control ability is probably the top level among all ninjas, and with the feedback from Bodhi, my mental power and chakra control ability are gradually increasing. S-level difficulty is a piece of cake for me. So, difficulty has never been a problem. Teacher Kakashi, can you teach me Dorokudo Mu? Well, okay. Kakashi thought about it and began to orally narrate Dorokudo Mu's seal and training methods. Chiba listened to it once and started to try. I still can't learn the nature change. It's not a big problem. The seal is like a program. If it doesn't work, delete the wrong program and rewrite it. Anyway, you can sense the chakra fluctuations and trajectories. Moreover, if the control is strong enough, there will be no problem of chakra backlash. Kakashi's eyes twitched. This guy is really messing around. Are you huh? It seems to be successful. Kyunyi carefully sensed, tried, and added seals. In the middle, he took a ration pill to restore chakra. After a while, a barrier slowly spread out with the palm as the center. Kakashi sensed the loss of physical and mental energy and couldn't help but be silent. Damn it! The effect of stripping ninjutsu is so simple. Chapter 29 Teacher, aren't you going to die? I was wrong. I only knew that this guy had strong creativity, but I never thought that his control was also amazing. He would not be hurt by the wrong seal, and he could try randomly. If he had known this, he would definitely use the Sharingan to see. Kakashi took a deep breath and suppressed the chaotic emotions in his heart. In terms of practicality, it would be better to use barrier techniques with ninja tools. The prerequisite is to have chakra ninja tools, otherwise the effect is useless. For me, it is better to directly integrate into the technique, and for ordinary ninjas, it is better to directly chop. Chiba understood the reason, but chakra ninja tools cannot be bought simply by having money. If there is a channel for chakra knives, he will definitely save money to buy them. Kakashi thought about it and couldn't refute it. Indeed. He looked for a while, turned his head, noticed Kakashi and Kasa on the tree, and couldn't help but say, Teacher Kakashi, I have a question I have always wanted to ask. Fortunately, he is not in a hurry. Absorbing chakra is not very useful at present. This kind of skill is only needed when encountering a strong enemy. For a technique with 20 or 30 seals, not everyone is Kakashi or Zabuza, who can watch the opponent slowly make seals. If his opponent needs to use a technique with more than 40 seals, Chiba would have already shot a raise non. Well, fusion is indeed a bit difficult. This kind of hand seal is very complicated, and with so many hand seals, the experiment is quite difficult. Kakashi, holding a book in his hand, is also very studious. He plays with ninja tools every day, looking at Kakashi and Chiba with curiosity. Chiba shook his head, picked up the book and continued to read. At present, the effect of absorbing the barrier is still to be developed. Isn't that thing better than that ninjutsu? It still needs to be optimized. However, the development of ninjutsu is indeed not a smooth road. There are not many hand seals for the chakra scalpel, but there are several hand seals for the barrier technique. If you want to merge the two, it seems that some auxiliary hand seals should be inserted in between. Even if it is tried out, it has no practical significance. That thing is hard to find. If it is easy to find, he will definitely forge a white fang short knife again. Besides, absorption barrier and sealing technique may produce some cooperation. I remember the first time we met on the street, you and I were both reading books. At that time, you were still embarrassed and put the book away immediately. Chiba changed his posture. Chiba frowned. Kakashi lowered his head to look at the book, then looked at him, with a vague bad premonition. Chiba lowered his voice, "Look now, the two girls next to you are also calm and at ease. How did you practice this calmness?" "Chiba, what book is the teacher reading?" Tenten interrupted curiously. She lowered her head to see the title of the book. Kakashi said calmly, "Does Jiraiya know?" Of course, the legendary Three Ninjas." Tenten nodded. "This is the work of Jiraiya-sama. Can I take a look?" Tenten's eyes lit up. "The work of the legendary Sunin? It must be great." Kakashi was silent. He couldn't answer Chiba's question, and he understood the boy's subtext, so he closed the book with a click. "You've rested enough, it's time to set off, get to Kyoto earlier and pick up the mission earlier." "Ah!" Tenten looked disgusted. What about arriving in Kyoto earlier? It was obvious that he didn't want to show her. The transition was too abrupt. Kyunyi smiled but said nothing. It wasn't that he wanted to spoil the show. It was just that Kakashi had become more and more arrogant after knowing him, from the initial shy to now openly. Did he forget that there were two girls above and beside him? Especially the one on the tree. She could probably see the contents of the book clearly from her perspective. Kakashi didn't answer. Even if there were only 3 listeners, there were 2 little girls. When the girls came, after knowing what the book is, it may be somewhat ruined. Tenten is very smart. Kakashi is not the kind of stingy person. If it is a normal book, why doesn't he dare to show it to her? Obviously. There must be something wrong with this book. She secretly observed from behind and knew the name of the book. Tenten. When they arrived in Kyoto, they went to the place where they were to meet for the mission. Sakuraba was a nobleman, and Kakashi went in alone to explain the situation. At this time, Tenten couldn't help it. "Kyunyi, do you know what book Kakashi is reading?" Kyunyi tilted his head. Although Kakashi was still reading the book as usual, he had deliberately concealed it, and even she couldn't accidentally see the content. Tenten's eyesight is so good? Have you heard of Intimate Paradise? He looked at Chiba, Yueguang, and Sha. Yueguang and Sha remained silent, but their ears were slightly red. Chiba smiled, "I don't know either, but since it is the work of the 3 ninjas, it should be a very powerful book. I always feel suspicious." Tian pinched her chin and looked Chiba up and down. She knew Chiba. This guy doesn't do meaningless things, and that question must have a purpose. It's useless to be suspicious, I really don't know. Chiba smiled. Tian curled her lips and didn't dwell on this matter. She is not stupid. Chiba must know the inside story, but he is not willing to say it, so she won't ask more. Diagnosing the inside story sometimes makes everyone embarrassed. So. The next moment, she changed the subject and said, "By the way, Chiba, why don't you spend some time on ninjutsu?" Why do you suddenly think of this question? You should be more interested in ninja tools and physical skills. Chiba was a little confused. Tian sighed and said, "That's right, but our team lacks a ninja who is good at ninjutsu, and there are often some limitations." Kyunyi was stunned after hearing this, and then sighed softly. She is still the same Tian. Although she changed a team, she always thinks about her teammates and the team, not herself. This is not wrong. Kyunyi thought for a long time, and after thinking about it, he said, "Simple ninja tools are indeed very limited, but a person's energy is limited. You have to plan before making a decision. Well, I mainly think that with your ability, if I can learn some ninjutsu, our team can produce more changes in battle." Tian expressed her thoughts, "For example, Dorokudomyu, you can't learn the nature change of Earth Escape, so you can't perform the complete technique, but if I use the nature change part, can't it be done?" It can be heard that she has been thinking about it for an entire afternoon, and now her thoughts are extremely clear. Kyunyi nodded. Tianation's consideration is correct. If someone in the team can master ninjutsu, the team's overall tactics will definitely be richer. However, if you are learning ninjutsu to cooperate with me, then it is completely unnecessary. I know a lot of things. Even if the barrier technique cannot be effectively integrated into the current system, there are other means to cooperate. As he said, he took out 8 talismans. Tian and Hesha looked over. Hesha didn't recognize it. But Tian recognized what it was. Sealing array. Sealing technique and barrier technique also have a lot of room for development. I think that I can't learn nature change and illusion. Maybe the Six Paths Sage hopes that I can develop these areas that no one pays attention to. Chapter 30 A Little Time? Do you believe it? Hey, discussing tactics. Teacher. Euro X2. The two greeted each other, and Yu Guang and Xia bowed lightly but did not speak. Kakashi smiled. Tenten, Chiba is right. Everyone has limited energy. You are very talented in ninja tools. There is no need to make sacrifices to cooperate with someone in particular. But your consideration is right, but the direction is wrong. You are mainly good at physical skills and ninja tool manipulation, and then ninjutsu. Then the purpose of learning ninjutsu is to restrict the opponent or create space for yourself to pull. Chiba followed. Tenten pondered for a long time, nodded and said, I understand. Then what technique is more suitable? First of all, defensive ninjutsu and control ninjutsu, and secondly, you can also refer to the puppetry of the Sand Village. Chiba said, we can't make puppets, but they have some ideas that can be borrowed, such as you can change and replace ninja tools as traps for the enemy. Yet. Then there is the Earth Clone and the Yellow Spring Swamp. After learning these 3, you don't need to learn other things in a short time. As for Kakashi's first half, he didn't believe a word. Tenten tested it with Moonlight and Essay. I don't know the specific ninjutsu, but Kakashi teacher must know. Family members know their own business. He doesn't know that the change of nature is caused by the Bodhi seed. It has nothing to do with chakra and physique. It's useless to test it. This technique can enhance a certain defense ability, which is very useful for Tenten. Kakashi nodded gently. Kakashi handed it to Tenten, Moonlight and Essay, and finally to Chiba. He can answer many questions, and some of them are even clearer and more accurate than the teacher in charge. Chiba agrees. Then, he whispered about the effect of the hardening technique. The former broke the paper, and the latter became wrinkled. After speaking, Kakashi looked at Moonlight and Essay, what about you? Well, our employer is still putting on makeup and said he will be here in a while, so we still have some time. This is the chakra test paper Chiba, do you want one? Earth and Thunder. Tenten nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Tenten nodded repeatedly, thought for a while, took out a notebook, scribbled some patterns on it, and after flipping through several pages, she wrote down what Chiba said. With Chiba here, being a teacher is really too easy. Kakashi looked at the two of them, frowned, and then relaxed. Tenten's is easier, and I can think of a technique that is very suitable. Chiba shook his head. Hesha was stunned for a moment. What do you think? I just don't quite get used to it. Hesha looked around, then said a little nervously. Nothing, just a sea-level mission. She is obviously not afraid of the mission, right? Chiba said in his heart. Yes, I will definitely overcome it. As for ninjutsu, I think what you said makes sense, teacher, just say it directly. Hesha answered in a low voice. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, practice the nature change of lightning escape first. After you master the lightning escape chakra, I will teach you another technique. Yes. Moonlight Hesha nodded. Although the direction has been determined, it is not the time to practice chakra skills. The mission is imminent and there is no room for distraction, not to mention that the nature change is not so easy to master. Waited for an hour. Kyunyi looked inside and frowned, how long will she take? Wait slowly, I heard that nobles are very cumbersome when they go out, they will dress up carefully, one or two little there are always few when I go out. Moonlight and Saya whispered. We ninjas are still good. We don't dress up when we go out. We sweat anyway. Tian Tian complained, I haven't used my things yet. You really have them? Qinyi was a little surprised. He always thought that a girl like Tian Tian would not buy such cosmetics and decorations. My mother bought them, not me. Tian Tian explained hurriedly. There's nothing to explain about this kind of thing. Everyone loves beauty. Kakashi smiled. Hey, I really don't have any. Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. After a while, a neigh sounded. The sound of a horse. Qinyi was in high spirits, here it comes. Instantly, everyone stopped laughing. After a while, a carriage slowly came out, and the woman inside was dressed in bright and beautiful clothes and makeup. After lifting a corner of the curtain, a voice came from inside. Lord Kakashi, please pay more attention to my subsequent safety. Please rest assured, my subordinates and I will protect your safety. Kakashi bowed and greeted. Sakuraba Sadataki lowered the curtain, then let's go, I hope to reach the fire temple before tomorrow night. It should be no problem. Kakashi replied. Soon, the woman inside was not in the mood to continue chatting, and the carriage moved slowly. Chiba took the book and read it while walking. Tenten poked him. Don't read it after receiving the employer. It's not good if she complains. Tenten whispered. Kyoto is definitely safe. Don't read it after leaving Kyoto. Qinyi paused and added, by then, I should have finished reading it. What are you reading? Sealing technique. Qinyi is not Kakashi. There is nothing he cannot show to others. Do you want it? I have 2 volumes of sealing techniques from beginner to mastery in my bag. I have nothing to do anyway, so I just treat it as a pastime. That thing. Tian Tian shuddered, thinking of the horrible time when he first learned sealing techniques. He knew very well how terrible sealing techniques were. Reading such a book was really not a pastime. What a pity, this is a treasure. Qinyi sighed, and then continued to read. Yukao Hesha always spoke very little in front of many people. Only in front of acquaintances would she unveil her outer veil and reveal her true nature. However, it was precisely because she was on guard that Qinyi could read the book with peace of mind. As for Kakashi, that guy might add some extra courses, and he is generally not trustworthy. Of course. At critical moments, teacher Wavyukai is definitely very reliable. Before leaving Kyoto, everything was safe and sound, and nothing happened. However, after leaving the city of Kyoto, Qinyi still did not put away the book of sealing techniques, maintaining his previous casual state. But in fact, he secretly used his perception to observe the surrounding situation. Someone is following. This person followed from outside the city to the outskirts of the city. The ninja dared to follow, how brave he was. Tian Tian turned back and glared, Qinyi secretly winked, she was immediately startled, and tacitly understood what Qinyi meant. There is a special situation. She did not speak, kept her previous position and continued to move forward, also quietly observing the surroundings. Soon, she also found the enemy. This is a sword-wielding Ronin, mixed in the crowd, he is not good-looking, but if you observe carefully, you can still find that he frequently pays attention to the convoy. After leaving the outskirts of the city, the man disappeared. But soon, another person took over and appeared from time to time behind. Chapter 31 Invisible Blade, the most deadly. For ordinary people, such disguise is careful enough. At least Sakuraba Sadataki and her subordinate warriors did not notice any of them, but in the eyes of Chiba and others, these people are too conspicuous, especially Chiba. As his mental power increases, his perception range and effect are also increasing. The actions of these people should not be too obvious under perception. Tian Tian played with the kunai for a while. It seems casual, but in fact he is asking Chiba for his opinion. Should we take action? Chiba turned the page and did not move. Now we will close the net and catch 2 small shrimp. It's meaningless, it's a waste of time. Their duty is to protect, not to eliminate the enemy. But Kinyi knows that their team is a little special, otherwise they can't accept the sea-level mission right away. The village has different expectations for them. It's midnight. The Bodhi seed gave him powerful mental ability and recovery ability, so even if he didn't rest for a night, it would not affect his combat effectiveness. But Yue Guang and Sha are different. Yue Guang and Sha looked down and refused hesitantly. Kakashi said, "Go to bed, I'll come in the second half of the night." Kinyi shook his head and said, "Go to rest, the moonlight is bright now, I can still read, I'll call you in the second half of the night." As long as those people don't take action, there's no need to worry too much. If they attack them. Kinyi turned the pages of the book and began to read quietly. These people gradually dispersed, as if they gave up tracking. No need. Yes. Yukiko and Sa did not refuse again. Kinyi did not want to meddle in other people's business, but he could not sell out his employer for them. "Hesha, you've been on sentry duty for a day, go and rest, I'll watch over you at night." Until the moon was dim and the night was dark, the group took a temporary rest in a valley. "Leave Kyoto. Then kill him." "Of course. I can't rely too much on Kakashi. In addition to them, Kakashi can also do it." "No, I know you can, but as a ninja and team leader, you must learn to reasonably allocate the manpower of the team and arrange the rotation of members reasonably. You can't take on everything," Kakashi said seriously, "otherwise, when you really need to contribute, what if you get into trouble because you didn't rest well?" Kinyi hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. "By the way, why didn't you catch those people during the day?" "That's not within our scope of responsibility," Kinyi replied. Kakashi didn't comment, just nodded gently, and then let him leave. The next day, Yue Guang Hesha woke up and immediately apologized to Kakashi and Kinyi. "I'm sorry, teacher, Chiba-kun, Not only did she not wake up in the middle of the night, but she didn't wake up until Chiba called her." "Nothing, I told Chiba not to call you, let's go, there's still a long way to go," Kakashi said. "Yes." Yuko Hesha nodded. "Wait, you scouted all afternoon yesterday, Chiba followed for a while at night, I'll do it in the morning." Tenten stopped her. Yuko Hesha hesitated. "Okay, let's do it." Kakashi nodded. Chiba was reading a book on the side, not talking. Although he had finished reading The Mastery of the Seal Technique, he felt that he had not fully understood it, so he chose to read it again. Reading it for the second time. Sure enough, many places that were missed before were discovered. "This thing is really profound." Chiba sighed. "Chiba-kun, aren't you tired looking at this?" Yuko Hesha whispered. She can only talk freely with people she knows well. When noble ladies and warriors approach, they usually don't talk much. Now that she doesn't need to keep an eye on them, she can finally chat with them. Kinyi smiled and said, "You can gain something every time you read it. How can you feel tired? It hurts?" Yue Guang Hesha silently moved her eyes away. The difficulty of the sealing technique is generally recognized to be high. She has read some of it and only feels that it is like a heavenly book. As Kinyi said, you can gain something every time you read it, it is simply a dream. Kinyi smiled and said, "Although the sealing technique is difficult, the value of this thing is also very high. I am considering whether I can use the absorption barrier to store chakra in combination with the sealing technique. Is this possible?" Yue Guang Hesha was a little surprised. "If it can be done, the absorption barrier will not be so useless." "Yes. As long as you know some common sense, you will know that the Tsuchiyadomo is a rather useless existence in Earth Escape Ninjutsu, because if you can trap the enemy, you can usually kill them. If you can't trap them, then the absorption barrier is useless. But if you can store the absorbed chakra, the effect will be different. It is equivalent to giving yourself more chakra. Theoretically, it is possible. Kyunyi didn't say too much. The yin seal is a sealing technique that stores chakra. He doesn't know the yin seal, and that thing involves the head. He doesn't dare to try it without knowing the technique. So, it's just a thought. But he did think of one thing. The energy absorption barrier, to put it bluntly, focuses on energy absorption rather than the barrier. If the energy absorption effect is further stripped away, can it be integrated into more ninjutsu? It's just some chakra, Kyunyi doesn't care too much. Although his chakra is not as good as the special physiques of the Senju family and Naruto, it is far better than ordinary people. Generally speaking, he doesn't lack chakra. But some chakras with changed properties are different. If I can temporarily absorb and control the enemy's attribute chakra, wouldn't it be equivalent to me also having attribute chakra? Kyunyi touched his chin and felt that this thing was very interesting. You can try it. As he walked, he took out his small notebook and wrote down his inspiration on it. Yue Guanghesha said enviously, I see Tian Tian also has a notebook, which is full of her ideas for some ninja tools. You have a ninjutsu inspiration notebook, but I don't have any ideas. Sometimes it's not that you don't have ideas, but you don't pay attention to them. Well, creation is like this. Remember every inspiration. Maybe an invention in the future will be born from your inadvertent inspiration. Kyunyi said while writing. Ding ding ding. With a bell ringing, Kyunyi instantly put away the notebook and released his perception ability to explore the surroundings. Dong dong dong. Without waiting for Kyunyi to make a move, Tian Tian had already released his fire power first. Dozens of kunao were sprinkled like rain. Under the control of the steel wire, the kunao shot into the darkness and directly forced several ambushed enemies out. Kyunyi sighed. Several of these people were the samurai seen in Kyoto. Why bother to seek death? I will protect the employer, you go and deal with them. Kakashi said lightly. Yes. Kyunyi stood still, then waved his hand, do it. The next second, he instantly moved forward, and at the same time, he formed seals with both hands, and chakra needles appeared in his hands. Swoosh! The figure flashed by, the first enemy's eyes widened, and then after a few seconds, he covered his throat and his face turned red. The arteries in the throat and neck were cut. Hee hee! Several people pinched their throats, their expressions were very painful. Kyunyi's figure was like lightning, although he didn't really cut a wound, but several people died in his hands. The knife of Yue Guang and Sha can be blocked, but the chakra needle can't. The invisible blade is the most deadly. Chapter 32 Kakashi, your thoughts are very dangerous. Mr. Kakashi, I'm sorry for the previous question. The voice of Sakuraba Sadaka came from the carriage. Kakashi smiled and said, it's nothing. They did just graduate, but Chiba's strength is hard to compare with him even for a Chunin. What he lacks is experience, so he needs my leadership. Yes, this makes me feel more at ease. Please don't worry at all. The other two are also my very important disciples. They will definitely be great female ninjas in the future and are more than enough to serve as guards. As a noble family in Kyoto, the Sakuraba family is not completely ignorant of ninjas. So, at first, Sakuraba Sadataki was quite dissatisfied. She felt that Konoha sent a new team. If Kakashi hadn't been the captain, she would definitely not be happy. And now, Chiba said the idea he had thought of before. This is the first time that the chakra needle has been used in battle. The warriors of the Sakuraba family dare not underestimate the three children. He sighed in his heart. That's true. High talent really allows you to do whatever you want. Kakashi nodded, but that kind of difficulty has reached S level, I'm afraid only you can do it. Kyunyi took out the book and continued reading. He didn't know what to say. Well, the chakra consumption is a bit high. If you can perfectly control the condensation degree and the change of virtuality and reality of the chakra needle, it might be better. In addition, it is more appropriate to thicken it during combat. Kyunyi said his thoughts. Kakashi pushed the forehead protector to cover his eyes, and praised softly. A chakra knife like Kyunyi, which is so condensed that it is almost materialized, is extremely difficult in itself. If you add chakra absorption, I'm afraid the learning difficulty has reached the maximum. There is no blood on his body, but his clothes are a little dirty, and there is no other change. After a while, Kyunyi cleaned up and returned here. Kakashi pondered, and then, who else in the world can learn it besides Kyunyi? In fact, I am still considering integrating the effect of absorbing chakra. If I can do it, I can absorb the opponent's attribute chakra to enhance myself. This time, it seems that I thought too much. Not a bad technique, more suitable for fighting than the chakra sword. Before, who would have thought that the boy who looked quiet and knew nothing was the most terrifying one among the three teenagers? There are not many warriors who dare to attack the ninja team. Some of these warriors are obviously warriors raised by certain families. Their strength is not comparable to that of ordinary wandering warriors. Even they dare not say that they will win. But Kyunyi's figure came and went freely among the blades of dozens of people, killing in and out, without a drop of blood on his body, while the enemy lay on the ground and wailed. In their eyes, this method is no less than the evil technique of ghosts. Kyunyi, that technique. At noon, Tian hesitated. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, "Can I exchange it with ninja tools or detonating tags? Or, you can make an offer." "No, this technique is not suitable for you. If you don't want to learn it, you might as well try to strengthen the chakra thread to the extent that it can be cut," Kyunyi said. Chakra thread, cutting. Tian was slightly startled. "This works?" "No. Qianye seemed to have used it before. In the previous bell test, Kakashi's bell was cut by Qianye with chakra thread, but he didn't think about it at that time. How did he do it? It is a byproduct of my creation of chakra needle. It certainly has the ability to cut, but the effect is not so ideal," Qianye said as he released the chakra thread, then waved it gently, and a branch not far away was cut off. "Can its lethality be higher?" "That's more difficult." Qianye shook his head. "In this case, well, I understand. If I use it to attach to the steel wire, the chakra loss and power can be increased, right?" Tian pondered. "The lethality of the chakra thread alone is probably only this great. But if the chakra is attached to the steel wire, the effect will definitely be better." That's an idea." Kyunyi's eyes lit up, and he said, "You can also replace the kunao at the tip of the wire with a heavier weapon, so that the kinetic energy will increase when swinging it, and the power of the wire will also be enhanced." "Let me see." Tian was inspired and quickly searched her notebook. Then, she found a ninja tool on the 4th page. Wrap shuriken, kunao, etc. with an iron ball mechanism, and the outside is the appearance of an iron spike ball. This is a mechanical weapon she came up with. Tian patted Kyunyi's shoulder excitedly. "It's worthy of you, Kyunyi-kun, you can even think of this. I'll start the experiment when I get back." "It's nothing. If you hit me a little more gently, I would sincerely thank you." Kyunyi continued to read calmly. Tian laughed and ran to the side to think about his new weapon. Sakuraba Sadataki stayed in the carriage and didn't come out. Until now, Kyunyi didn't know what she looked like, but he didn't want to see her. He was just curious. Kyunyi wanted to take this task, not mainly because of Sakuraba Sadataki, but for Dailu, the headmaster of the Fire Temple, the one worth 30 million taels. He was very interested in the talent of the immortal clan. "Teacher Kakashi. I heard that there was a ninja monk in the Fire Temple who was one of the 12 guardian ninjas back then. Do you know him?" Kyunyi stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Kakashi paused while reading the book, then thought for a moment and replied, Dailu? It seems to be called this name. If you say you are familiar with him, it's not that familiar. You can only say that you have heard of each other. What a pity. Kyunyi sighed. He suspected that the immortal talents might be a special ninjutsu involving the use of natural energy, just like the three holy places, so he wanted to get it. But if there is no connection, it will be very difficult to obtain it. Do you want to learn their ninjutsu? Kakashi tilted his head and looked at Kyunyi with one eye. I heard that they have a very special immortal talents chakra, so the ninjutsu, barrier technique and sealing technique are all different. If you can learn it, you may be able to create a new category. Kyunyi said. Kakashi pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, it's difficult. I have also heard of the immortal talents. This is their temple guarding method. Even ninja monks are not accessible to everyone, let alone outsiders like us. It doesn't matter, let's get to know each other first. I remember that Senior Asuma is also one of the 12 guardian ninjas. Let's see if we can save him in a roundabout way. Kyunyi said naturally. Kakashi chuckled and said, Asuma did serve as a guardian ninja for a period of time, but it may be difficult for you to learn the talent of the immortal clan from him. In the end, you still have to find a way in the fire temple. Teacher Kakashi, your idea is very dangerous. I mean to ask Senior Asuma to help introduce me and let Senior Dailu know my development talent. Then I can exchange the developed skills. What do you want? Chapter 33 I have read books for half a month and understand a little bit. We have arrived at the fire temple. Kakashi said lightly, changing the subject, and did not insist on the idea of a euro competing with Kyunyi in words. That's too naive. If he was that kind of person, he would have been assimilated by Might Guy for so many years. Kyunyi looked up. In the distance, two huge stone statues at the entrance of the temple were integrated with the gate, looking magnificent and majestic. Is this the fire temple? So amazing! Tia Nation's eyes widened. The main gate alone made her feel unstoppable and she became solemn unconsciously. Chiba replied. Sealed iron wall. It is essentially a sealing technique. If you want to destroy it, you don't have to destroy the stone statue like Kakuzu did. You only need to destroy a few important techniques. It must be him. What are you looking at? Moonlight and She held the sword and stared at the main gate blankly. Chiba looked at the appearance and could vaguely see the face in the anime, and then he saw part of Sakuraba Sadaka's appearance. Master, don't worry, I don't mean to touch it, I'm just watching from the side. The two of them looked like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, and he secretly observed the stone statue and the gate. Chiba bowed apologetically and followed in. Guest, this is a very important statue in our temple. Chiba is different from them. But the essence remains the same. It is indeed different from Konoha's sealing technique. Tian came over, they have all gone in. Nothing, I just feel that these two stone statues are extraordinary. The sealing barrier is not fully activated now, and it does not prevent them from entering, but from some traces of the stone statues and the gate, traces of the barrier and the sealing ritual can still be seen. Kyunyi thought. The temple is not much different from the anime. The rigid buildings are solemn and solemn. The monks are guarding around, and the women in gorgeous clothes are walking towards the main hall. Is that Dailu? A figure can be seen faintly in the hall. Her makeup is very heavy. However, even such a charming makeup still can't cover up her excellent facial features and beautiful face. She should be a beauty. Tenten, Yueguang and Sha stood guard at the door and did not enter, while Kakashi put away the book and was bored in the temple. Seeing Kyunyi looking over there, he walked over quietly. What are you looking at? Ritual, the sealing technique of the fire temple, how to say it? Kyunyi was speechless. Kakashi looked around and whispered, what's wrong? It's a pretty good technique. From your expression, you seem to think it's not so good. The technique is too obvious, and the weakness is outside the barrier. The stone statue itself has no special protection and can be easily destroyed. It feels full of loopholes. Kyunyi complained in a low voice. Kakashi was silent for a moment. A structure like the fire temple, the world is already very sophisticated. At least if he doesn't look at it carefully, he can't see any traces of the technique. As a result, it is full of loopholes in Kyunyi's mouth. Is it possible that it's not that their technique is too rubbish, but that your level is too high? Of course. He won't say such a face-losing question. He just patted Kyunyi's shoulder silently, and then made a gesture of silence. Kyunyi nodded gently. After a long time, a figure walked out. I didn't expect that a sea-level escort would be escorted by the legendary copy ninja himself. A sturdy monk walked out, with a fire silk scarf wrapped around his waist. Kyunyi immediately knew the other party's identity. The land of the 12 guardian ninjas. As a leader, it's good enough to receive a sea-level. Kakashi's mask moved, as if he was smiling. Great. Is Asuma okay? Not bad, just a little busy. He has a lot of tasks recently and hasn't had much rest. Kakashi said with a smile. Delu exchanged a few pleasantries with him, then cast his eyes on Chiba. After looking him up and down, he couldn't help but ask curiously, I wonder which genius he is, and he is lucky enough to become Kakashi's disciple. Hello, Master Delu, I am Yajayu Chiba. Chiba bowed gently. Yajayu Chiba. Delu thought about it carefully, and didn't think that there was any Yajayu family in Konoha. There is such a samurai family in the Iron Country, but it should have nothing to do with Chiba. So, he is a commoner? A commoner who can let Kakashi become his teacher must be a genius among geniuses. Delu thought to himself. Please come in, wait until I finish talking with Miss Sadataki, and then I will receive you. Delu put his hands together. Then, he ordered someone to take Chiba and the other 4 to the side hall to rest, and then return to the main hall. Chiba sensed it. Now Sakuraba Sadataki should be burning incense, and he doesn't need to be around for a short time, so Delu took the time to receive them, after all. Anyway, Kakashi is a famous ninja in the ninja world. They went to the side hall and sat for a while. A monk served some vegetarian food. Kakashi was not polite at all. Chiba and the others also picked up their chopsticks. It's free, it would be a waste if they didn't eat it. After eating, Delu came from outside the hall. Do you like the food? It's very delicious, thank you, master. Kakashi nodded. Delu smiled and said, I was inside before and heard this donor mention that there is a problem with the seal barrier of our temple. I wonder if you can tell me in detail. It's not a big problem. The main thing is that the weakness of your barrier is outside. It's okay if they don't know it, but if the other party knows this, they can destroy the entire barrier by destroying the stone statue. Kyunyi said. Kakuzu and Haiden directly destroyed the stone statue and then destroyed the seal iron wall. Then, he said, if you know the seal and barrier technique, it will be even simpler. You only need to destroy the technique hidden inside, and you don't need to destroy the entire stone statue. This. Delu pondered for a long time. He had considered this problem before, but the fire temple was strong, and he was confident that he could kill the enemy even if he came, so he didn't take it seriously. Soon he thought of another question. Donor, are you proficient in seals and barriers? Delu was a little surprised. I've read books for half a month, and I know a little bit. Delu was a little unsure, and couldn't help looking at Kakashi and the other 2 girls. The 2 girls were not surprised at all. Either the boy really has such ability, or they know that he is lying, but is it necessary? Konoha and Fire Temple are not enemies, and there is no need for the boy to lie to him. But both of these require extremely high knowledge accumulation, and ordinary jonin rarely master them. Although he knows a little, it is impossible to find the location of the technique from the traces outside. The only explanation. The other party really knows the sealing technique, and it is definitely not a little bit, and his attainments are likely to be higher than his own. Chapter 34 Sealing Array Free Version. Kyunyi has a strong learning ability, and he does know a little about sealing techniques. Kakashi spoke. However, he didn't say how talented Kyunyi was. After all, Kyunyi's current deeds were really outrageous, and it would take a long time to explain, and no one might believe it. Seeing is believing. Then in your opinion, how should we change the barrier technique here? Dilu asked. Kyunyi thought for a while and said, I don't know much about your barrier technique, so I can't give you a good suggestion. If I really want to say, it's better to embed a small layer outside the stone statue, and it's better to bury the technique underneath so that people can't see it. Embed a layer. Dilu knew the sealing iron wall technique, so after listening, he began to think about the feasibility of Kyunyi's plan. It's really possible. Why did such a difficult thing become so simple in the other party's mouth? He couldn't understand. I've only learned some theoretical knowledge recently, and I haven't created a specific sealing technique yet. Well, let's do this, I'll change one now. Dilu said his difficulties. Dilu had a strange expression. After thinking about it carefully, he found. He didn't believe it in his heart. It's not difficult, whether it's the sealing technique or the barrier technique, it looks messy, but in fact, the connection between the techniques is traceable. As long as you understand the principles inside, it's easy to change it by adding a few techniques. It sounds simple, but it's already amazing to understand and learn the sealing technique. How many people dare to say that they can understand the principles inside? Boast. Although it is necessary to dig around, it is not difficult to nest another layer compared to placing the stone statue directly outside. Kakashi, Tian, Yue Guang, and Sha didn't say anything. Is this simple? Insert a few techniques. Kyunyi didn't say anything else, but said, in fact, it doesn't necessarily need to be changed. The Fire Temple ninja monk is powerful, and there are not many ninjas in the world who can threaten your temple. Kyunyi explained patiently. You understand so much after only half a month of reading. This is amazing. This kind of professional stuff is sometimes difficult to insert even for a jonin, and Dilu obviously can't do it either. His expression is a little confused. Dilu thought about it and said, can I see the donor's sealing technique? If the donor has this ability, I would like to ask the donor to help modify it. The reward is not a problem. Well, but if you can add another layer of barrier, the protection effect will definitely be better, but it is not that simple to seal the iron wall. It may be a bit difficult to embed a small barrier. However, Kyunyi smiled and said, add a few spells to borrow power from the large barrier. In this way, the small barrier can be linked to the large barrier to avoid breaking it in one attack. Kyunyi took out 4 talisman papers. These 4 are talisman papers for the sealing array. They can be pasted in 4 directions as traps to restrict the enemy in the middle. They are more commonly used by the middle ninja class. Sealing array. Dilu really knows a little bit. Although he can't understand the spell, he can recognize it by combining the 4 iconic talisman papers. Kyunyi nodded. Kyunyi, can this be changed? Tian was a little surprised, but more worried. She didn't know what Kyunyi wanted to do, but changing a technique was not that simple. What if it failed? Well, I have some ideas. Kyunyi took out 2 blank talisman papers and began to draw the technique. Drawing a technique is a technical job. Especially this kind of talisman paper. The more complicated the technique, the higher the difficulty, which is why the detonation talisman is so expensive. You can tell whether you understand it or not by looking at the strokes. Dilu looked carefully and saw that Kyunyi didn't shake the pen at all and the lines were as thin as silk threads. He knew that this kid's slightly understanding was a humble word, and his skills were really very high. Half a month? You may not be able to practice such skills even after studying for several years. He was secretly surprised. Then, he saw Kunyi write quickly, and a technique was quickly drawn, occupying a corner of the talisman paper. It seemed to be a technique of some kind of barrier technique. But Delu had only a limited understanding of barrier art. Apart from sealing the iron wall, he had not learned much else and could not figure out what kind of barrier art it was. He watched quietly from the side. Before he knew it, a talisman was made. What art is this? Not yet. Kunyi took out another one and continued to paint. After a while, another talisman paper was also placed on the table. He stood up and walked around. Kakashi, Delu, and the others also came over, but did not dare to get too close, fearing that it would affect Kunyi's thinking. The next second, Kunyi took out 2 more talismans. Soon, 8 talisman papers were spread out on the table. Try it. Kunyi looked at Delu. Okay. Delu nodded, and then watched Kunyi put the talisman paper away. 8 directions, 8 talisman papers. Delu took a step forward, and the next moment, he noticed Kunyi making seals with both hands. Instantly, a barrier was activated. Binding array. No, that's not right. There is also a barrier that absorbs my chakra. Could it be that? Delu opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at Kunyi's direction with his peripheral vision. He was controlled by the binding array and could not move for the time being. Fortunately, he could see Kunyi's movements from the side of his eyes. He clearly saw that Kunyi did not maintain the seal state. The binding array is effective, but the conditions are very harsh, and the seal state must be maintained after it takes effect. Only by cooperating with teammates can it play its role. But at this time, Kunyi did not maintain the seal. So that's it. Kakashi took a breath. Great. Kunyi combined the absorption barrier with the binding array, and it was implemented in the form of a sealing talisman. After the two are combined, the user can easily activate the 2 spells by just making a seal. In this way, the binding array can cooperate with the chakra absorbed by the absorption barrier in a short period of time to restrict the enemy's actions, while the caster can move freely. The time cannot last too long, but in a life and death battle, a limit of 1 or 2 seconds is enough to kill. Just like now. Delu tried hard to cut off the connection between the sealing array and himself, but swish! A knife was already across his neck. Ninjutsu or something, how can it be faster than a knife? As long as there is no defensive ninjutsu or special physical blessing, a knife hits the vital point. If not dead, it will be disabled. Elite Jonin like Delu is no exception. The knife was across his neck, and after half a second, Delu finally released the effect of the absorption barrier. Effect of sealing array. It disappeared after a breath. What a powerful spell, did you really come up with it on the spur of the moment? Delu couldn't believe it. Of course not, I was able to complete the spell because I studied the knowledge of sealing techniques for half a month, and the knowledge of barrier techniques for 2 months. Kunyi put away the 8 pieces of talisman paper. Any creation is the product of accumulation over time, how can it be accomplished overnight? Delu first breathed a sigh of relief, then carefully tasted it, and his mood became complicated again. Studied barrier techniques for 2 months? Half a month of sealing techniques? It took me 2 or 3 years just to learn how to seal the iron wall. Although I split some of my energy by practicing physical techniques and immortal talents at that time, Delu knew his ability. Even if he concentrated on practicing the iron wall, it would probably take a year. Chapter 35. It turns out that the noble man is right in front of me. Delu was speechless for a long time, doubting his life in his heart, and couldn't help looking at Kakashi. Kakashi, how long did it take you to learn the sealing technique back then? Well, I didn't learn it before, but later, it didn't take long, after all, you know. Kakashi didn't explain too much. But how did the name of the copy ninja come from? Sharingan. Copying and reading books. It didn't take too long to learn the evil seal, but that was all. He didn't know more advanced sealing techniques. Delu took a deep breath and looked at the two girls. Forget it, compare with the little girls? Can't bring himself to do this. In a few seconds, they came to the same conclusion. This kid. Kakashi glanced at Kunyi. From yesterday to today, he has already thought of how to combine the sealing array and the absorption barrier and optimized and improved it on the spot. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Kunyi, we will negotiate with your Konoha about our fire temple's barrier technique later, and we hope that you can help us then. Break a hole, there will be more possibilities. Kunyi is not an ordinary person, there is no need to compare with this guy. No problem. Delu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. That is to say. But in fact, Kakashi was also surprised. It should be right. Fortunately, I have copied enough ninjutsu. If there is only 1 year, I should be able to barely support the teacher's appearance. Is he too weak, or is the opponent too strong? There was a silence in the side hall. Kunyi was thinking about the free version of the sealing circle, thinking about how to improve and promote it, while the others were reflecting. Compared with him, I am not a genius at all. Kunyi nodded, secretly happy in his heart. The situation went better than expected. Although it was impossible to contact the talents of the immortal race, at least he had a chance to show his face in front of Delu, and the iron wall of the seal would identify the talents of the immortal race. When Kunyi peeled off the absorption barrier, his purpose was to perfect his own technique, and it was yesterday that he combined it with the sealing array. By then, if he asked Delu about the principle, would he still not reveal it? Obviously. He really did it. He did not stop him. Kunyi used legitimate means to contact and negotiate, and he had no reason to object. If he really studied the essence of the talents of the immortal race, then the Fire Temple might ask this child for help. Thank you very much. Delu bowed solemnly. After seeing Kunyi's strength, he realized that he really had the ability to break the seal. Such a genius deserves respect no matter how old he is, not to mention that Kunyi's personality is not the type of arrogant and domineering. Delu has a good impression of him and even has a good impression of him. By the way, has the demand for medicinal materials in Konoha increased a lot recently? Delu suddenly asked again. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, what's wrong? For Konoha ninjas, there should be nothing that cannot be said. The purpose of Miss Sakuraba, whom you are escorting, is to invite me to the Sakuraba family to take charge for a while. Delu roughly explained the situation. After listening, Chiba had only one feeling. Fate, wonderful. It turned out that the Sakuraba family had a sideline business of medicinal materials. The one in charge of the medicinal materials business was Sakuraba Saitotaka's branch. The cause of the fluctuation of medicinal materials was the strengthening medicinal bath, and many of the medicinal materials in it came from the Sakuraba family. Affected by this, the medicinal materials industry in the Land of Fire has been undercurrents recently. Of course. This is just an inducement. The real problem is that some other hostile families took this opportunity to suppress it. The family was not peaceful either, so Sakuraba Saitotaki hoped to get help from outside forces. After Delu finished speaking, he sighed and said, in fact, I can't help with this kind of thing. At most, I can help to repel the enemy. She wants to break the deadlock, but the key is not me. The Konoha ninja does not accept the commission of the family infighting in the Land of Fire. To some extent, Sakuraba Saitotaki is desperate. Indeed. Kakashi pondered for a moment, and then nodded gently. He didn't understand much about the business world, but Kakashi was deeply touched by the family's troubles. The Haytake family is still bound to have disputes, not to mention the huge Kyoto nobles. He looked at Chiba. The strengthening medicinal bath was invented by Chiba. At present, this business is jointly done by the medical class, the Nara clan, the Akimichi clan and Chiba, so in a sense, Chiba also has a say. The matter of Sakuraba Saitotaka, maybe it will be Kunyi. Delu noticed this detail keenly, and his heart moved. He was very surprised and said, "Could this matter also be related to the little donor?" "Yet." Kyunyi nodded embarrassedly. Kyunyi made a potion, which is very popular in Konoha, so. Tian explained on the side. Dilu understood. He was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and said, "Little donor, do you want to come forward? If you don't want to come forward, I can convey some information on your behalf. I don't care about business. You tell her to find a way to connect with the Nara clan. If her medicinal materials are really good, the Nara clan will definitely stand on her side." Kyunyi said. Dilu nodded after listening, clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, donor." "Nothing, I just said a word." Kyunyi did not take credit. The Sakuraba family had a setback, and the medicinal bath business might be affected. At present, the medicinal bath materials are in short supply, and he doesn't want anything to go wrong at this critical moment. On the other hand, if the Sakuraba family further cooperates with the Nara clan to increase the output of special medicinal materials, it is possible that more advanced medicinal baths will have the opportunity to be mass-produced. Business dealings are mutually beneficial. Dilu clasped his hands together and saluted, but his heart was filled with emotion. When he first met, he just thought that this young man had an extraordinary demeanor and might be a genius of Konoha, but just now, his cognition was refreshed again and again. In his opinion, Kyunyi can no longer be simply summarized by the word genius. Dilu left the courtyard, and after a while, Sakuraba Sadatake sent a message that he was going back. After learning the direction, she was eager to go home. Kyanba and the others had to escort her back, so they had to accompany her. On the way, Sakuraba Sadatake did not sit in the carriage as before, but occasionally poked his head out to observe Kakashi, Kyunyi, Tian, and Kazusa. Finally, at noon the next day, when they were about to arrive in Kyoto, she took advantage of the break to get off the car to the place where Chiba and the others had lunch and rest, bowed, and then said, "Thank you for your protection along the way. You entrusted us, we took the task, and it is our duty to protect you. There is no need to thank you." Kakashi shook his head. Sakuraba Sadatake smiled, then looked at Chiba and bowed solemnly, saying, "Mr. Chiba, I am very grateful for your kindness yesterday. Sadatake will never forget it in my life and will definitely repay you in the future. It's nothing. Konoha also needs a stable source of medicinal materials. We are also uncomfortable when you encounter setbacks. It's just mutual benefit. Whether it can succeed depends on you." Chiba was not surprised. These people are mixed in the family field, and they are all smart. It is not difficult to guess that he asked Dailu to pass the message. Sakuraba Sadatake shook his head. Without Sadatake, there will be other clan members to manage the business, but Sadatake can't control his own destiny without it. The two have different meanings. After saying that, she bowed solemnly and then returned to the carriage. Chapter 36 Intimate Series Extra. Sakuraba Sadatake went home. Their mission on this trip has been completed and they can go back to the village. Tian was a little touched. It turns out that women from big families don't live well. Before, she envied the children of big families and thought that they were born with good treatment, unlike them, the common people, who need to work harder to become ninjas. But now, she feels that there is nothing wrong with her. Every position has its own difficulties. In fact, the life of the big family is often not as comfortable as ours. It's not just the nobles in Kyoto, but also our village. Chiba seemed to be referring to something. A figure in white flashed through Tianation's mind. Maybe. What do you mean? Well, the affairs of the big family have nothing to do with us, and we can't control it. Bookstore. I'm full. She didn't say anything, but Gecko Kazusa spoke. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, where are you going? Kazusa shook her head. Do you have similar difficulties? Even if they are branch families, they can learn a lot of ninjutsu and have Byakugan, right? They looked at Kakashi and Chiba, hoping they could answer, but Kakashi was silent. Hinata, I heard that the treatment of branch families and main families is very different, and in each generation, only one person in the main family will become the head of the family, and the other will become the branch family. Tenten was puzzled. Kakashi looked at Tenten and Kazusa, are you full? Tenten immediately understood, her eyes widened and slightly surprised. Kakashi stood up and was about to leave, but he was instantly refreshed after a sidelong glance. Is he talking about that guy? Hyaga Niji. Is there any difference between the main family and the branch family? Kyunyi did not answer immediately. After thinking for a while, he said, I don't know either, but I've been learning the seal technique recently, and I found that there are many seal techniques mentioned in the book. She didn't know about this. Then wait, you guys continue eating, I'll go buy something. Forget it, let's wait here for a while. Kyunyi shook his head and stopped Tian, who wanted to catch up. He finished reading the 3 books on the seal technique. There was no point in reading it again. Now he had some free time. After thinking about it, he closed his eyes and visualized the Bodhi seed in his mind, intending to observe some changes in the patterns. As a result, Kyunyi noticed that the shallow pattern before seemed to be much deeper. Is this the one representing the chakra thread? He was a little surprised, and then he understood. Before, he only taught the chakra thread ninja tool manipulation, but now he has developed the ability of cutting, so the potential reflected on the Bodhi seed has become greater? So it can be like this. Well, it seems that these simple ninjutsu can also be done well. Some things can't be used by oneself, but letting others learn them should also have a certain bonus. Thinking of this, Kyunyi took out a notebook and started writing. Tian squinted her eyes and wanted to come over to see what was going on, but she was worried that she had seen confidential information. Ninjutsu is still quite private. Come over if you want to see it, don't worry, it's not an important new technique. Kyunyi wanted to laugh. Tian came over happily, and then saw the words thread property changes written on the notebook. She thought about it and understood what Kyunyi meant. Can chakra threads change their properties? Why not? Kyunyi asked back. Tian was speechless for a moment, and after a long time, she managed to say, then not every chakra attribute can be used, right? Of course, I thought about it, the most suitable one should be wind escape chakra, followed by lightning escape and fire escape. What about water escape? Water escape is also possible, but it is essentially a technique of the 2nd generation, so it is meaningless. Kyunyi explained. Tian nodded thoughtfully. I heard that the Hidden Rock Village also has 2 special earth escape nature changes. If its nature changes are integrated into chakra threads, it may also have miraculous effects. Kyunyi added after eating. Tian thought for a long time, and finally shook his head in distress. These ideas are all good. But her chakra compatibility is the earth escape, and ninjutsu is only auxiliary. Who knows when to develop the 2nd nature change? It seems that she has no chance with it. The volume of the chakra thread is too small. The only useful thing is to integrate it into the wind style. The lightning style and fire style are more of an auxiliary effect. Kyunyi comforted. Because the nature change of wind style is better. Hesha asked. Cutting. I understand. If I want to develop the 2nd nature change, I must work hard on wind style. Tian made a decision immediately. In terms of nature change, Kyunyi can only give some suggestions, but he can't do more, and he is not interested in it. Ninjutsu has its upper limit. Unless it is a blood limit, how strong can it be as strong as fairy art? I wrote these mainly to give the chakra thread a development direction, so that those people can help me develop and create, which can be regarded as a small experiment of Kyunyi. Whether it can succeed it's hard to say at the moment. Anyway, it doesn't take much effort, so I'll try it. Kakashi came back soon. He came back refreshed and felt like that. On the way, Chiba whispered, "Teacher, did you buy a new book?" "No, Master Jiraiya hasn't published a new book yet, and it's still cough cough, why am I telling you this, kid, stop asking." Kakashi scolded righteously. Chiba laughed. "I don't know who it was, but he was reading a book in front of Gecko and Kasa before, and he was so immersed in it that he didn't notice it at all. If I hadn't reminded him, Kasa would probably have read several chapters." Kakashi's old face turned red, but with the mask covering it, outsiders couldn't see it. After a while, he whispered, "Although I didn't buy the book, I bought a peripheral, which is said to be a violent extra chapter. I feel like the people from the publishing house wrote it with authorization, right?" Chiba glanced at it. Kakashi coughed lightly and said, "It's not important." Hehe. This kid is really not cute at all. Okay. Cuteness is really not related to him. This guy is much more powerful in killing people than other people of the same age. Kakashi was complaining. No one needed an escort. With the speed of ninjas, it would not take long to get back to Konoha. In the evening, they saw the gate of Konoha. Finally back. Tenten stretched and was full of fighting spirit. "Teacher Kakashi, is there anything else to do today?" "Well, not today, but come to the number 25 training ground tomorrow, the same with Kazusa. As for Chiba, it's up to you. After all, tomorrow is mainly to teach ninjutsu." Kakashi was rarely serious. "I have something to do tomorrow morning. Bring some special ration pills with you in the afternoon." "Okay." Kakashi walked into the gate, signed and filled out the form under the guidance of the Chunin at the gate, and then waved, "Disperse." Yes. In the blink of an eye, only Kakashi and 2 Chunins were left at the gate. Chapter 37 Danzo, do a euro you want to change the stage? The next day, the Hokage building. "Chiba, I heard from Kakashi that you performed very well. It seems that my decision to let you directly take sea-level missions was correct." The third generation smiled. There was some resistance among them to let Chiba and others directly reach sea level, but the third generation overcame all objections and made special arrangements for them, and finally decided to do so. So, their performance really made the third generation proud. The division of labor was orderly and the cooperation was moderate. Such a team has basically reached the standard of a formal team. "I just did what I thought I should do." Chiba didn't think he performed very well. After all, the enemies were just some ordinary samurai. Their battle was basically one-sided, and there was no coordination at all. Such a genius may only be 1 or 2 in an era. It is rare for every village to have a genius like the second generation. The third generation took it over. He looked at it carefully, and then his face became serious. What a pity! The third generation was really silent for several seconds. Including the barrier technique he was still studying before, Chiba had been learning the sealing technique seriously for about 10 days. If everyone in Konoha had such innovative talents, I'm afraid they would have unified the ninja world long ago, so he wished there were more geniuses like Chiba. Haha, as a newcomer, it's already amazing to have such a performance in the first battle. Well, are you here to change books today? Or do you have something else? Is this a compliment? This kid directly stripped and created a barrier technique. The improved version of the sealing array is the product of fusion. Another technique? The third generation laughed. The third generation laughed, and then asked about the business. Although it was just an improvement, it was already very remarkable. What's more, the other party has only been learning the sealing technique for more than half a month, right? Of course. Lord Hokage, this is a technique I modified on the road. After being activated, it can maintain the sealing array for a short time. I think it has certain use value. Kinyi returned the 3 books, and then presented 8 talisman papers and a report. Let me see. The third generation's eyes were like torches, and he saw through the key points in an instant. It's not an improvement. He looked up in surprise, looked at Kinyi for a long time, and finally exhaled slowly and said, "Every time I think I 1/2 EA I 1/2 is very powerful, you always jump out to refresh my cognition." Just as Kunyi said. This improved ceiling array is more practical and can be used even when alone. The only drawback is that the difficulty of use has increased a lot. The third generation initially judged that the difficulty of use is close to B level, while the difficulty of drawing drawings is around A+. This child's technique is not easy. However, why is there another page? He flipped through it, and then, improvement plan for chakra threads. The third generation was surprised at first, and then, instead, he felt a little relieved. It's okay if it's just an improvement, at least it's not another new technique, so it won't be such a big blow to himself. The third generation took a look, and then nodded and said, "I understand what you mean. Do you want everyone to try to integrate the nature change into the chakra thread and create a new ninjutsu? I don't have a nature change, so I can't try it, but I think it has the potential for further development." Kunyi explained, "There is strength in numbers. I think everyone should join the ranks of innovation, so that our village can be further improved." The third generation praised, "Your idea is very meaningful. Indeed, innovation is not a matter for 1 or 2 people. More people should be involved." Well, in fact, everyone has some ideas for many techniques, but after they are created, they are kept to themselves, and the rest of the people don't know about it. This is a huge waste of resources. Kunyi continued. Sandai nodded repeatedly, signaling him to continue. "What I mean is that the village should increase the rewards for innovators and try to make everyone willing to share their knowledge. Of course, we should also be on guard against spies from other villages." Kunyi talked freely. He said this, of course, not for the reward, but for the real purpose of hoping that everyone would share some knowledge and not hide it at home to rot. "Can you tell me more about rewards and sharing knowledge?" Sanyi knocked on the table. He felt that Kunyi was referring to something. "My idea is this, for your reference, just like the sealed book, we put away some important innovative ninjutsu, and innovators and contributors can choose one of these techniques to learn." Kunyi said. Sanyi laughed dumbly. This kid really had this idea, but he was not surprised. Kunyi's thirst for knowledge has always been written on the surface, without any concealment. He thought again and again, nodded and said, "Your suggestion is very good, I will arrange it." Then, Sandai had a headache. What reward should be given to Chiba this time? The book rights were given. The sword notes were also given. Now it seems, this kid lacks a better weapon. "You don't seem to have a good weapon yet." "I have some chakra iron." "Think about what kind of weapon you need when you go back." "Thank you so much." Chiba's eyes lit up. "Chakra iron? My baby." He rolled his eyes and asked, "Hokage-sama, how much are you talking about?" "Not much. The size of your sword is probably barely enough." The third generation coughed lightly and said, "Hokage-sama, don't be so stingy. Give me a little more. My suggestion is so good. Is there no reward? Besides, how much benefit have I created for the village?" Chiba came up to bargain. The third generation sighed lightly, "What do you want to make?" "Although there is still a little bit, there is really not much left. Hehe, my requirements are not high. I just want a sword like this. By the way, help me forge a steel wire made of chakra and iron, it is better to be tougher." Kunyi said. "Steel wire? Yes, so you don't need too much material." Kunyi said. The third generation nodded helplessly, "Okay, then add another steel wire, this time it's really gone." "He, thank you, Hokage. As for my weapon, I will go back and think about it, and then send it to you." How could Chiba know anything about weapon forging? Although he could learn it, he didn't think it was necessary because there was already an expert in weapons in the team, so he just needed to ask her to design it. What kind of sword he should think about carefully. He played with his notebook in his hand, went out, and saw a black-haired old man with a crutch and a lot of gauze wrapped around his body walking slowly. Chiba narrowed his eyes. Shimura Danzo. Konoha is a famous troublemaker. He bowed lightly, then stepped aside and let Danzo go first. Danzo walked to the side, stopped and said, "Your talents are more than that. Do you want to change to a bigger stage?" Chapter 38 Joint Treatment, Absorption Barrier Application. Who are you? Although he knew who the other person was, at this moment, Chiba could only pretend not to know him. After all, this guy's mind was even harder to guess than a woman's. Oh! One thing was easy to guess. The current Danzo must want to be Hokage, and he must be very angry about why the third generation lived so long. Chiba was slandering. Danzo said lightly, "Shimura Danzo. Sorry, it's you. The old man is too dangerous." After thinking about it carefully, he eliminated Danzo first. He was not too worried, just a little. The second is Orochimaru. Danzo nodded lightly and entered the Hokage's office with a cold face. Not only the third generation is paying attention to him, Danzo is also eyeing him. With him, there may be more sparks in the development of ninjutsu, but thinking of those experiments, Chiba reflected that it might be difficult for him to agree with Orochimaru's three views from the bottom of his heart. Where is his future path? To say that his sense of identification with Konoha is not very strong, for him, as long as he can become stronger, it doesn't make much difference who he follows. Perhaps more than that, the rebel Orochimaru who left the village has many spies in Konoha, and one of them happens to often work in Konoha Hospital. The voice of the third generation came from the house. Yet, I might have been on the list of people who were on Orochimaru's side. To be honest, Orochimaru was really good at dealing with his subordinates. What he talked about with the third generation, Chiba didn't know, but Danzo's greeting to him revealed a message. He could sell Orochimaru and Shisui, and when he was no longer valuable, he would sell him without hesitation. Cooperating with him was like an old man drinking arsenic. The premise was that the quality was good enough to become his right-hand man, not a tool ninja in his eyes. Confused. "Danzo, what's the matter?" Chiba bowed lightly and said, "I have something else to do, so I won't bother you anymore." Chiba slowly left the Hokage building. Thinking about it carefully, although the third Hokage was a jerk, he seemed to be a pretty good partner. After the third Hokage passed away, if Tsunade took over, it seemed that he would still be good. As for Danzo, it's a pity that he was too difficult to kill, otherwise the dead Danzo would be a good Danzo. If he died earlier, who knows, everyone would still remember him in front of the monument to the heroes. "Chiba? Are you back from your mission?" "Teacher Kitayama, yes, I'm back." Chiba smiled. Kitayama Ou was still dressed the same way, with a white coat and light makeup, looking more like a doctor than a ninja. She pulled back the hair that was covering her eyes, looked at him carefully with her beautiful eyes, and then smiled and sighed, "It's so fast, I haven't seen you much in just a week or two, and I feel that you have grown up a lot more than before. It's just a psychological effect. There's no need for me to help with the operation, right?" Kyunyi laughed. "No, after all, it's not wartime, and surgery of that degree is rare," Kitayama said with a smile. Kyunyi selected materials and prepared to make the soldiers' food pills, and replied, "That's good, but the teacher should have mastered that technique, even if not, I can definitely do it myself." Yes, that's right, ha ha ha, but if there is such a surgery, it's safer to have you with me." Kitayama scratched his head. At this moment, she had a strange feeling. In front of Kyunyi, she seemed more like a student. "Me Kyukan Heron's food pills." "Yes, because my partner is going to practice ninjutsu recently, so I plan to make some special chakra soldiers' food pills, and I will pay for the materials. This material doesn't cost much, what I mean is, if you don't pick it up, I can give you some defective products I made before." Kitayama pointed to a box on the side. Kyunyi was stunned, a little surprised, so many defective products. Yes, your Bingliang pills are indeed effective, but the dosage needs to be controlled very accurately, otherwise the effects will vary greatly. Kitayama explained, recently we are considering whether to dispose of it or sell it as a second-rate Bingliang pill. This indeed well, if there are no side effects, you can talk to the Hokage and see if you can sell this batch of Bingliang pills to them at a low price. Konoha's many departments can definitely digest it. Ki suggested. Kitayama's eyes lit up, and he happily picked up Chi and turned around, saying, yes, why didn't I think of it? Thank you so much, Chi. Well, I think you put me down, is the best thank you. Ki was a little breathless. This woman. I can't tell that she is so majestic when she usually wears a white coat. Ah, sorry, then you see how many Bingliang pills you need, I'll take the rest to ask the third generation for help. Kitayama apologized with a smile. Ki squatted down and picked and chose in the basket. By the way, teacher Kitayama, I have an idea, I wonder if you can help me with it. Say it. Kitayama sat aside, holding a book in his hand and reading. Kyunyi thought for a while and said, although I don't know medical ninjutsu, I know that medical ninjutsu requires extremely high chakra control ability, and controlling chakra and finding the patient point accurately at the same time, right? Yes, so it is very difficult to become a professional medical ninja. Even I dare not say that I am a qualified medical ninja now. Kitayama sighed. Kyunyi nodded and said, yes, so I thought, why not divide the work? I remember that you also have joint treatment, then some people can locate and find the patient point, and the other part can be responsible for treatment. But, how is this possible? Kitayama said doubtfully. She naturally knew the benefits of this method, but it was extremely difficult to do it. Even if someone found the patient's site, the human body was like a box. Unless it was completely cut open, the surgeon had to find it himself. It would save some time at most. I'm just giving an example of division of labor and cooperation. As for how to achieve it, just optimize the difficulty of medical ninjutsu. Chiba said, taking out his notebook and turning to one of the pages. This was the plan he came up with yesterday. Kitayama took it and looked at it carefully. There was an idea written on it. Use the barrier technique to absorb medical chakra, and then the surgeon can call it into the ninjutsu. She was a little surprised. This plan. Do you think it's feasible? Yes, it's feasible, right? Saving chakra production will make it much simpler to make seals and perform the technique, and the surgeon may have more energy to perform the operation. Kitayama thought for a long time, and finally nodded. Then please find a way to experiment. Chiba said. No way, if your invention is verified, we medical ninjas will benefit. Kitayama said, feeling a bit complicated. This kid always has so many wonderful ideas, compared to which, his talent is really mediocre. Chapter 39 5 Patterns, Bodhi Seeds Change Again. Come now. We are almost exhausted. Sorry, I told Mr. Kitayama about the idea of a technique, but he insisted that I stay after dinner, and the price is in addition to some defective products. I also took some intact Bingliang pills. Chiba lifted the basket. Kakashi raised his eyes, defective products. The level of Konoha's medical class has always been good, and there are rarely defective Bingliang pills. Could it be that they are using good ones as inferior ones? Well, I'm not familiar with the new Bingliang pills, so there are more defective ones, and I picked some better ones. Chiba explained. Tenten took one and threw it into her mouth without thinking about anything. She was very tired now, and she had no physical energy to refine chakra. Yue Guang and Sha were not much different. If they hadn't thought that Chiba would come, they might have fallen asleep. After eating the soldier's pills, Chiba took out 3 sealed bowls from the bottom of the basket. No, nothing. But Tenten lowered her head to eat noodles. Teacher, do you want to eat somewhere else? Tenten and Sha's eyes lit up. At this moment, their attention was more focused than ever. Ichiraku ramen, take away. Kakashi, wearing a mask, took a bowl of noodles and chopsticks, and then noticed that everyone was looking at him. No need. Kakashi shook his head. Tenten and Sha cheered. He looked at Kakashi. Why are you looking at me? But Kakashi is still the same Kakashi, so bad. Okay. This guy may not necessarily be mysterious, he probably thinks it's fun to play tricks on them. He pushed it up, but not completely. Very curious. He pushed the mask up halfway, and then started eating noodles, so fast that Tenten and Kazusa were silenced, but Chiba smiled silently. The next moment, Kakashi pushed up the mask. What does Kakashi look like under the mask? Only Chiba was not very curious, after all, he had seen it in anime and knew what it looked like. Tisk, what? By the way, Chiba, you said before that you thought of a technique for them, is it a medical ninjutsu? Tenten asked while eating. When not at the table, everyone's manners were a little less. Well, what is that? I won't do it. I'll just absorb the reverse application of the barrier and try to make medical ninjutsu simpler. Chiba said, it's not very helpful for medical ninjas on the battlefield, but it's very useful in the operating room. I see. Kakashi has a deep experience and understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. This kid's thinking is always different from that of ordinary people. He was still thinking about how to use that technique in ninjutsu combat, and Chiba had already thought of medical surgery. It's normal that Kakashi couldn't understand. If Chiba was a normal ninja, he might also give priority to combat ninjutsu like him. After all, he is a ninja himself, and improving his strength is the kingly way. But for Chiba, creating a ninjutsu that can be spread can also improve, and it may be stronger than creating a ninjutsu for himself. Just like now. There is another one on his Bodhi seed. There are 10 patterns. 2 of them are for mental power amplification, 1 is for perception amplification, and 1 is for recovery ability amplification. The 5th one has just been born. At present, its size and depth are only medium among the 5 patterns. As for the effect, it is still under exploration. After the food pills and lunch were delivered, Kinyi asked about the progress of cultivation. Tian and Hesha were reluctant to talk, but pushed him out instead, not letting him watch over there. Kinyi had to pick up his old business, practice and try the effect of amplification. In the evening, Kinyi was so tired that he lay on the ground. The 5th pattern should also be a recovery ability. After superimposing it with the 4th pattern, the effect is more than a little stronger than before. Euro. This kind of recovery is not only physical, but also mental. The recovery of injuries has not been tested yet, and you can't deliberately cut yourself for the test. Since Tian and Hesha have to practice ninjutsu, they naturally can't accept C-level tasks. After 2 days of rest, they took a few D-level tasks to brush data and exercise and practice by the way. During this period, Kinyi has paid attention to the improved version of the ceiling array and the joint barrier. The improved ceiling array has been promoted to the elite ninja and above. As for the latter, according to Kitayama Ou, there are some clues at present, and the last step of testing is being carried out, and the effect of these 2 is that his 5th pattern has become longer and deeper. Not only that, a little light bloomed on the pattern of the Bodhi seed, 2 white, 1 light yellow, and 2 blue. With the accumulation of 5 patterns, it has undergone different changes again, but for the time being, Kinyi has not experienced the actual increase brought by the change of the Bodhi seed. Forget it, it will definitely become stronger anyway, and it's right to keep working hard in this direction. Kinyi didn't bother about such trivial matters anymore. The conclusions of the current tests are of great benefit to him. As long as it is his own idea, even if it is eventually improved by others, it can still provide him with amplification and feedback. However, its rules are not one technique and one pattern, but are based on categories, just like his absorption barrier, which developed 2 abilities, but was finally classified as a derivative of 1. The same is true for chakra threads. Why is there no limit state? Kyunyi pondered for a long time, then went out to find Xiaoli. At this time, Xiaoli should still be training. Sure enough, he found Xiaoli, who was training in the woods before. Xiaoli has not mastered it yet. To be precise, he is currently ineffective and is still in the stage of exploration and consolidation. Sure enough, it is because it is too difficult and cannot be popularized to a certain scale. Guy and Kakashi will definitely learn it, but what's the point? It's even a question whether the 2 of them can even trigger a pattern. The only way out is research a lower beggar version. So, Chiba went to the Konoha hospital again. For more than 10 days, their team spent their days doing tasks, training, and researching, but Chiba's number of missions was also decreasing. Tenten and Kazusa were a little worried, but they knew that Chiba must be researching a certain technique, and it was a crucial ninjutsu. Not to mention that they didn't have time to visit. Even if they had time, they would have to restrain themselves. After thinking about it, finally, Chiba appeared again, with their familiar notebook. How is the training with my sister? It's okay. The nature change has been trained. Teacher Kakashi said that we just need to use it in practice. Recently, we are learning new techniques. Tenten said proudly. Pretty fast? Kyunyi laughed, and her face froze immediately. Kakashi glanced at the notebook. Are there new techniques? It's the previous physical technique, which I named the extreme state, but it may be too difficult for ordinary people, so I studied it for half a month and reduced its difficulty. It should be no problem this time. Chapter 40. You don't want to be discovered for peeking, right? You also know that you are not an ordinary person? Tian and Hesha complained in their hearts. Chiba mentioned the extreme state before, but the 2 of them only practiced with both hands, and they haven't mastered it yet. However, thinking of this, they were even more shocked. The simple physical technique in the eyes of the other party is an impossible task for them. It's really too miserable. If this kid can learn the nature change, I'm afraid he can learn it in 1 day, no, 1 hour. Tian thought. Although she was deeply shocked, her body came over honestly. What level can you understand it? Can be seen that Chiba has tried his best to describe it in words that ordinary people can understand, but it is still too obscure for ordinary genin. Kakashi explained in a low voice. 8 gates? I see, but violently breaking through the 8 gates should have a significant impact on the body, right? This is not a book for ordinary genin. Chiba said. Kakashi concluded. Yes, but what about opening the gate? Because the content is really a bit too much. Chiba looked puzzled. Tenten and Kazusa were a little dizzy and didn't know where to start for a while. Kakashi said thoughtfully, you used to strive to perfectly mobilize the strength of all muscles, so you can play an effect similar to opening the door, but now you only control the strength of the main muscles. Kakashi was the same. Tenten was stunned. Yes, practicing according to this version can stimulate about 70% of the ability of the limit state. Although the upper limit is low, it is easier to practice and stable. Tenten asked. Kakashi nodded and picked up the notebook to study it carefully. Oh, you may not know that Kai has a technique called 8 Gates Ninja, which can mobilize the power of the 8 gates of the human body. The 3 people had different expressions. Is this a simplified version? At least you can understand which muscles are in the human body and how to use them, so that you can. Bang! A punch was thrown, making a loud noise. Kakashi tried a few more times, then his eyes lit up and said, weakening is not necessarily a disadvantage. Yes, although the effect is reduced, the load is not that great. As a conventional means, this version is actually more suitable. Kyunyi nodded. He also discovered this. The enhanced state of the beggar version has a battery life 4 times that of the full limit version. In a sense, it is not a beggar version, but a more practical version in general. This technique can greatly enhance our ninja's physical skills, so I suggest you send it to the 3rd generation immediately to keep it secret and seal it to avoid leakage. Kakashi said seriously. This technique is the foundation of physical skills, and it is confidential in any village. I'll show it to you before you hand it in. You can teach it to Tenten and Kazusa at that time. By the way, do you know where Mr. Kai is? Kakashi has taught it all, so Kai must not be left behind. Chiba has always been fair. Why do you think I know where he is? You don't know. When I met him in the morning, he was running in circles. He should be at the place where he eats now. It shouldn't be difficult to find him. Thank you. Might Guy is indeed not difficult to find, but today is a little special. Their team is all here, and it seems that they should be ready for a mission. He didn't take out his notebook. Kai couldn't understand that thing either. Chiba turned from theory to practice, but Kai was different. That guy was a pure wild way in action. He simply explained the principle. Kai didn't understand at first, but after Chiba practiced it, he immediately understood how to do it. It was a typical example of not understanding the principle, but my body can do it. Then, Chiba sent the note to the Hokage building. I was very happy to see Chiba-Sande. But, knowing that he had created another technique, Sande was in pain and joy. Chiba's ability is obvious to all, but the problem is that this kid is making contributions too quickly, and Sande's small treasury can't withstand his hard work. There is not much chakra iron left. What can I give this time? Nothing is appropriate. After thinking about it, Sande coughed lightly. Chiba, your technique is very important, but I have nothing to give here, take a look. Hokage, don't worry, I'm not in a hurry for the reward. Chiba smiled slightly. The 3rd generation raised his eyebrows, somewhat unconvinced, and looked at Kyunyi in surprise. Not this time. Yes, didn't I say before that it would be best to create an innovative ninjutsu library to encourage everyone to innovate and create, so I want to put this technique in the innovative ninjutsu library. Kyunyi said. The 3rd generation thought for a moment. This has a lot of benefits. It can encourage everyone to innovate, but originally this technique can make many people's physical skills stronger. If it is used as a reward, the number of people who can get it is probably very small. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Finally, the 3rd generation still wanted to hear Kyunyi's ideas. You want to limit its spread? Of course not, how can it be possible, but at the beginning, it can be listed as one of the prizes. Any ninja needs to practice physical skills, including medical ninjas. Using this technique as a reward is more appropriate. More than that, the 3rd generation saw more benefits. Using it as a reward in the early stage, and waiting for the right time to open it to meritorious people for exchange, this can encourage innovation, and also avoid being stolen by spies from other villages. The plan is feasible. The Sande smiled and said, okay, let's do as you say. Remember this time. If there is no technique that satisfies you, I still have a technique that you will definitely be interested in. Chiba is thinking about the village, so as a Hokage, he will naturally return the favor. What technique? Ahem, don't you want it for the time being? The kid changes too fast. The 3rd generation was drinking water and choked and coughed repeatedly. If it's a general technique, wait until later. If I'm really interested in your technique, it's definitely best to learn it now. Kyunyi didn't hide it. The 3rd generation smiled helplessly and said, I know a lot of techniques, but most of them are ninjutsu of changing nature. The ones suitable for you are sealing techniques, barrier techniques, and shuriken shadow clones. Lord 3rd generation, I heard that you know a technique that can be used to check surveillance as long as you know the other party's chakra. Puff. The 3rd generation sprayed out a mouthful of water, but fortunately he turned away in time and didn't wet the documents on the table. After wiping the table, he asked, "Who told you that?" "Not that I heard from anyone. I came to see you before, and you didn't hide it a few times." Kyunyi pointed to the crystal ball. The third generation blushed. This kid is really not cute at all. No matter how smart he is, he can't say it directly. He was speechless for a moment, and after a long time, he asked, "What do you want this technique for?" The person who created it must have the safety of the village in mind, and wanted to use it to check the status of the village and the guards at all times. This is a great invention, and I think it has the potential to be further explored. Chapter 41 Chunin Exam? Not participating. After all, the Sanda has a lot of experience. After the initial surprise and astonishment, he quickly calmed down. It's just. Chiba's praise really made him a little overwhelmed. After all, the original idea of a the development of the telescope technique was probably only known to the Sanda himself. He coughed lightly and asked, "Do you have any ideas? Let me give you an example. You don't know medical ninjutsu, but you have some understanding of it, right?" "Of course." The Sanda nodded slightly. Chiba sat down, took a pen and paper, and began to draw. After a while, he handed the picture to the Sanda. Chiba had no reason not to agree. The third generation wrote a few seals, and then roughly explained the principle, and then tore off the paper and threw it to Chiba. All right, you are more talkative than me, just get out of here." "Wait, I have something else to do. Although this technique is useful, it should not be as valuable as my technique." The news that the third generation encouraged innovation in ninjutsu began to spread among the ninja community, especially the middle and jonin classes, who knew more inside information. And there is already a physical technique that is very practical and valuable. The Hokage plans to create a book of creation corresponding to the book of sealing. The techniques in it can only be learned by meritorious service or innovative ninjutsu. Asuma also performed in front of the Hokage building. Besides, as a Hokage, is it reasonable to study this kind of ninjutsu? Like Shuriken Shadow Clone, Kakashi will definitely know it, so there is no need to waste precious opportunities. Only the techniques that Kakashi doesn't have need the third generation to get them. Okay. Konoha has many ninjas who like to create, but the new ninjutsu they create is generally kept as a trump card and not passed on to others. The third generation was speechless. What's the reason? Is it feasible? If it can be improved in a targeted way, of course it is feasible. Many techniques are not difficult to break through the window paper. For example, the third generation can do it if he is asked to modify it now. Many people are still waiting and watching, but the third generation is cunning, how can he not know how to impress everyone? It's not too complicated. As long as you understand the surgical process, you can basically understand it. Chiba's intention is to use this technique to find the source of the disease, so as to quickly find the location of the injury. There is enough money, everyone is happy, but the village is probably not happy. As Hokage, shouldn't you lead by example? The third generation smiled, so I have to remember this one more time. He felt that he was about to break down if he continued to talk. I want to learn your 5 elements seal and 5 elements seal release. Chiba chuckled. The next day, Asuma came to the door. The benefits were not enough. Just give me the technique, and you don't need the reward for this. Just help me research it. He patted his forehead and sighed, okay, then this technique. All 3 he mentioned were the same. There was a simple diagram of the operation above. These are 2. Then, the third generation announced that Asuma handed in the fire escape ninjutsu called ash accumulation burning and successfully exchanged it for the Konoha fluid technique, over limit. Chiba continued. Powerful ninjutsu is different. So, Chiba got 2 more scrolls. The third generation wanted him to take them away and study them slowly, but he could remember them after reading them twice. It was not worth it to take them away and then waste time to send them back. He did not agree. If Chiba had not received Bodhi's feedback, he would not have handed in the ninjutsu he had worked so hard to create for nothing. He might have exchanged for a little money, but most ninjas did not lack that. The difficult thing was to think about this aspect. A few days passed like this. It is said that the third generation stared at him strangely, then sighed, "Okay, I'll count you as A level again. If you have any other requirements, please tell me. Chiba-kun, you are a very good person." He came over every day and asked in a low voice in the hall. Chiba looked around and said, "Senior Asuma is devoted to Konoha. He must really want to contribute to Konoha. Why do I feel that he..." Tenten wanted to say more, but a violent cough came from the side. Kakashi came up and stopped her from continuing. "Let's think about what mission to choose. Let's choose a C-level mission. I've been training for a long time recently. It's time to test my strength." Tenten was full of fighting spirit. Yet, someone next to her responded slightly. Chiba tilted her head. Hessa was more reserved when there were many people around. Like now, the lobby was full of people, and being able to speak was a great improvement. "Are you sure? Where's Chiba?" Kakashi didn't comment, but looked at Chiba. Chiba thought for a few seconds. To be honest, C-level missions are actually not very nutritious. From a personal point of view, he would rather take B-level or above missions and fight with real ninjas. Only those levels of battles can improve oneself. But rationally speaking, that situation seems unlikely. In addition, calculating the time, the Chunin exam seems to be getting closer. Kyunyi turned his head to look at Kakashi, and was about to ask, but his eyes turned and his attitude changed immediately. "Although C-level is boring, I also want to take a C-level." Kakashi covered his face and sighed. This kid clearly guessed the reason, but deliberately said that he wanted to take a C-level. It seems that he may have guessed something deeper, or he did not want to participate for the sake of his teammates and the team. So, Kyunyi stopped talking. He looked at Tian, Yueguang, and Shat. "The registration time for the Chunin exam is coming soon. Don't you want to participate at all?" "Ah? Can we?" Tenten was surprised. "I heard that people usually take the exam in the second year, right?" "It's true for most teams, but you are the strongest graduated team I have seen in recent years. You have reached the level of ordinary Chunin during the test, and you will be even stronger now." Kakashi said seriously, "As the leader of the team, I think you are qualified to participate in this Chunin exam." "Great, wait, Chiba-kun, what do you think?" Tenten wanted to agree at once, but reason and trust in Chiba prevailed at this time, pulling her back from the edge of excitement to dementia. "What about you?" Kakashi looked at Yueguang Hesha. The little girl didn't say anything, but quietly pointed at Chiba. The meaning was self-evident. He smiled silently. "It all depends on your opinion in the end. Congratulations, you have already obtained the first quality a captain needs, trust. So what you mean is that I will decide whether to participate?" Kyunyi looked at Tian and Kazusa. The two girls nodded. "How does it feel?" Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and he must be smiling under his mask. "To be honest, when I think that my decision will affect the fate of two people, I feel quite stressed." Kyunyi told the truth. Although he has been a doctor and killed people, the surgery he participated in was the kind of "if you don't do it, you will be disabled," so he really didn't feel much burden. This time is different. "So, what is your answer?" "Not participating." Kakashi raised his eyebrows. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, "Why?" "No reason, graduating a year earlier or later doesn't make much difference. A so-called Chunin title doesn't mean anything, but if my teammates are in crisis because of my rash decision, I will be very sad." Kyunyi answered truthfully, "Compared to a position, I care more about my partners." "You don't trust your teammates?" Kakashi's tone was a bit harsh. Tenten couldn't help but speak for Chiba. "Kakashi teacher, Chiba didn't mean that, he just cares about us." Then what do you mean, I don't care about you? Kakashi's voice was cold, exuding a bit of murderous aura. Tiantan and Hesha's faces turned slightly pale, and the others around them also stepped back a few steps, but Chiba didn't make any moves. The teacher has his own ideas, I have my own ideas, and the two are not contradictory. Kyunyi smiled. I'll give you another chance. No need to test me, Kakashi-sensei. I remember there are 2 Chunin exams a year, right? Even if I didn't make it this time, I can still take it next time. Kyunyi stretched, I think it will be more beneficial to Tenten and the others if I take it next time. Oh? Do you think I'm testing you? Isn't it? I believe that if you were me, you would make the same choice. Chapter 42 What do you like about the Fire Temple? Well, anyway, I don't like kids who are too smart. They're really hard to fool. So let's take a sea-level mission. Kakashi's expression instantly became warm as before. He took a few steps forward, glanced at the mission panel, scratched his head and said, sea level is really not difficult. After this test, I think B level can also be considered. Sir Kakashi, stop joking. The Chunin in charge of issuing missions turned pale. Hiraga, it's just a B rank mission. When you graduated at the age of 12, didn't you go to the battlefield to kill ninjas? Kakashi yawned. That's different. Okay, I'll go find the Hokage, you wait here for a while. It's better to go directly to the 3rd generation. Chiba tilted his head. Chiba didn't explain. He walked over. Chiba had a strange expression and nodded lightly to deal with it. This kind of man with a smell is rare in Konoha. I'm in the lobby. You wait here. I'll come when the teacher comes. Persuade? What made I 1/2 Meizimen also ask for B level? I just fear that my teammates will be too arrogant, so I'm steady in words. That's right, he is worthy of being a famous genius. B-level missions are very dangerous. Even a formal Chunin team sometimes encounters enemies that can destroy the team. Kakashi had no interest in arguing with him, and he also knew that the other party didn't have the final say. The teacher asked us to wait here, where are you going? Hiraga nodded repeatedly and shook hands excitedly, so you must persuade Kakashi-sama. Don't be too happy too soon. Although only ordinary ninjas usually appear in B-level missions, accidents may occasionally occur. After all, the flow of rebellious ninjas is unpredictable and many information is inaccurate. He thought Kakashi was a senior ninja and must know the rules, but he didn't expect that the most stable one was this young genius. Moonlight and Saya were not much better. Asuma should have used illusions. Tian, Moonlight and Saya were not very sensitive and did not notice anything unusual. Tenshin saw Chiba walking away and immediately grabbed him. Tenshin couldn't contain his excitement and looked at Chiba excitedly, his pink cheeks trembling. Asuma held a cigarette in his mouth and greeted him from a distance in the corner. Just as he was about to pull Tian and Saya aside, a strong smell of cigarettes drifted over from a distance. B-level missions can really fight ninjas. Asuma huddled in a corner, took a deep puff of his cigarette, then patted the floor beside him, motioning him to sit down. Kyunyi had a strange expression. Is that a clone outside? Yeah, it's all your fault, kid, you're always acting out, forcing me to perform like this. Asuma was quite angry. He didn't mind exchanging ninjutsu, but why did he have to perform superlimit taijutsu outside? Taisha is dead. Ahem, Senior Asuma, you can't blame me for this. I just made a suggestion and didn't ask the 3rd generation to ask you to be a stand-in. Kyunyi fanned the smoke with his hand. The old man is really, but to be honest, your technique is really good. Asuma put out the cigarette. If I'm not mistaken, there is a stronger version of this taijutsu, right? Well, according to Kakashi, the complete version is close to the state of opening the door, and the duration is stronger than opening the door, but it is very difficult to learn. Kyunyi nodded. Asuma is not as neurotic as Might Guy, nor does he have such a bad taste as Kakashi. Except for occasionally inhaling second-hand smoke, he is quite harmonious at other times. He smiled slightly, exhaled slowly, and said, Dilu said that he wants you to help improve the ceiling iron wall. Well, their ceiling barrier is useful, but not completely useful. I think there is room for improvement. Kyunyi said. What do you like about the fire temple? Asuma suddenly said. Kyunyi was stunned, and said after a while, Senior Asuma, why do you think so? Hehe. Asuma glanced at him, then curled his lips in disdain. You are not a selfish person, on the contrary, you are very selfless most of the time, but you have a thirst for knowledge beyond ordinary people. Is it so obvious? Kyunyi did not intend to hide it. The talent of the Immortal Clan is not an ordinary ninjutsu. If he wants to contact it, he must continue to contact Ji-Lu and Asuma. Ji-Lu does not understand him, so he does not know his thoughts, but the senior ninjas of Konoha must know a lot about him, especially Asuma is the son of the third generation. Asuma sneered softly and said, the old man said that you must have taken a fancy to something in the fire temple. Tisk, the old man himself is embarrassed to ask you to use you as a sword, Senior Asuma, if it were me, I would definitely not tolerate it. Kyunyi had a thinking for you expression on his face. Asuma glanced at it, then uttered the word cut softly. He was silent for a moment, poked it with his finger, and asked, what do you like? I want to consider how to communicate with Dilu. He is my friend after all, and I can't cheat him. I want the knowledge of the talents of the immortals. Since Asuma said this, Kyunyi couldn't be shy anymore and directly stated his needs. Obviously. This answer didn't surprise Asuma. It's difficult. Asuma habitually wanted to take out a cigarette, but thinking that Kyunyi didn't like it very much, he didn't take out a lighter, but just held it in his mouth and took a puff, and then said, that's the method of the fire temple. I don't need a complete technique, just basic knowledge. They can regard it as an investment. Teach me some knowledge of the talents of the immortals, and I will teach them some techniques I create. This is mutually beneficial. Kyunyi explained patiently. The old man held the cigarette and nodded gently. No one can deny Kyunyi's talent. If he is given the knowledge of the immortals, he will definitely be able to create many powerful techniques, but that is the secret of the fire temple. Although he can do it. Asuma thought for a long time and said, I'll ask for you. Then please. Kyunyi put his hands together. Asuma waved his hand and said, it's nothing. As you said, everyone is mutually beneficial. If I can't decide, I will definitely agree to you. Big angry. I'll leave this matter to you. If it succeeds, I will never forget your help. Kyunyi gave a thumbs up. I really have something to ask of you. Asuma sat up and said seriously, I've been back to Konoha for a while. I may have to lead a class next year. Come and help me then. Huh? Me? Yes, Kakashi said you have a lot of tricks. I thought about it and only you can control that kid. Asuma said. You want to take Nara Shikamaru. Kakashi is right. You really have a lot of tricks. You understand before I say anything. Asuma gave a thumbs up. Kyunyi's mouth twitched slightly, well, we'll see when the time comes. If I have time, I'll help you plan an exam, but I can't say I can hide it from Shikamaru 100%. It's okay. Anyway, he's definitely better than me. Euro. Chapter 43 Commission from the Land of Iron. Hokage Building. Kakashi came to the third Hokage to discuss taking on a B-rank mission, but the third Hokage had another problem. Grandpa Hokage. No. The third Hokage had no expression on his face. Damn it, it seems I can only use my own trump card. This is the ninjutsu I painstakingly created, it must be worthy of the book of creation, please take a good look. Is this voice Naruto? Kakashi was stunned for a moment. He also has creations? This really doesn't make a person look good. After that, he wrote a consent form. It's useless to think too much, let's think about how to correct it later, the key is still Chiba and the others. Irika bowed quickly, yes, I'm very sorry, Naruto, this child I will discipline him well, I'm sorry to trouble you. Your technique is still a transformation technique, but it has an extra boring application. Others can do it, but they just don't want to do such boring things. Master's wife will definitely think that she has led Naruto astray, right? After saying that, he dragged Naruto, who was still making a fuss, out. This kid's chakra amount is really amazing. Grandpa Hokage. Kakashi touched his waist bag, his hands trembling a little. SHH. Kakashi thought to himself. Puff. What a sin. If Kushina knew that her son had become like this, wouldn't she kill them? The third generation pondered for a moment and said, there shouldn't be much problem with Chiba, mainly the other two children, but if you also agree, then there will be no problem. Bang! Naruto was knocked to the ground by Irika's punch. He had just finished thinking, but the next moment, Naruto's body shape changed. Kakashi and the third generation were silent, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Generally, it is impossible for a new team to participate. Following that, chakra gathered. Well, it's like this, I think Chiba and others have reached the standard of B-level tasks, and apply to participate in B-level tasks. B-level tasks involve ninja battles. Naruto, yours can't be called a ninjutsu innovation at all. He was silent for a few seconds. Damn, who are you? The third generation sat upright. The next moment, he jumped up and said aggrievedly, how can it be a boring ninjutsu? I knocked Grandpa Hokage to the ground, proving that it is an amazing ninjutsu. The third generation fell down and fell off the chair. Kakashi was in a better condition. He covered his eyes in time and made a can't bear to watch look, which stopped the impact for a moment. Naruto was annoyed. Chiba's words. Kakashi was a little curious and pushed the door open to see what the technique created by Naruto was. As a result, after opening the door, he saw Naruto making seals with both hands. Kakashi withdrew his thoughts. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one has used such a technique before. It is innovative. Naruto argued loudly. The ungraduated children should go down first, don't affect the serious business between me and the Hokage. Irika was still about to get angry, but he noticed Kakashi walking up slowly. The third generation coughed lightly and said, ahem, Kakashi, I 1/2 a 1/4 yen ef degree e pound e. A 3/4 pound c copyright ASI 1/2. Naruto, don't show such boring ninjutsu in front of the third generation. Kakashi said coldly. But Kakashi took it and wanted to leave, but he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Finally, he mustered up the courage. Hokage, I'm not sure if I can take Naruto next year, so you should pay more attention to it. Ninjutsu like this is really well, it's good to have ideas. Ahem, don't worry, I'll pay more attention. The old man blushed. To be honest, he hasn't done that for many years. Naruto's affairs really have nothing to do with him. Fortunately, most of the people who know about these things are no longer in Konoha. He was a little relieved, but also a little sad. Kakashi left with a complicated expression. Is that the one from the lower grade? Tenten whispered. Naruto, a very hard-working and smart kid, but the direction may be a little wrong. Ki couldn't help but smile. Although I don't know what happened exactly, from the fact that Irika dragged Naruto away and scolded him as he walked, it seems that Naruto has probably developed the seduction technique and demonstrated it in front of the third Hokage. For a moment. What a pity. Such a famous scene, he was not there. Kyunyi shook his head with regret. What's wrong? He asked in a low voice. She didn't talk much in crowded places, but she liked to observe others, so she keenly noticed the subtle changes in Kyunyi's mood. Nothing, I feel something very interesting happened. As soon as the voice fell, a chakra wave, Kakashi appeared in front of them in an instant. He walked over and handed the note to Hiraga. Hiraga checked it, and then with a complicated expression, he took out the list of B-level tasks for Kakashi to check. Kakashi patted Kyunyi's shoulder. "Come and take a look." "Me? Okay." Kyunyi walked over and took a quick look. There were many tasks, classified one by one from the land of fire to the land of hot springs, the land of rivers, etc. According to the place names, most of the tasks were for small countries. He scanned the area and immediately had a target. "Teacher, let's talk about this mission. Assist in the capture of the fugitives from the Iron Country?" "Hiraga, what's the matter with this mission? Isn't it usually carried out by the Umbu?" Kakashi frowned. "Jobs like this that help to hunt down fugitives are usually handled by the Umbu, and they won't be publicly commissioned. Lord Kakashi, this mission is not issued by the Iron Country, but by the Akita clan of the Iron Country. The client is currently in the village," Hiraga said. "Issued by the family." Kakashi was a little surprised. This fugitive should be a samurai from the Kyoto family. He may have stolen weapons or swordsmanship, so he was wanted by the host family. "That's strange," Moonlight and Saya said in a low voice. The Haytake and Moonlight clan were once samurai families, so they understand some of the rules of samurai. In this case, the Iron Country usually helps to recover, but now the family is doing it themselves. The things they took away must be hidden from the public. That should be the case. The other party was able to escape from the Kyoto clan, so their strength must be extraordinary. This mission is quite dangerous. Think about it before you accept it. Kakashi tapped the table with his fingers. The team was silent. Kyunyi looked at Tiantian and Hesha, and seeing that they were silent, he smiled and said, "You two decide. I support your choice. I am also interested in the swordsmanship of the Iron Country. I am worried that this matter will involve us." Tiantian whispered. "The Kyoto family." Moonlight and Hesha agreed briefly and directly. "This is not something you need to worry about. Are you interested in the swordsmanship of the Iron Country?" Kyunyi asked. The two nodded in unison. Chiba looked at Kakashi. "Teacher, do you want to take it?" Kakashi smiled and said, "As a Konoha ninja, this kind of mission is not my responsibility, but I have to consider other aspects as I used to have a status. In this case, there is no need to think too much. Hiraga, we want to meet the client." Chapter 44 Iron Country, Kyoto Clan. "Are you the legendary copy ninja Haytake Kakashi?" "It's just a false name, please sit down." Kakashi pointed to the seat. The other party sat down. Tenten, Hesha, and Chiba stood behind Kakashi, quietly looking at the middle-aged man dressed as a samurai. From the muscle condition, this guy's physical skills are not weak. As for the swordsmanship, it depends on personal opinion. Chiba couldn't make a judgment, but the other party's behavior revealed a lot of weirdness. He couldn't help but frown slightly. "I am Kyoto Nobuyuki. Your name is very famous even in the Iron Country. Since you are the one who made the move, I think Yuichi, the rebel, will be caught soon." Kakashi waved his hand and said, "I am carrying 3 burdens with me now. Even if I make a move, it is not certain that I will succeed. Let me ask you first, what is the strength of the opponent?" "Yes, I will tell you all the information I know." Kakashi stood up, Kyoto Nobuyuki followed behind, and Chiba and the other two protected him in the middle in a triangular shape. Kyoto Nobuyuki is also a samurai, so his speed is not slow. Halfway through the run, Chiba was already out of breath, panting while running. Kyoto Nobuyuki bowed slightly. Kyoto Nobuyuki explained. Kyoto Nobuyuki looked relieved. Chiba's eyes sank slightly. In addition, it was marked on it that this person stole the sword of the Kyoto clan. Besides, he fled to the land of fire. "We were supposed to negotiate with you first, so why not save some time?" After registration, he was basically allowed to pass. Leaving the village was very smooth. Kakashi collected the paper and sent it back, nodded and said, "Let's set off early. If we wait too long, the information you collected may be invalid." "Great, with your help, Yuichi will definitely not be able to escape," said Kitanobu, taking out a stack of papers. "The defected samurai is called Yuichi, a civilian from the Land of Iron. His strength is probably at the level of elite Chunin, but he is very good at hiding and escaping, and he is also good at IAI/. Chiba glanced at it. Kakashi frowned. It's not that I can't say it. The sword was made to give to the adults above. I don't know the details. I can say that I hope to get it back secretly anyway." It was full of the enemy's situation. Kakashi remained calm and nodded gently, saying, "I see. Excuse me, I have a question. Why don't you ask for help from your own country, but ask for a commission?" "Chiba, I 1/2 AE superscript 2 eco C copyright ASI 1/2. "No, it's okay, Kakashi teacher, I'll take a soldier pill, continue." Chiba took out a soldier pill. This was a defective product that he had given to Tiantian and Hesha before, and he also kept one for himself. This one had average effects in filling hunger and replenishing chakra, and he was just about to use it for acting. Kakashi sighed and said, "Well, we have to go on a mission after all, and it's impossible for us to stop to take care of you." "Yes, don't worry about me." Chiba nodded. Tiantian and Hesha didn't say anything. Although they didn't know what Chiba was thinking, they each had some guesses. If what Kyoto-shin said was true, the other party was just a samurai equivalent to an elite Chunin, and Kakashi could handle it alone. If the Kyoto clan had ulterior motives, Chiba could catch them off guard with a hidden trick. Chiba did think so. Besides, if the three of them were weak, they could force Kyoto-shin to join the battle. This kind of thing. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. The best choice is definitely not to accept the order, but Chiba is very interested in the swordsmanship of the Iron Country, and he also wants to know what the Kyoto clan is doing. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Occasionally, you can still take a risk. Chiba touched the thick stack of talisman paper and detonating talismans in his arms, and felt a little more secure. Tenten and Kazusa are not bad teammates. They actively cooperated with Chiba, pretending that Chiba was usually weak. During the break, Kyoto-shin couldn't help it, and found Kakashi to ask in a low voice. "Lord Kakashi, who is this?" "My disciple Yajiyo Chiba is very talented and has created many ninjutsu at a young age, but unfortunately..." Kakashi sighed. Kyoto-shin had a complicated expression and was speechless for a moment. Kakashi smiled and said, "Don't worry, although my disciple is not good at physical skills, he is very strong in ninjutsu and is very trustworthy in battle. It turns out that he is a ninja who is good at ninjutsu. No wonder, but as a ninja, physical skills cannot be left behind. You still have to urge him more." Kyoto-shin said. "Ha ha ha, he is my subordinate now, I will definitely urge him well, sorry for your trouble." Kakashi laughed. Tiantian made eye contact with Chiba. She suspected that Chiba had guessed wrong, but Chiba decided to continue acting based on the idea that guessing wrong would only be a little more drama and the loss would not be big. To observe swordsmanship, just bring a pair of eyes. Chiba made up his mind. According to Kyoto Nobuyuki's intelligence, Yuichi's previous location was in a small town in the northern part of the Land of Fire near the Land of Iron, not too far from Konoha. As they went along, Chiba could clearly feel that this samurai was secretly observing them. As an employer, assessing the strength of the team members seemed to be a more reasonable motive, but combined with the many suspicious places before, Chiba felt more and more that this guy was not that simple. While collecting intelligence in the town, Chiba found an opportunity to communicate with Kakashi secretly. Kakashi agreed with his point of view and gave him a "don't worry" look. There is a deployment, so the problem should be stable. Chiba had no more worries later, otherwise he would choose to take action now and control the other party first. "Mr. Kyoto, if it is as expected, the other party may have left here." Do you have any further clues? After the communication, Kakashi turned around and asked. It's clear with your brain, how could a samurai who is proficient in concealment stay where he is and wait? Well, that guy used to be a hunter, so he might run to the mountains. You know, I went to Konoha to ask for your help, so... Kyoto-shin scratched his head, looking very embarrassed. Don't you have anyone else from the Kyoto family to help? Although the opponent is just a samurai comparable to an elite chunin, if he wants to run, you can't stop him alone. Chiba said. Kyoto-shin nodded, looking a little ashamed. Yes, it turned out to be 3 people, but the opponent knows the forest very well, and used traps, poisons and swordsmanship to injure my other 2 partners. I can't chase them alone, so that's the case. So, the opponent also knows how to set traps and configure poisons. Kakashi's face was solemn. Yes, that guy doesn't understand the spirit of Bushido at all, and he doesn't deserve to be a real samurai. Kyoto-shin was indignant. Kakashi was silent for a few seconds. He had serious doubts about the information of elite chunin. The opponent is likely to be a jonin. In this case, what does Kyoto-shin mean by asking for help? Personal behavior or family behavior? He was not sure. After thinking for a moment, Kakashi said, Mr. Kyoto, do you have something that belongs to the target person? It's best if it's something close to the person. Yes. Kyoto Nobuyuki took out the bloody pieces of clothing. Chapter 45 Not enough range? Just lower the image quality. Kakashi took the pieces of clothing and then bit his finger with his teeth to draw a spell, followed by hand seals. Summoning technique. A dog wearing a forehead protector appeared in the middle of the technique. What is the mission this time? Parker, help me find him. Kakashi handed the cloth over. I can smell it from a long distance. Parker looked disgusted. The smell is too strong. It smells bloody, and there is no need to get close. It sniffed and went in one direction. Follow me. As expected of Lord Kakashi. What's more? Wasa, help me use the transformation technique, and let's exchange identities. Chiba said, I feel that his target is not the enemy named Yuichi, but Kakashi teacher. Kakashi teacher and I are both prepared. Although I don't know what Kakashi teacher's preparation is, it doesn't prevent me from exchanging identities with you. Did you find anything? Wasa's face changed. As a samurai, Kyotonobu is not good at perception and exploration. Yet, Tian accompanied him every day, guarding his safety, but Chiba quietly fell behind. What should we do? I've read the book several times, it's not difficult. But you don't know how to transform, what about the sound? During this period, her chakra control ability has improved a lot, and the transformation technique has become more perfect. I'm afraid that ordinary jonin can't see the flaws. Okay. If the other party dares to attack a jonin like Kakashi, he must have prepared a backhand. Kyotonobu quickly followed, with a bit of excitement in his eyes. A figure appeared from the tree. Chiba-kun. Hesha turned into Chiba's appearance and used the transformation technique to help Chiba change into her own appearance. Hesha did not hesitate, then I'll chase him, so that he won't suspect. Not yet, but this guy is not right. Chiba nodded lightly, then walked in front of Hesha, using the jungle to hide his position and his own breath. Kyoto-shin saw Chiba return to the team, but his aura disappeared. He frowned and asked, Lord Kakashi, did you attack me? No, she is good at hiding and has hidden herself now. Kakashi explained. He guessed that Chiba might have exchanged identities with Kazusa, so he covered for them. Kyoto-shin said worriedly, but she is just a genin after all, can she do it? I'm still here. A voice sounded. Then, the leaves above moved. Kazusa was secretly shocked. When Chiba imitated her, his voice was almost exactly the same, and if he hadn't spoken just now, she wouldn't have noticed his location at all. She could perfectly hide her aura because of her bloodline limit. What is he? And she remembered that Chiba's transformation technique was very poor, almost impossible to use, so how could he imitate the voice so well? Tenten was as surprised as she was, but she soon got over it. A genius like Chiba, except for things that he really can't master due to lack of talent, basically doesn't need much time to master other things. Imitating sounds and so on, you can do it without ninjutsu. The gap between geniuses and ordinary people. She sighed in her heart. I see, then I'm relieved. The enemy is very cunning. My two companions were injured by his traps and poison attacks because they were alone. Let's go, it's important to chase people. Kakashi took over the conversation and stopped Kyoto Shin's nagging excuses. They chased out of the town and chased all the way north. This direction. Is the enemy running to the Iron Country? What a cunning guy, if it weren't for you, I would never have thought that he would dare to return to the Iron Country. Kyoto Shin's timely anger. Chiba observed the surroundings on the treetops and increased his perception range to the maximum, but he soon found that even if he increased it to the maximum, he seemed unable to perceive any enemies. Damn it! Is the range too low? Kyunyi walked and thought. His perception ability was obtained from the feedback of the Bodhi seed, which was very effective and provided him with a lot of convenience in creating ninjutsu, but there was a flaw. It was very precise, but the range was not large. At present, the mental power was greatly improved, but it was only 1 or 2 kilometers. Is there any way to improve the range? Kyunyi began to think of a way himself. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than problems. He soon thought of a possibility. According to the experience gained from playing games in the previous life, what should be done when the game cannot be carried? Reduce the picture quality. Reduce the pixels, picture quality, and special effects, and the game that could not be carried before can be carried. Perception range. It should be analogous, right? Kyunyi thought of it and started to try. Perception ability is not complicated. According to his understanding, except for the non-scientific products of blood limits such as the white eye, the perception ability of normal people is actually the embodiment of the use of mental power. So, people with strong illusions often have good perception ability because they know how to use it. Kyunyi couldn't learn illusion, but thanks to the extensive library of the third generation, he did study mental power for a while, although he didn't create any ninjutsu. But he could still fine-tune his perception through mental power. Soon, his attempt was successful. The perception range was doubled, but the price was that the information he could perceive became more vague. Before, he could at least perceive the specific location and information, but now, even if Kakashi and the others are in Kyunyi's perception, the 4 of them are just a vague chakra aura. It's like the pixels are blurred and the whole thing has become a mosaic. Although it has become this state, I don't need to be too precise at all. I just need to know if there are enemies. This level is enough for me. Kyunyi exhaled slowly. Then, his expression became complicated. Because after increasing the perception range, he found 5 chakra aura groups. In addition to Kakashi and the others, there are 4 parties, one of which is about 4 kilometers behind them. Although their specific situation is unknown, according to their route, it is very likely that Kakashi's hidden hand. What about the other 3 parties? One should be Yuichi mentioned by Kyoto Nobuyuki, and what are the origins of the other 2 parties? The information is too vague. But one thing is that the positions of the 3 chakra groups are quite far away from each other, so they are not connected. This is. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind? Get closer, and then adjust the range to see if you can sense more information. Chiba silently increased his speed. Kakashi looked up. The sound above was very slightly different, probably because Chiba increased his speed. Did this kid find anything? Parker. We're chasing him. This guy is very cunning. He used some drugs to cover up his breath. Don't worry. If we can smell the drugs, it means we are still in the right direction. Keep chasing. Huh? Okay, you decide. Parker quickened his pace. Kyungdian Xin had no doubts. After all, even Kazusa didn't hear the sound just now. She didn't realize that Chiba had already reached the front. Chapter 46. Are you in Versailles? My control over my mental power is still not strong enough. If it is strong enough, I can control the range and precision of my perception little by little, unlike now. Chiba just wanted to try to gradually shorten the range and increase the types of information perceived. But it's a pity. He just added the number of people requirement, and the range was immediately reduced by 1 kilometer, causing him to no longer be able to sense the approximate location of the 3 chakra groups. Kyunyi silently moved forward, and just as he jumped to the top of a tree, he found that a chakra below was approaching rapidly. Then, whoosh! A figure jumped gently from the ground to the tree. What did you find? Teacher? Oh, shadow clone. Well, I just tried to expand my perception by adjusting my mental power, and then I found that there were 3 chakra groups in front. Kyunyi whispered. This ability has completely reached the level of secret techniques, because mental power has always been the most secret power, and only a few families and ninjas have mastered the methods of controlling and cultivating mental power. Kakashi's shadow clone whispered. Kakashi's shadow clone couldn't help but frown. Of course, the original body took this into consideration, but they are now quite far away from the main force, and they won't be heard at all if they lower their voices to communicate. Control mental power and expand the range of perception? I will wait for an opportunity and won't mess around. What a terrible understanding. As for the guy's Versailles remarks such as not fine enough and cannot be finely controlled, Kakashi completely ignored them. Kakashi's shadow clone hesitated for a long time, and finally chose to trust it. It slowly disappeared and returned to its original body. This kid took risks for everyone. Kyunyi whispered, it's not important. What's important is that I can't finally control my mental power at present, so I need to get closer to confirm the situation in front. I understand, I'll escort you. I'm worried that they want to target you, or the Jonin in our team, so you should save your strength first. Kyunyi figured it out by himself. Kyunyi expressed his thoughts. Kakashi's shadow clone's expression management was obviously not in place. Even with a mask covering it, the shock in one eye was too obvious. Not far behind him, Kakashi was stunned. Although he didn't seem to have taught Chiba much knowledge and ability, the child in front of him was his disciple anyway, and he couldn't sit back and watch him take risks, not to mention come back after confirming the number of people. Then, his expression became strange. Chiba said. That guy didn't realize what he was saying at all. If he could develop a control method of that level, the Yamanaka clan would definitely be willing to exchange their clan's secret techniques. Hey, you're not tired now, are you? Parker squatted on his shoulder and sniffed around. It was tired of running, and if it was tired of running for it, it felt like it could take a break now. It would be very happy that way. Unfortunately, Kakashi raised his eyebrows. Have you rested enough? Come down and run together. Woof woof. Come down. Okay. Lord Kakashi, have you determined the direction? Kyoto-shin noticed that Kakashi was quietly accelerating. We are in the right direction, we just need to run. Speed a euro up, he may not have enough time to dispel the smell. Kakashi replied. Kyoto-shin gritted his teeth and followed. As expected of the copy ninja Kakashi. Tian followed behind, looking back at Chiba from time to time. She felt that Chiba was a little strange, too quiet. He was not so quiet before, a bit like Wasa? Chiba seemed to have fallen behind once in the middle. Although it might be to better express the personality, it might also be that he went to the back to exchange with Wasa. It was obviously me first. But Wasa is more suitable for exchange. After all, that guy's style is to hide outside and will not be suspected by Kyoto Shin. Tian Tian was in a complicated mood, but quickly reorganized her thoughts. Now is not the time to think about these things. Chiba must have discovered something after exchanging identities, and it is very likely that he is no longer around them. She was secretly anxious. At this time, Chiba was already 1 kilometer away from Kakashi. This position is almost the limit of Kakashi's perception range. He did not speed up rashly, but kept this distance. I am about 3 kilometers away from the front. If I go a little further, I can use the next level range to find out more detailed information. There is no need to take risks. I don't know what team is following behind. Someone from the Umbu. Kyunyi didn't want to die, at least he didn't want to die from impulse and recklessness, which was very irresponsible to himself and his teammates. After running for a while, he reduced the range of perception. The number suddenly became much clearer. Several breaths could be sensed in front, one person in the middle, and the others were scattered around, forming a semicircular encirclement. The one in the middle should be the Yuichi mentioned by Kyoto Nobuyuki. The others. Are they warriors of the Kyoto clan? What kind of people are the Chakra group behind? Unfortunately, after reducing the range, the Chakra group was out of range and could not be clearly sensed. According to the distance, he had to move forward at least 1 kilometer to find and sense the other party. In that case, he was only more than 1 kilometer away from Yuichi, and it would be easy to be discovered. No choice. Let's take a detour. Chiba turned his head and changed his position. He believed that Kakashi would understand what he meant. In fact, as the captain of the Umbu for several years, Kakashi understood it almost immediately. Chiba took a detour. There was only one possibility. He thought that if he approached the original route, he might be discovered by the enemy. So, has he approached one of the 3 chakra groups now? Chiba accelerated forward. Soon, Kakashi also found Yuichi. Although Chiba had left the perception range, he was not in a hurry at this moment. That child had a very good judgment of the current situation and could be trusted. If he hadn't been worried about Tenten and Kazusa, Chiba might have taken the exam directly this time to become a Chunin. But, in Kakashi's eyes, this was exactly a plus. If that child really didn't care and insisted on taking the Chunin exam now, he wouldn't hate it, and he could even understand it very much, but he would inevitably be a little disappointed. Chiba silently took a detour and took a Bingliang pill to replenish his physical strength. Then, after Kakashi obviously alarmed Yuichi, he found the 3rd chakra group. There are always 4 people. What puzzled him was that the aura of these 4 people was very strange, belonging to strong but weak. It's not that they are weak, but their aura is turbulent, giving people a sense of not being able to control their own power. In short, strong but weak. Kyunyi thought for a long time, and finally thought of something. If I remember correctly, the Iron Country and the Craftsman Country seem to be quite close. To get from the Earth Country to the Iron Country, you have to pass through the Craftsman Country. During this period, there was a group called the 4 Elephants in the Takumai Ninja Village, which was quite jumpy. The guys who relied on ninja tools did fit the perception judgment of strong but weak. Chapter 47 I learned it. After all, ninja tools are just ninja tools. If the opponent is really the 4 elephants, then the matter is easier to solve. Although Kyunyi may not be their opponent, the professional information of ninja is very important. How did Asuma die in the anime? Is he really inferior to Haiden? Not necessarily. Haiden is not dead, but he has no ability to sew and recover his injuries. To put it bluntly, as long as he is prevented from getting blood, he can be easily defeated. As long as he has this information, Asuma can definitely defeat Haiden. This is the advantage of intelligence. Similarly, the shameless traitor Orochimaru snatched the ninja tools. Kyunyi thought for a long time and made a plan that he thought was most suitable at the moment. The ninja team suspected to be the four symbols Heavenly Man. After all, the four great ninja tools are the treasures of the Takumai ninja village. Even if the four symbols Heavenly Man does such a thing, Konoha can't take it for itself unless something unexpected happens. The four symbols Heavenly Man. There are still a few samurai over there, and if nothing unexpected happens, they should be samurai of the Kyoto clan. For example, what a headache and happy enemy. The ninja tools have not been obtained yet, but Kunyi has already started to think about how to study them. Their attitude is questionable, maybe we should not provoke them for the time being. But we must not be careless. He vaguely remembered that the ninja tools of these four people were quite powerful. He hesitated for a moment. This is a very good case, for example. Can Kakashi-sensei and the others deal with them? Mainly set up traps and entangle them, and create time for Kakashi-sensei and the others. Besides, it just so happens that he has recently been observing the effects of absorption barriers, binding arrays, and sealing techniques. Kunyi looked in another direction. As long as the opponent is likely to be someone, as long as reasonable arrangements and traps are set, even Kunyi has the confidence to cause considerable trouble to the four symbols celestial beings. The four symbols celestial beings, it's still too much for me to face them alone. Thinking of this, if they are dealt with, it seems that four ninja tools can be temporarily obtained. In addition, if the Great Pot Shadow is willing to help take the blame, Konoha can have four more powerful ninja tools, or, as long as he stays a little longer, he and Tian can have more time to study the manufacturing methods of ninja tools. In fact, he also has a risky plan, which is to take the initiative to enter the range that may be detected by the four symbols celestial beings, and then go around behind the ambushed warriors. This way, the attitudes of these four people can be seen. But this plan is too risky. If these four people are in the same group with the warriors of the Kyoto clan and surround him, even Chiba will have a hard time surviving now. With the Bodhi seeds, he believes that he has an unlimited future, so there is no need to take risks in such a place. What's more, behind them, there is a team of ninjas suspected to be from the Umbu following secretly. It's a sure thing, so there's no need to take risks. Chiba quietly touched the middle of the semicircle and the point, and quietly buried the spells of sealing and absorbing the barrier on the 8 trees. Then, he quietly moved closer to Yuichi so that he could see the situation over there from the tree. Teacher Kakashi is fighting with the other party. Yuichi, right? Just surrender. Kakashi said lightly. You are ninjas from Konoha, right? Why do you interfere in the affairs of our Iron Country? You violated the agreement. Yuichi's face was ferocious. There was a scar on his face that had just scabbed. Oh? Not to mention that I am currently involved because of a commission. You, as a traitor, actually want to use the neutral country contract to keep me out of it. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and spoke in a cold tone. Yuichi was stunned for a while, then the scar on his face twisted, and he said angrily, Who is the traitor? I 1/2 EENA Euro E copyright I 1/2. There is nothing to say, you are a samurai, in this case, I will kill you in the way of a samurai. Kakashi said, taking out a scroll. After the seal, a sword appeared from the scroll. Moonlight and Sa's eyes were bright. The sword of the Umbu. Is Kakashi Sr. going to use his swordsmanship? Tenten is not like Sa, she did not pay attention to Kakashi, but kept staring at Kiyotanobu. When Kakashi was talking to Yuichi just now, this guy was very nervous. Sure enough, he has a problem. Tenten quietly took out the scroll and held it in his hand. Yuichi snorted angrily, holding the hilt of the knife in his right hand. His eyes were cold, but the next moment, when Kakashi rushed over, he turned around and fled to the north. That was the Iron Country. Kakashi had seen through everything. How could a traitor run to his own country? Unless he was not a traitor, and the traitor was someone else, but this alone was not enough to attack Kyoto Shin directly. Mr. Kyoto, this guy refused to duel, so I don't have to give him face, please chase him with me. Yes. Kyoto-shin breathed a sigh of relief, then drew his knife and chased forward. After leading him away from Tenten and Kasa, and confirming Chiba's position, Kakashi was focused and accelerated forward, and soon caught up with Yuichi. But what greeted him was a knife in an instant. The sword technique that was so fast that it caught people off guard. But dang! Kakashi used his scabbard to block Yuichi's swordsmanship, and whispered, "What's going on with the Kyoto clan?" What? Yuichi was a little surprised. You shouldn't be a traitor, they betrayed the Iron Country. Kakashi drew his sword and slashed. Yuichi's heart moved, and he already understood the situation. Copy Ninja Kakashi, such a powerful elite jonin, did not use ninjutsu but used swordsmanship to fight against himself, which itself revealed a weirdness. The current problem further showed his position. The other party was not on the same side as Kyoto. Dang dang dang! The samurai swords kept crossing, making a fierce metal collision sound, and the two figures crossed, and it seemed that the battle was extremely fierce. Kyoto was terrified. Fortunately, he tricked Kakashi according to the plan, otherwise with Yuichi's ability, he would not be his opponent at all. Yuichi was not an elite jonin. He is the strongest warrior of the Kyoto clan, and his strength is comparable to that of a jonin among ninjas. Mr. Kyoto, let's go together. Tenten was a dozen steps to the side, running towards Yuichi and shouting. Okay. Kyoto-shin said, glancing at the panting young ninja behind him, hesitating for a moment, and finally did not choose to swing his sword, but continued to move forward. That guy is Kakashi, even if he has consumed a lot of energy on the way, and now he is fighting with Yuichi, his strength must still be strong. Let them fight for a while. While they are fighting, the warriors of the Kyoto family were slowly approaching and surrounding. Chiba saw everything, but in his mind was Yuichi's iai/ just now, that knife. It was faster and more perfect than what Yue Guang and Sha taught. Sure enough. Pure swordsmanship still depends on the Iron Country. Chiba seized the time and realized the exquisiteness of that knife. After a few breaths, he was thoughtful. So that's how it is. At that moment, his state was adjusted to the extreme, and the position and state of the knife cleverly matched his own knife, so this knife could be faster. I learned it. Chapter 48 Spider Web Technique, Ambush and Kill 3 People. The sound of I 1/2 oi 1/2 oi 1/2 at I 1/2 at rang out in the jungle. Chiba hid in the bushes, quietly waiting for the prey to come into sight. Footsteps approached. He held his breath and concentrated, holding the hilt of the knife. Although the weapons of the Tenten family are not chakra weapons, they are completely sufficient for ordinary battles, but the effect of attaching chakra is not so good. The battle on the teacher's side was very fierce. Master Ishii, wait a little longer, let Kakashi fight that guy for a while, then we will take action, muddy the water a little, and then we can profit from it. A middle-aged samurai said, everyone disperse to prevent the other party from escaping. Yes. 90% of the ninja tools in the ninja world came from the Takumai ninja village. In the air, draw the sword, swing the sword, and cut it down. After thinking for a moment, Kinyi felt that he had thought too much. A group that dared to attack Jinchuriki and Jonin could not regard a child as a yellow bird. But Kinyi quickly thought of a plan. He was afraid that he would scare away the cicada, but listening to the movement, the battle over there was already coming to an end. Qingtian Ishii's face changed suddenly. Could it be Mifune's men? Impossible. If Mifune had already noticed their actions, why would he only send one person over? Who is it? Even in the Iron Country, there are not many people who can use the iai/ to such a level, and the other party was lurking here just now, and they didn't even notice it. Of course. In that case, where did that kid come from? A ninja from Konoha? Lord Ishii. This is the ninja tool factory of the entire ninja world, so everyone pays attention to it, but they don't want the factory to have its own weapons. No. Then, he lay dormant quietly, waiting for the enemy to approach. Do you want to do it? You can say that. Kyunyi hid in the jungle not far away, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Sure enough. A figure flashed by, and a blood sword splashed out of the throat of the samurai closest to him, and the figure quickly disappeared behind the tree trunk. If they kill the Kyoto samurai themselves, the 4 elephants will probably only think that they are the Oriole and they are the mantis. The next moment, a figure flashed and jumped out of the bushes. Almost done, get started. Can't use too much force, must maintain a certain fighting power. These people are coming for them. Swoosh. A group of people rushed to Kakashi and Yuichi. Then, Chiba frowned. But the Takumai ninja village, the Kyoto clan. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. A very clever IAI/. To be precise, their goal is to provoke a war between the Iron Country and the Fire Country, and let the Iron Country, as a neutral country, enter the brink of a melee in the ninja world. These two gangs actually got together, which is a bit incredible to think about, but it seems reasonable. Chiba Lushun thought about it and felt that his thoughts were clear. Everyone answered in a low voice, and then stayed apart. The ceiling magic circle will not move for the time being, and use their own abilities to assassinate first. The Takumai ninja village has always been in a very embarrassing position, and at the same time, they have some ambitious people, most of whom are descendants of the ninja craftsman Kyoaki. Almost done. How many ninjas are there in Konoha? Kakashi plus a boy and a girl. According to the standard 4-person team of Konoha, they are still 1 person short. I see, kid, Kakashi really trusts you and lets you stop us alone. Kyan Dianshi looked gloomy and looked at the tree trunk where Kyunyi was hiding. If it were someone else, he might be suspicious, but it was not surprising that the leader of the other team was the copy ninja Kakashi, and it was not surprising that he taught his disciples the superb IAI/. After all, that guy has mastered more than 1,000 techniques. I am enough to deal with you. Kyunyi's voice came from all directions, but it was Kakashi's voice that came out. Kakashi? No, it's not Kakashi. Kyan Dianshi narrowed his eyes and quietly signaled with his hands behind him. Good boy. Not only is his swordsmanship very powerful, he also has mastered superb voice imitation and silent assassination techniques. He really can't be underestimated. This kid seems to be a genius of Konoha, no wonder the legendary Kakashi can lead the team in person. Ching Tianchi sorted out the information. Boy, we asked you to help capture Yuichi, but you killed my people now, which is a bit unreasonable, right? Hehe, that guy is obviously a jonin, and you reported a B-level mission, so we can give up the commission just for this reason. Kyunyi said calmly. The extreme state cannot be used casually, and the fatigue it brings is real, but fortunately he recovers quickly, so he is very happy when the other party is willing to talk nonsense. However, the other party is not just chatting. While he was chatting, 3 warriors had quietly ambushed 3 trees not far from him. No one will be careless in a life-and-death battle. Kyunyi concentrated his mental power to the extreme, he made seals with both hands, and chakra was extracted from his hands. King Tianchi rushed to the place where he was hiding with a knife. This kid is very fast, and be careful of his swordsmanship. At this time, Kyunyi had finished making seals. Around him, chakra threads were quietly entangled like a spider web. After the arrangement, he maintained the chakra threads with one hand and put a special soldier's grain pill into his mouth. Then, he quietly looked out to observe the direction of King Tianchi. The next moment, whoosh! 3 subtle voices sounded almost at the same time, and then they rushed from the dark to where Kyunyi was hiding. When she heard the noise, she found that one of them had swung his sword from the left, and his face seemed to be full of surprise. Die! The warrior shouted. Then, he felt a strong pain, his eyes widened. This guy set a trap. Pain attacked his whole body, he could feel his muscles, ligaments, and blood vessels being cut by these invisible silk threads. The pain and suffocation became more and more intense. He gritted his teeth and continued to cut with the knife. However, the other party just made a light blow. A figure fell from the tree. The other two jumped into the air and were stunned when they saw this scene. What kind of magic was that? A closer look showed that the dense silk threads were like spider webs, all around Qinyi, and he himself was like a spider waiting for prey to enter the spider web. He wanted to run, but it was too late. They could only avoid the key parts as much as possible, but in a life and death battle, any damage is fatal, not to mention that the opponent's knife is very fast. One knife. Two more figures fell. In a ninja battle, intelligence is very important. Qinyi had a new understanding of this sentence. These three people were not very strong, but they were definitely at the level of Chunin. However, under the trap set by himself, he killed them almost without any damage. This is the technique that Qinyi came up with in the past 2 months, which requires extremely strong chakra control skills. Because only he can use it, he didn't teach it to others. The spider web technique is effective, but the chakra consumption is not small, and the chakra control ability is extremely high. It is not popular at present. Well, it can be considered to be transformed into a barrier technique. Qinyi concluded in his heart. Then, he quickly fled to the side. Although he killed 3 samurai, he didn't think he could continue to kill King Tianchi and others easily. This group of people dared to ambush Kakashi. There must be a master. Just now, it was just a deliberate plan. Chapter 49 Intelligence Advantage, Single-handedly kill the Jonin. Lord Kakashi, I'll help you. Kyoto Shin caught up and said loudly. Then, he swung his sword to cut at Yuichi. Kakashi and Yuichi were still fighting fiercely with swordsmanship. Hearing the voice behind him, he moved faster, as if he really believed it. But the next moment, Kyoto Shin swung his sword horizontally and cut at Kakashi like lightning. But splash! His sword cut through Kakashi's shoulder, and the sound of water splashed. What is this? Kyoto Shin was stunned. Water clone? How is it possible? Kyoto Ishi quickly approached, with a trace of greed and cruelty in his eyes. No secret technique can last long, kid. If you tell me the secret technique, I will spare your life. Master Shi, this kid. He planned to hunt Qinyi, but didn't Qinyi want to kill him? Qinyi used his perception to sense the change in King Tianchi's speed. What's going on? Kakashi, go support the little girl. His scalp was numb, and he immediately planned to run away. Even if the other party was Kakashi, he didn't believe that someone could seal so quickly, so there was only one possibility. Sure enough, a kid like you can't always have such a speed, you must have used some secret technique. Qinyi breathed a sigh of relief quietly. The oblique knife marks, from Qingtian Xian's forehead to his chest and abdomen, blood gushed out. Xianji shouted. This. Qinyi did not answer, but just smiled coldly, and then continued to run for his life. Sure enough. The other party did not regard him as a threat, but thought that they were the real yellow bird, and was more determined to wait and see and take advantage. Then, a knife was as fast as lightning. End. Qing Tianchi said, but his chakra was accumulating in secret. Chase. This guy must have heard us talking, we must kill him. However, they did not take action, but continued to lie dormant after moving forward for a while. Xianji put away the knife and fell to the ground. Ha! Sure enough. Tenten and Kazusa were stunned. How could a water clone with only part of the original body's ability fight Yuichi for so long? Just now, did Kakashi use the water clone in a hand seal? Impossible. After fighting for several days, he just played a trick with Kakashi. He was already at the end of his strength. At the same time, the other 4 people approached quietly and entered Qinyi's perception range. His knife was not, it was very fast and powerful. Even if Kyunyi used his extreme state to block with his knife, he still couldn't block the attack, and the knife flew out of his hand. Dang! Kyungdian Xin, you traitors! I will expose your crimes in front of Lord Mifune. He maintained 70% of the overlimit state and quickly fled to one direction with the instant body technique. He guessed right. This guy just lured him and deliberately slowed down. In fact, this old guy is a jonin. But Kyunyi knew very well that this old ghost had no intention of letting him go. Everything he said just now was to make him relax, but he didn't expect one thing. The next moment, Qing Tianxi swung a knife. Swish! Kyung Tianxi's speed suddenly increased. He fled in the direction of the ceiling array and slowed down at the same time. This is the last chance. Qing Tianxi didn't hesitate at all. He turned around instantly after swinging his sword, and the sword drew an arc to slash at Kyunyi. What a fast move! Kyunyi's eyes lit up. This sword technique is very similar to the small skills of IAI/, ordinary but practical, and it is a completely pure combination of power and sword. Except for the Iron Country, it is difficult to see such a sword in other places. What a pity! The opponent is a senior ninja, and he can't see more such sword techniques. Qing Tianxi really took action without a word of nonsense. His sword was created specifically for killing, without any unnecessary movements. Simple and rough. This is Kyunyi's evaluation of Qing Tianxi. It is this kind of sword technique that he can't break, but fortunately he is not a pure samurai. The binding formation is activated. Damn kid! But you can't move like this, and my people are coming soon, what can you do? Qing Tianxi quickly calmed down after being angry. Through observation, he understood what Kyunyi's technique was. Ceiling circle. A ceiling technique that Jinin is very used to. His subordinates were only a dozen steps away from Chiba, and Chiba had to maintain the technique, otherwise he could get away. To put it bluntly, it was just waiting to die. He sneered. Chiba also smiled slightly, and then he stopped making seals. King Tianxi smiled brightly, but soon his expression became astonished and unbelievable. The other party obviously did not maintain the sealing circle, but he was still in a sealed state and could not continue to move. He used chakra to attack the sealing technique, but it made the sealing technique more solid. What happened? His expression was dull. The next moment, whoosh! A kunao passed over his neck. A leader among samurai died in the hands of a genin. Kakashi, who was about to launch a sneak attack, stopped his action. This kid actually succeeded. Although it was a deliberate plan and a new sealing circle was used, killing a being comparable to an ordinary jonin was still a remarkable achievement. No, there are 3 more. This kid is really amazing. Kakashi sighed in his heart. Although he didn't think these warriors could threaten him, he was still very moved by Chiba's risky behavior to stop them. This kid will have a future. Just when he was considering whether to come out. Is Kakashi teacher here? There are 4 more hiding in the dark, and they are approaching now. Chiba whispered. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, then instantly drilled out of the soil and dragged a samurai who had just landed into the soil. Following that, he beheaded him with a knife. Earth escape, heart beheading technique. This is the complete version. Then, it was a knife massacre. Kakashi, who used a knife, seemed to be reborn with white teeth, and his waving fangs quickly harvested the lives of the enemies. 10 seconds later, Kakashi put away his sword, panting. He walked tiredly to Chiba and covered his Sharingan with his forehead protector again. I need to rest for a while. Kakashi leaned against the tree, already exhausted, and so did Chiba. The transformation technique that Kazusa had cast on him had long disappeared. Footsteps sounded. Pa pa pa. 3 claps sounded from the treetops not far away. As expected of Hatake Kakashi, even if the chakra is greatly depleted, the physical and sword techniques alone are still very scary. If you were in your prime, we really wouldn't dare to provoke you. 4 figures appeared. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, forced to cheer up, and sat up and said, "Are you the 4 elephants of the Takumai ninja village? Don't give him time to recover, be careful of that strange ceiling circle. Just destroy them all." The 4 people immediately took action without saying much nonsense, and then the woman among them waved her double swords. The next moment, a strong wind came howling, and the grass and trees were broken wherever it passed. It was a desolate place. There was no way traps and talismans could remain. Go. This plot is not well written, so I will add more chapters to get through it. Please forgive me. There will be 3 chapters today. Chapter 50, The Perfect Cooperation of the Team. What an amazing wind chakra, worthy of the creation of the ancestor of the Takumai ninja village. Kyunyi took a deep breath. If it weren't for her weapon, he could beat 10 of these guys. One soft sword after another followed like a snake. Kyunyi and Kakashi retreated and jumped away. Their target was Kakashi, but it didn't represent the table relaxed his vigilance against Chiba. After all, this child killed a samurai comparable to a jonin with his own hands. Although samurai have obvious shortcomings in comprehensive combat and cannot be regarded as a complete jonin in this case, it is an absolute fact that Chiba is troublesome. Therefore, he also received considerable preferential treatment. Most of them besieged Kakashi, but 1/3 of the attacks still came to him. Even if Chiba opened the limit state, it was already quite difficult to dodge under such intensive attacks, and counter-attacks were temporarily forgotten. After a flash, it took away a life. Of course. Teacher Kakashi, if these weapons have similar characteristics to living things, then the armor has a mouth, and its ability may be to absorb chakra. Tsuchihashi, you deal with Kakashi. Not only is he good at swordsmanship and has a strange sealing array, he also analyzed the structure of the peacock twin swords and sealed them in a short period of time, and guessed the ability of the infinite whole armor. Kakashi still has the ability to fight. They were deceived by the opponent's disguise. Lost contact. The premise is that they can get the peacock swords back. The flashing white light is like lightning in the night sky. The 3 survivors sensed something was wrong. Done. End. Lord Hisanobu, that kid. The distance is too far, he can't get over at all. Kakashi nodded. Kakashi turned his head away. After Kakashi finished speaking, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up between his hands. The next moment, his figure had disappeared from the spot. How is it possible? You are obviously wrong, gather. Together, they rushed to Chiba. Yet. Chiba looked at the man in armor excitedly. Reikari. The remaining 3 of the 4 elephants looked gloomy, looked at each other, and then. Well, I didn't get it at first, but then I sealed it as if it were a living thing, and finally succeeded. As for the latter, a samurai who is good at swordsmanship can't play a role in this kind of battle. Kakashi's speed is too fast. This kid must die. As for Tian, Hesha, and Yuichi who came later, they didn't take them seriously. The 2 girls were average in strength, and they couldn't play any role even if they came. Before the seal was released, they were no different from ordinary weapons. Kushin's face was ashen. He didn't react at all. Yalai dark blade waved wildly like a group of snakes coming out of a cave, and at the same time, rays of light shot towards Kyunyi. Kyunyi's speed instantly reached its peak. Kakashi's hand pierced into Peacock's chest. Kyunyi, go! They thought they had overestimated Kyunyi's ability, but they didn't expect this kid to be so difficult. The 4 elephants scattered to surround Kakashi and Chiba. Even if the infinite whole armor could absorb chakra, it would be useless. Yet. Okay. The leader of the 4 elephants activated chakra and wanted to summon with other ninja tools. At first, he sensed the movement of the peacock twin swords, but soon. Bang! There was a bang under his feet. With the help of the chakra explosion, Chiba's speed was several points faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped more than 10 steps away. But. Swish! Chiba's shoulder was pierced by the Yali dark blade, and blood trickled out. He gritted his teeth and held back. "Chiba-kun!" Tia-nation's voice came. Then, steel wires shuttled out from the forest and quickly wrapped around the stretched Yali dark blade. The stretched sharp blade shrank under the steel wire binding, making a piercing scream. But at that moment, Chiba formed seals with both hands, and 5 balls of chakras slapped into the sword body. 5 elements seal. Although it can't work completely, it can still interfere for a moment when it is retracted. Then, a figure emerged from the soil. "Kakashi, I have been on guard against you." 2 rays of light burst out from Hisanobu's shoulder, but the next moment, the clone turned into a pool of mud. "Earth clone?" He looked up instantly, and then saw a flash of white light stabbing at him. "Tsuchihashi." Yes. Tsuchihashi knew that his speed was not as fast as Kakashi, so his method was very simple. Directly move in front of Hisanobu to resist. A hint of coldness flashed in Kakashi's eyes. He had just tested this armor, and it could indeed absorb chakra to make some ninjutsu ineffective, but not all ninjutsu could. At least, he couldn't block the knife. Kakashi drew the knife with his left hand, and all his strength and chakra were concentrated in his left hand. Then, a knife. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. "Want to kill me with a knife? Naive, idiot, how is it possible?" Tsuchihashi was about to taunt and hug Kakashi with his own hands, and kill Kakashi with the lightsaber and the Yari dark blade. Who would have thought that the next moment, he would feel a sharp pain? He lowered his head in disbelief. The chakra protection layer of the armor was actually broken, and the opponent did not use chakra on the blade, so the blade burst inch by inch and pierced less than an inch into his body. The Yari dark blade was temporarily disturbed by chakra, and fell into chaos and could not provide support. Just as Juxin was about to rush to help, a whistling sound of wind came from above. Looking up, a Kakashi was waving a knife towards him. He immediately fought back, but it turned out to be just a clone. The next moment, Kakashi waved his right hand with lightning and stabbed at the gap in Tsuchiya's armor. The armor absorbed chakra crazily, but the hand wrapped in lightning still pierced his heart. Wasa, who was in the dark, used the clone technique to disrupt the vision. Seeing that Hisanobu lost his composure, he immediately drew his knife and rushed out from the hidden darkness. "Wasa, retreat!" Kunyi's pupils shrank. "Your opponent is me." Yali dark blade danced again, 4 or 5 sharp blades danced like snakes, coming from all directions, 2 of which killed Tian. "Infinite whole armor, return!" Hisanobu shouted. The next moment, the armor on Tsuchiya's body disappeared instantly. Swish! With a light sound, the armor left, and Kakashi's hand pierced through Tsuchihashi's body. He looked grim. You abandoned your companions so easily. Let's go." Kushin didn't respond. After taking the armor, he took the remaining companions and fled. At this time, Tian took out 2 scrolls and danced like a dragon. One after another, kunao, shuriken, detonating tags, etc. flew out together, flying towards the 3 people in the field like a net. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Under the extreme state and the blessing of the Sharinan, he quickly saw Tia-nation's plan. These kunao, shuriken, and detonating tags seemed to be thrown randomly, but in fact, there were some sealing tags mixed in the detonating tags, and these sealing tags were thrown accurately in 8 directions. This is a perfect cooperation. Kunyi made seals with both hands. Sealing magic circle. Rise. Seals and barriers spread from all directions, and as the steel wires quickly formed, the formation was set up before Hisako absorbed chakra. Hessa knew the effect of the armor, so she moved her body and swung her sword at the other person. Yari's dark blade had a strong attack, but its defense was almost 0. In the state of being fixed, a single sword killed him directly. A mere sealing technique, no. How is it possible? Hisako's face changed. He found that his chakra armor seemed to be in a tug-of-war with the opponent. The sealing technique failed to break. What happened? While he was thinking, branches spread out from the ground. Qinyi maintained the maximum effect of the sealing array and the absorption barrier, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart.